What a train wreck of a start, am I right? But today I'll try to see if I can go like as far. If I last a second episode on the same character, it'll be the longest run I've ever had. To quote Lord of the Rings, kind of. It's kind of sad they took down that that whole whatever 9-hour video that he made of that, where they take it literally. There was a Dragon Ball Z one I had an idea for, like Vegeta says at one point that, curse you Kakarot, always one step ahead of me. So you could have that happen every time in the whole DBZ series. That would take even longer because it's obviously like 200 plus episodes. Every time Goku takes a step, he says that. But this is basically as far as I've ever gotten, and I always start off the episodes like this, right? Like we're at a good point, and then I'm not trying to pick up the stones. I'm actually trying to fill up. Oh, you have to hold down that stupid thing. I forgot. The hard mode condition of playing on console was not sort of intentional. Like, I just happened to be doing this series on console anyway, just because like I was doing Anthem and stuff before. I don't feel like it hurt me too badly there. In fact, in a way, it helped me because my aim is so bad that it would give you it would sort of give you aim assist and you couldn't turn it off, which I hate that. Like Destiny has that too. They copied Destiny even more than you would have expected. Because that seems to be what it's inspired by, but it's obviously third person instead. It tried to distinguish itself that way, like you're in town in Destiny and you get to be in third person, then in combat you're in first person. In Anthem, you're in third person in combat, and you're in first person in the town. So it becomes very like, they were doing that just to try to make it feel distinct. So we were kind of doing this completionist in order as far as what to craft. So what was I up to? I built like the second house. I made the mortar and pestle in there, so that's like a little workshop, right? Arguably making the second house is pointless, but a lot of the stuff we're doing just to kind of get through. We need flint and stone for that. Now, this could take a little while to do, and this is kind of why I like doing it this way. You might not have any incentive to make this, or, it's not like I even know what the optimal paths are. Like, this kind of scared me, but he wasn't trying to hit me. He's just flying on the ground. Okay. They always seem to have some that linger around your base. Could just be incidental. They could just be in their natural habitat, but you have the nerve to build your base on it and then act like, oh, how dare you encroach upon my territory. But basically, it's a situation where it sort of forces you to go out and explore and try to get stuff, whereas ordinarily you could just say, okay, I'll just skip that because I don't need it anyway. And then you kind of get to skip ahead to what you think is going to be best, even though I don't really know what's best. But this is kind of a big deal for taming pets and whatnot, I think. You're supposed to give them narco berries or narcotics to try to persuade them to join you. And then it also puts you to sleep, so that I was kind of using that as an RP way to sleep, like in our bed that you otherwise can't do. Because otherwise we have no purpose for the bed. And every time we make like a small amount of progress, we take like 5 steps in one direction, then we just encounter some new enemy that felt almost scripted and we just died like last time. So we always got to have the 2 spears. It doesn't really show you the durability there though when you have to. The thing is they'll like break back to back and then it's very hard to get away. Right? Like you get tired so fast that it's almost impossible to escape from certain things. So you have a whole bunch more meat. And so obviously it encourages us to hunt just because we're so sick of the whole berry thing and it takes up too much space on the bar. The whole narco berry at the beginning is a great beginner's trap, just like you would never expect that to be such a big issue. And going over the water is very dangerous because the piranha plants are hard to deal with. So I'm going to go, let's make the first thing because flint and stone is obviously easy to come by. I kind of want to take it slow, but anytime I explore in any direction, I always get destroyed. Right, like it's very hard. I was even joking, like, oh, what could be around this corner? Like as we walk away from our base, like hardly at all. Engram spark powder. So all you have to do is put these in here, I guess. Stone and flint, of which we might end up making a lot. Some of this doesn't really feel like super intuitive, I guess. Like it works that way, but I don't know. To craft all 4. Really, this is our first crafting mechanism that we have, whether it be, and by 4 I mean 8. It's the first like science machine or crafting table or whatever you want to call it that we've had access to so far. So that is kind of a big deal. We're going with the melee only build still. That's kind of just part of the condition. I accidentally unlocked that first, but yeah. See, now it'll give us sort of a a mission within a mission. Not only are you trying to survive and explore and level up and improve your character and other stuff, you very specifically have to overcome each hurdle. Basically, you have to now I have to find the little chitin thing, which is going to be something we had before. You have to kill like one of those little weird, I don't know what you even call them. It's not a dinosaur. It's like I forget the name of it. Some sort of ancient fossilized creature, of course, but that could apply to dinosaurs too. Yeah, here's where we get in trouble consistently, right? Like I'll go anywhere out in the wild, and it's normally on the beach that those things appear anyway, like some sort of trilobite, right? That tend to drop those. I don't think the turtles really drop them because I've killed them before. So here you start to get really hot and you start to get really tired all the goddamn time. The spoiled meat actually does come into play for one of these things that we have to craft later. I forget what it is. So this is about as far as I've been, though, in terms of the crafting tree. I guess that's the best way to sort of keep track of the progress. The one thing that these are supposed to do, the slingshot is supposed to stun stuff. It's not really supposed to do damage, but it wasn't doing either from the little time that I used it. Now something crazy is going to aggro, and then I'll run away and then just not be able to get away. So I almost for that purpose, I do need something just to stun stuff or, you know, give me a chance to get away if I can't kill them. Like kind of like a stealth game, because you should be very scared that way of what might be out here. Because the game even explicitly tells you that at the beginning. We got to hang on to every word it gives us or every piece of advice it gives us, because other than that, it's a completely blind playthrough. So just like the higher you go and the further you go from the water, the more dangerous it becomes. Of course, here now the hydration becomes an issue too. Like, I like the style I've played this series so far, but I never vouch for like dying. Like, it doesn't excuse that. I don't mind getting stuck on something for an hour that other people might find out in a second, because there might be something I get in a second that other people got stuck on for an hour. And I do like the blind nature of it, but yeah, that's that part that scared me so much. Like where we go and we get chased by the snakes, and then we go into the water and get eaten by a crocodile or something. So even though we're in the shade, we're still hot, which is kind of a disturbing thing. How would you deal with that in the long run? Like, what am I supposed to do? Have like an portable air conditioner with me? Like, how do I stop myself from being hot? Even not moving doesn't seem to help. You try to go for a dive here or something, or we can even see the guy from here. This is a great way to scope out, you know, the area that you might consider going to, but I'm almost considering that it's a very bad idea. A lot of the bigger ones so far have given you sort of a gentle giant vibe that they aren't really aggressive unless you seek it out. So I'm not really sure what to do, actually. I almost wanted to skip across the water, but that's going to be difficult. You got to just scour the beach for one of these trilobite things. And there might be some sort of subliminal thing that's counting against me that, you know, because I keep dying, it's kind of like the same server. So if I keep restarting, it's a private single-player server, but if I keep restarting, basically what's going to happen is, you know, I'm running out of liquid, so I have to go back. Like, how are you supposed to go on these long treks? I guess I could have, like, a ton of water skins. You drink that, but you drink it once. Now we're tired. You know, you're basically... you're not always going to find a body of water just out here. What was I saying? The big ones don't seem too threatening. That one's not even hostile. It's those little ones that spit the poison at you that have often caught me off guard. I'm like looking at some inventory. Yeah, he's going to crush my house there. That actually should be a mechanic. Not like he's trying to do it on purpose, but if he happens to step right over it, then, you know, it can crush it in destructible environments, and you just kind of have to deal with it. I don't like how I'm hot the whole time. I can't really figure out. There's nothing that I have so far that would really cool us down, right? Or maybe the act of eating a berry with all its juices and liquids would somehow be so refreshing that it would cool you down, but I don't really know what we could carry on us that would help us with that. Or maybe it's not such a big deal that we're a little bit hot, but certainly going slower, being in the shade, that doesn't really seem to be rewarding you much, being in the shade. You never want to be this low on stamina, though, in case something happens. Actually, this isn't even where my house is, though. It's on the other... It's on the other side. So how did I even get up here? You're dehydrated, even though I just drank my thing. Am I gonna... I did some kind of Far Cry 3 fall damage bullshit. Where, like, you can jump that distance and it won't do any damage. And then if you jump, like, 1 inch further, it'll kill you in one shot. Now, we'll go in here and get eaten by a piranha plant. Like, there's so many unexpected moments that can get you in trouble and get you killed. But that's always my standard, that it shouldn't get you killed. It should just, you know, it could trip you up, you could get stuck on it, and then you'll be fine, right? You'll figure out a way. That's the whole basis of my first playthrough Permadeath style, which this is sort of a... Why can't... Oh, I keep forgetting to do that. This is sort of a flexible way to do that, because it's not purely first playthrough Permadeath where it's just like over and I can't come back to it for a while, usually like 6 months if I die. That's almost how it started. I thought I would do it like that, and then I decided, you know what, no, it's going to be, we just have to restart, we can't use beds and stuff, and we can't respawn. Yeah, this guy needs to just work out more. We got to get better stats for the stamina and whatnot. Stamina, you know, you could improve that. You could improve probably sneak capability, and you could also... The one mechanic I've deliberately avoided is the whole taming stuff. I've had the chance to tame stuff a couple times, but then I decided, you know what, let's just save that for later. We should have to get to some crazy other point. But that's the whole meme of the crafting thing, is like, I have to craft the saddle just because I'm doing everything in order for completionist sake, even though I know I'm not going to use it because I'm not going to tame or get a raptor anytime soon just by choice. Like, even with the bed, I'm going to craft like 100 different kinds of beds just to do it. Just to get through them, even though I can't use it to respawn. I'm just doing it to RP and sleep on them by getting wasted high on narcotics or whatever you're supposed to do with that, which I did do last time. That'll be a good way to heal, at least, which could be good during combat, but it's also dangerous because you'll just fall asleep. One time I fell asleep in combat from eating the narco berries, but then the guy just gave up. I guess we were sort of playing dead. It was just like one of those toxic raptors. What am I really trying to do? I'm trying to look for that trilobite thing, and I have a feeling I'll have to go like all the way. Like, let's try to look through the water a little bit, but it's very like, how would you get across this? I don't even know. You'd have to like build a boat and do it way later. I almost don't even want to do that, but you can try to pick off like one piranha plant at a time, but we'll have to heal in between like each encounter. They're very aggressive. Like, as soon as you go in here, you're already in trouble. This is a very bad idea. We're cold. Gonna kind of try to skip the rocks, but gotta be a point where it'll just be safe. But as soon as you think that, they'll start coming after you. Let's try to aggro this guy. Maybe. It's very hard to keep your head above the water. You're tired. Like, what a perfect... Now we'll get attacked by a piranha plant, too. Fuck. Not a plant, but... How can I be... Jesus Christ. Oh, didn't I say it? It seems like a bad idea. Now, how much does this stuff really heal you for anyway? I should be fine. At least there you can kind of control the terms of the encounter, but I still went sort of too far in, so we shouldn't try to do that. I've made it across there before. You'd have to probably take some other roundabout way. I don't really have any other, like, goal here. We're just trying to... I don't know how you heal your bones just magically. Speaking of Far Cry 3, do the little thing where you crack your knuckles or put, like, a little bandage on your hand. That just solves everything. But look how deadly that is. It's just, like, one little dinky fish. We'll have a couple of these. It does heal you a little bit, but we don't have the luxury of narcotics yet, and that would be the first thing that actually heals us in any way, right? Aside from just this gradual thing from food. I'm going to waste the whole day and then wait till night and then get myself killed there too. Night isn't as dangerous in this game as you might think, but... Or like in a lot of survival games, but it is still not my preference to go out there at the same time. That is actually useful for certain things too. I like how openly you just do it though. Like there's been nothing so far to show me like a way to, you know, like you build something like a toilet or whatever, just a storage container for it. I guess you're just meant to do that yourself. Like you can just throw it away or use it as kindle for the fire and stuff. Is this going to be one of the poison shooters or is it one of the thieves? Doesn't look like the poison shooter. Or sometimes they'll call for help and then cause all kind of other problems. I don't really even need to be doing this, but let's just explore the beach. We're looking for a little trilobite thing. But I don't mind getting extra hide and dodos and stuff. The hide doesn't really weigh too much. That was one of the biggest things that threw me off at the beginning. Just get more meat. Like hunting is definitely very well rewarded. You'll get plenty of hide, which is a rare, important resource, at least relatively rare. And then you'll get plenty of food that's a lot easier to keep track of. The main reason why I like meat isn't even because it's more nourishing. It's actually because it's, oh wow, we got a dodo party here. It's actually because it's just easier to organize in the sense that you only have to carry like one thing. Getting tired just from even doing that. If I was allowed to get something other than health, it would be stamina more so. All right, so now our health is filled back up from all the juicy red meat. That's how it works. That's how you make like a red healing potion in an RPG. From the blood of the things that you're killing. That's why it's red. Ling drinks the blood of his victims. You could try to take out one of these, but I don't really have much of a great incentive to do that. It's almost like a bad karmic moment. Yeah, these little chitin things are beyond my capacity right now. I don't know how else you get them. You know, I'll just do it, but that was not a very good decision. In fact, since we already lost a spear, clearly a turtle's not going to be able to keep up with me. That's obviously just because I hit the wrong spot on him. It's amazing how I've killed so many of them actually without that happening too much, though. I somehow strategically just hit them in the face and it doesn't actually hurt me too badly. So our storage capacity is about half. I'm going to try to take a really slow pace, but, you know, it's very hard to work around some of these dangers. Let's try to put this down, and then we can't make the spear. I assume we just need thatch or something. That's typically what always gets me. Or like fibers. I always forget that's even a thing. Or, I mean, there's only a few things it could be, and I'm too lazy to even look. Yeah, having at least 2 is good. In the long run, you could have way more than that. I always have a tendency like that in survival type games. Like, I'll just have a ridiculous excess of stuff just in case everything goes wrong, right? You'll always have an answer for it. So even like with the narcotics, but at least that comes at a price that you would basically have to risk putting yourself at sleep. So you have to learn exactly the meta of that. Like, how many can you really have before you run out or before you fall asleep? It's not like super clear on the icon. There's like a star icon on the left, which is like the, what's it called? Like the torpidity maybe. So what that means is it doesn't have to fill up all the way for you to fall asleep. It can fill up like only halfway or 20%. I'm just going to stay like by my base the whole time. And these guys can really run you around like crazy. Considering that I'm only getting melee damage, you would think this wouldn't be that big of a deal, but he died at like a level 12 last time, but it was like some crazy, you can't really read into the levels too much, right? Like we'll kill a level 100 something and it just doesn't even fight back. And then we'll fight like a level 10 and it'll be like a boss. Like that really felt like a scripted moment. We walk around like a rock and he's just sitting there and he charges at us and impales us on his back or whatever. Keeping an eye out for the trilobite. I think if we were to look through our whole collection, we would see that I don't have a single thing that, well, I mean, I don't have any of those, even if we check in the storage box. Or like even those I tend to make like 100 of. You should have seen my don't starve thing. Like I was going nuts with how many boxes I made. That rabbit thing was one of the coolest things ever, which maybe that's like common knowledge by people who play the game, or maybe it wasn't. Maybe that would even be something that came as a surprise to some people. But just that way of doing it to survive the winter and to come up with that in a dynamic sort of just first playthrough, blind playthrough. Obviously, I died countless times, but that was a very cool moment. So I like stuff like that. You'll come up with a way to solve something that has been causing you problems throughout the run that'll make it seem so easy, but the act of doing that is half the battle. you know, it's just something I enjoy. I don't even say that people should play games like that per se. It's just more like, wait, what? Oh, we just dropped it. Amazing. Transfer all. I was trying to put it in the box, but it's possible the box is too full for that. Transfer all. Be sure to transfer all the compatible items. I guess there weren't really that many after all. So food-wise, we need to eat a little bit of this meat. I'll do it in like increments of 5, let's say. I could be doing something wrong with that too. Like, oh, it doesn't work after you cook, or after you eat like 1 or 2. It maxes out how much you're getting, but yeah, living off dodos and all these random things that don't really fight back is more than okay with me. We could try to finish off this guy. This is going to be like a super slow-paced RP run of ARK, but this is how it should be. Give some weight and purpose to, ooh, not the enemy that we're looking for, dude. Or at least they look scary. Some of these big things really aren't that scary. He's even trying to rob my base. Aren't these the ones that sort of pickpocket you? But he's not really made an attempt to do that so far. Kind of lost sight of him, and they can lead you astray a bit. Or like you can accidentally hit something else or aggro something else amid all the chaos. I'm just hoping a trilobite sort of falls into my lap, or I have to figure out how else we would get those little chitin things. They dropped like 30 or something together the one time that I did it. And so I sort of explored in the other direction, but that's kind of a big mistake to consider. Like, oh yeah, just go somewhere that you already died at before. But that's basically everywhere. I've lost count actually of how many times I have died. Let's just go nice and slow. I'm tired. I have plenty of meat. I have a little thing of water. I should just fill it up every time I get a chance. I don't forget about it. Go ahead. I'll get as much hide as I can, because sometimes it can be a big mistake. Now, even here is a mistake because I'm going to be tired, and I'm also going to be pretty low on the spear. So I want to make another one, but then we should almost have this ready to go on a different part of the bar, or it lets you kind of fix them in some cases that we're going to need either some fiber for or something else. Maybe or well, we kind of keep putting everything in the box, so it's going to be hard to figure out. So we have to do something with stone. Okay, go ahead, fix that, then make another one. I was trying to actually fight something with the pickaxe at one point that got me in trouble. I should have just used the torch instead. I assume that's what we would have needed, or we might need the fiber that I always talk about. Yeah, you would think our melee damage should be so good that it should be carrying us in a way, but obviously it's a double-edged sword, just with like spyglass, wooden club, multi-panel flag. So a lot of these cosmetic things that we're doing almost for like our, you know, let's say our sanity meter that is not really part of the game, but okay, what could I possibly need for the spear? What could it be? You need a little more wood. So there you go, mate. The second one. I mean, if they keep giving me a fresh supply of these, it'll be good for later on, because we're going to have so much hide, right? That's been such an issue so far. We have 40. So, you know, at the beginning, they constantly ask you for it in every little recipe that you try to make. You got to make like a little umbrella for us, or I mean, we are wearing a hat, but yeah, like should I make like another house maybe, rest for the night on the way, and then I probably shouldn't. I should just wait and then go where I'm going in the morning. Like, basically don't accomplish anything. That'll be one way. If I last one more episode, it'll be the longest I've lasted on one character so far. So just don't do anything the whole episode. That's one good way to play it safe. Let's go ahead and eat 6 of these. And then, you know, I just don't really feel very motivated to put myself at risk this time. I've been humbled a few times just when I think, oh, I'm just going out on a nice little adventure. Bootleg Fred Flintstone risked it all for some adventure. And then we get absolutely destroyed. There's just that situation where you don't have enough stamina to get away. You could have a full, you know, amount here, and then something attacks you and it's just too fast. when it's one of the bigger ones or something really, of course, going in the water can be a weakness too. Like, just maybe I should make another box. Right, so make another box for storage purposes. And put a little more of the meat on here. So the point is, if you kind of stay still and don't do anything at night, it makes it so that you basically don't have to worry about like eating as much. Like, you don't get too hungry, you don't get too thirsty. A lot of that comes, I guess, from exhausting it in terms of whatever you're doing normally, like running around and stuff. What would I theoretically need for another box? There's no rule against making multiple of certain things. It's just more like I have to craft at least one of each thing. We'll go there, and then I'll make like a little to-do list of what is next. We need to make the blood extraction syringe thing, which we need a chitin for, which again, I don't even know what it does, or like I made it before briefly and then I didn't know really what it was doing. And so what was the thing after that? Oh yeah, obviously the narcotic is kind of a big deal too. That could be a very invaluable healing item, and among other stuff. Gonna lose to our inventory menu. Some random raptor is gonna commit a disgusting act against us. Where the hell is it? I'm like the Godfather. I just don't like drugs, so I have blindness to it. Wait, I have it unlocked. Oh no, you have to do it in the menu of the thing. You have to do it in the menu of the mortar and the pestle, obviously, like your little crafting table. So we can go and just farm some resources out here. Not the least of which I'd like to make another torch, just because we're gonna be running dry on that. Kind of forgotten the placement of all this, where it keeps changing, obviously, when you add new stuff. Forged skin. Makes it sound like some sort of cosmetic. Dude, this guy's trying to jump scare the shit out of me. He did it before when he was like flying by. Yeah, we're by the water too, so it's not even like we have to worry about it on that level. So let's just go ahead and do... Oh, fuck. That could be a mistake. I was trying to do it so that I could... It gets so dark, I can't even do anything. Or you'll have enough resources, surely, in here to be able to make something. Like, what could we need? Wood, thatch, fiber. We have thatch. We don't have wood. We don't have... we do have fibers. Certainly be able to fix that. Keeping a second torch is not something I've really thought about doing, but... It's always so easy to make these, but you can find yourself caught out in a weird spot. That's especially important in Don't Starve, because you'll be in a case where you just get screwed, like... You know, the darkness will just kill you in 1 second. We'll go out a little bit here. Don't want to get attacked by something random. Let's see how much of this we could possibly need for a box. You do need quite a bit, actually. There it is. So even a second box here is good. We've got a second box, a second house. Not really organizing the inventory in any particular way. I just kind of... This is a big, both strength and weakness for me that I'll be so particular about. You know, I'll make like 100 boxes and have one for each different type of item, and make it so that, like, you know, one is for food, one is for whatever, certain resources, one is for something else. So let's go ahead and put everything in there again, and then we'll decide what it is that I really want to keep. The berries I don't even really care about. I almost want to make a third one. But I mean, most of this is okay, just... Like, whenever it's excess resources like this, we're gonna go and get more anyway, so... Yeah, I have to remember that the torch is pretty good in case both of your spears break. The fact that it sets them on fire and everything is very nice. So we'll keep the hide here, 40 hide. Just kind of see what is notable in here. Like, this is food that we should probably eat. Just whatever's gonna go bad is okay to keep. Bark powder I don't really need yet. The spoiled meat almost seems like it'll contaminate the rest of the stuff, but... It really doesn't. Permadeath hatchet I've not really ever used much. I probably should eat these berries just for the sake of it, but we've been sort of rich on meat that I don't really feel the need to do it. Access inventory, and obviously there's some sort of suspension of disbelief with how much these really, you know, how we could fit some of this stuff in there. You fit like a chest inside of a chest, right? You could put a storage box inside of a storage box. You can store stuff while you store stuff. So we could pick up some of these rocks for the sake that we're able to. It's only 4 though. For the sake of just being able to shoot the little slingshot. You got 4 of those. Let me maybe try to eat some of these berries, but again, it's difficult to justify doing that because then you're going to let the meat go to waste too. I almost don't even need to do it. This is kind of a mistake not to have stuff in here when we have so much thatch at our disposal. Let's go ahead and pick up some of that. But 200 should be more than enough. Inventory management, the fun part, which it is pretty complex. The amount of stuff you're going to end up going through here is pretty good. So the raw meat is okay. I didn't put some of that in the box, did I? 50 is the most I can have. Spoiled meat, whatever, we'll just keep. Very unhygienic. We're just defecating everywhere. We're carrying around spoiled meat. So this is going to be light the fire. Cooked meat, we don't really have much room for. So now the only thing we're going to go looking for, like in the morning, is the chitin. And I don't really know what else I can do here that would be useful. The one thing I like so far is it doesn't really feel like I'm on the clock much. You know, like you can just take your time. I could just stay here forever and just live amongst this little, whatever, this nice little house we've made. What did I put on here? Yo. This is mine, right? I'm going to get confused with like a previous one. We finally figured out how to put the bed in there. You have to put it in first, like before you put the walls. Otherwise, it doesn't fit. Or like you somehow just can't fit in there yourself to be able to put it. Right? So it's almost like an impossibility. Somebody will come in who's played the game for thousands of hours and be like, how the hell did you do that? I've never seen somebody put a bed in that shitty starting house. Of course, you could just make the house bigger. Or not really, because the foundation is kind of what it is. You could put like 2 foundations together, I guess, and keep expanding upon it. And maybe it seems silly that I made the second one, but it's there just sort of for the little back-breaking work, how you have to bend down to be able to use it. So we're in good shape with most of this stuff. I think the main issue is just my desire to go out exploring could certainly get me in trouble. I could have like another house ready, but you know, it's just like we'll go so far from here that it'll be hard to even justify coming back. Let's see what else we have actually in here. This is all just good basic stuff. Some of the stuff is obviously, I feel like whatever that is going to come into play later. The organic polymer, right? Some of these unique things that happen all the time in Don't Starve. I'll keep mentioning Don't Starve a million times. Just like you'll have a situation where, you know, there'll be this super rare one-of-a-kind resource that you get from killing some unique enemy that you've only seen like once in the game so far. And then if you waste it or if you use it, then you'll never be able to get it back. Or it'll be like super... Wait, what? Oh no, it makes it seem like there's a door on that side too. You see, because I haven't been moving much, I haven't even had to drink. But I'm kind of paranoid about doing at night, trying to go in the water for a dip. Because the piranha plant seems super aggressive at that stage. Now we got to go looking for something that we need here. What else is even next on the list? Just... blood extraction and the narcotics, which presumably I would have enough to be able to make that. I forget what you even have to use. Is that where you have to use the boiled meat and stuff? I'm going to end up keeping a ton of that on me just to be able to spoiled meat, narcoberry. We can always find more of those. We always have meat spoiling, I guess, just generally, so. Okay, I didn't mean to do that. How much meat do we have here? 45, 18. This is, you know, we need to make some sort of fridge item just to be able to try to balance that out. Like too much meat, but it's all just going bad. It doesn't seem to really go bad in there as much. Right, like if you... No, I mean, it still kind of is, though. Or I almost thought if you leave it in there too long, it would burn, but I haven't really been able to see whether that's a thing that you can do. You certainly have a good source of light just from these ARKs or whatever they are. I don't know what they even do. That might be somewhere you can just respawn, which of course we don't know what that mechanic is. That's one instance where it's not just me being dumb and not knowing how something works. I would never know how it works because that's just how it's been the whole time. So we definitely have to play it safe. But as soon as I go into sort of a new area, we get screwed every time. I could have like on me or like in a chest. Let's make another chest. We could have like some ready house on the move. Like we're a U-Haul truck. We bring all this shit and we build it right away. But it's not really that hard to make the stuff. It's just more to keep it organized. Or like I said, I could even build it already and have like the foundation and stuff in there. Let me actually try that. We'll like make a foundation and just bring the foundation with us, and then we can make it wherever I want. Right? That almost seems physically impossible to do, but you can carry them in the first place, so I don't see why it would be such a big surprise. Let's maybe make a box for it, and then we'll do it. I almost like to gather it more with the torch, but it's okay. Like, I don't know whether it's a brightness issue that I just have, like it's not turned up high enough, or it's really meant to be this dark. Sort of punish you for trying to do stuff at night. I assume what you actually need is fibers or something, because we picked up plenty of wood. Go ahead and do this. You should really just be able to almost dual wield these. Looks like you're using this with one hand anyway, and certainly the torch you are, because you can pick stuff up even at the same time. I can't imagine what else you would need for it. Or you know what it is? It's not the engram that's actually there. It's the physical one that we had, so that can always confuse you. You have to go back here and then look for it. So now let's see. We'll make a third one. This is where now there'll be a bolt of lightning mechanic. That's like what the sleep mechanic was in this game. It's some sort of hindsight bias, right? You fell asleep in the water and died at the beginning of your first, one of my first lives in this game. And it's like, oh, just don't eat the narco berries, just read the description. And to be fair, it does at least say that. But you'll fall asleep while you're in the water and not know exactly what's causing you to fall asleep. So the narco berries are a classic beginner's trap that, like, you don't have time to worry about that. You're just kind of gorging all the berries you can and worried about other things. So like in Don't Starve, it's like when lightning strikes and it'll burn down your whole base, or it could potentially even kill you. Like, oh, just build a lightning rod or just do something, such and such. But that's not really high on your priority list, so you could easily forget about that, or you're not really thinking about that. So there's always like some sort of, oh, you should have just done this one mechanic thing that exists for that exact purpose, but it doesn't mean that you'll be able to do all of them for every contingency. Like, how high on your priority list would that really be? And that game is actually way more punishing at the beginning. Like, sure, I might have spawned in an easy area here, but like it even said, but still, and I could be made to eat my words here, and I've died so many times still, so I look like a clown by saying that. But okay, so now this could be more for like, let's say our house to go, our mobile home that we're gonna make. So we'll just make a basic thing, like we'll make thatch foundation. We'll do kind of do one at a time. We could store it in there, and then anytime we want to go somewhere, we can build a house as soon as we get there, assuming that's a big issue, or maybe it's not suitable to actually go in there. It is, though. It even says, like, oh, transfer all suitable items. So you would think a literal house would not be suitable to fit in there. This is not the age where, like, everything is so advanced that it could go, I don't know, like, turn into elastic and shrink down or something. Paintbrush. We'll be decorating our house, risking our life to do it. So we need a couple walls. Let's see. Let's just do the base wall. Like, we need like 4 or 5 of these, or only really 3 of them. 5, by the way. A house is a pentagon shape. Thatch foundation. Kind of a weird way to do it, but it kind of makes sense because I keep worrying like, oh, I'll go somewhere and then I won't have time to come back, or I kind of need another base out there in the world. It's going to confuse me how many of these other bases we have kind of laying around. I assume the main thing you need here is just wood, but somehow that's not actually enough. Could be that we need fibers too on top of that. You're cold. Go ahead and do this. Yeah, we get a whole bunch of fibers, so I'll pretty much have all the things needed. I'll make 3 walls, and then I'll make the ceiling, and then I'll make the door frame, and I'll make the door. And then we'll be able to cozy up and make like our second base. So that'll still be our home away from home, but most of our stuff is here if we feel like it's so important to have, whatever kind of resources are in here. A lot of it's going to go bad because it's food or whatever, or even some of the crafting stuff, like whatever that thing is, the polymer, is unfortunately going to go bad too. Oh, we'll eat a few of these, actually. That should have been 3, I think. You go ahead, put these in there, so at least we're making, like, different boxes for different things. Right, you made 4 by mistake, that's fine. It's gonna be hard to carry all this stuff around with us, but just carry a fucking house in my pocket. And then we have the roof, and the door, and the door frame, which I can make some of the stuff already. Go one at a time. I guess it's pretty silly how you're actually able to do this, even as helpful it is for me. But I mean, it's the same logic. Like, carrying it on your person is just as absurd as being able to put it in a box that's a little bigger than you are. I guess a little wider than you are anyway. You go ahead and make... So we killed the whole nighttime by just doing that. We might survive well a second episode, but for kind of maybe the wrong reasons or something weird. Okay, 7 wood. Definitely the tooltips are almost too helpful. If I could go back, I might even say, like, not only is it supposed to be a playthrough where it's, you know, no advice or anything like that, and I won't look stuff up, but it'll actually be a playthrough where you have to turn off the tooltips, which it does let you do from the menu, and so it won't tell you, oh my god, it won't tell you what to actually craft, right, like, or like how to craft it. It would not only be a completionist run, but it would be a mystery too. You'd have to guess and play it sort of like old school Minecraft style and try to assume what is going to help you make what. There's the door frame. The door shouldn't be too hard to make. Over here. And that should be pretty much it. The door and then the ceiling. Yeah, I'm going to be over encumbered by carrying all of this stuff though, so that's maybe the downside of it. Or I guess what you could have done is you could carry all the resources that would then be needed to make it, or you could just go there and get them. You know, it's not like they're super hard to get, but thatch ceiling, little daytime chime. Yeah, I really am averse to trying to do stuff at night. We need like a raptor pet to help carry this, a beast of burden to help carry this along with us, or I just empty out the rest of my inventory too. Like, let's actually test that. If I was to put it, how come the fish meat just never goes bad? Is that like a true thing in real life too? Because I never eat fish. Taste your hunger slightly. Will prefer raw meat. It apparent like this has been there for like, or no, this might have been what we just got. No, but I never cooked it, so that's been there like the whole time, like since last time. Not that that part matters. Like, oh, you know, real life time has progressed, but I mean just my meat's going bad that I just recently got. This is all in pretty good shape. We're obviously going to get more of it. Sometimes it's confusing, like, how you stack it. Like, one of these could be about to go bad, so it'll make the whole bar look like that. It's sort of, it doesn't really average it out. Spoil time 13 minutes, but, like, for which one? Right? By combining it with one that's about to spoil, it'll bring your average down or something. Let's go ahead and put some of this stuff away. Like, I'll put everything in here just to be able to take this stuff out, maybe. Transfer all, so we'll go kind of light. Will we? Yeah, by which I mean dragging a house with us, or even 3 of those would be enough. Is it going to over encumber me, or I made 2 door frames? I made too many of some of these, I guess. I'm still not over encumbered though somehow. But can I just put? How do you like split and stuff? I've never. Oh yeah, here we go. Split half. Then I go ahead and put that in there, just an extra house again if we need it. Split that, or split it again. Wait, what happened? Thatch wall, thatch wall. What am I missing? I have foundation, wall, door frame, ceiling, door. And we still have space to spare. I'll keep the fish meat for now. And we'll maybe take a little bit more meat on us for the road, but that is at least a comfort zone that we haven't had most of the playthrough, with just everything is good resource-wise. Somehow water is going to be a bit of an issue. I don't know how much meat you should really eat at once. Now we're going to find a new death condition that will die from, like, over-consuming meat somehow. Like, just, you know, we'll eat, like, all 40 of it together so I don't have to worry about it for a super long time. That'll have some detrimental effect. Yeah, we want to go all the way just wherever we were, like, before on the beach. And we're keeping our eyes peeled for trilobites. I'm not really seeking out combat or anything. And in before we see this guy immediately. We're basically going to extinct all the dinosaur population and end up being in a position where, you know, we just get destroyed because, you don't have anything to draw from. You don't have any hide. Who would think hiding would be the cause of, or hide would be the cause of your death in this game, but not because you're hiding from a dinosaur unsuccessfully or something, like some sort of T-Rex moment, but because you're somehow able to just mess up and whatever, not get enough hide as a resource. So fill that thing up. It hasn't really been too helpful, but I have half of mine to carry like a whole bunch on me. But then they start to leak, so there's no way to really work around that, I guess, too much. Although as much as I'm saying I've extincted some of these, maybe it takes a few weeks for them to respawn, which would be kind of stupid if it was a multiplayer server. Like, people would be constantly picking this shit up, so I don't know how you would prevent that from happening, really. There's just something that some of these games do. Like, this is so good as a single-player experience, first of all. You don't even have to play it as a multiplayer game, but, like, anytime something is like that, people will automatically like, oh, let's play it for the first time and look up guides and watch people play it and do it cynically, like it's about the outcome rather than the experience. Like, you can do that. I never even say for people not to do that, but people act like there's one way and only one way to play it, and it becomes like an ego thing, like, oh, haha, we're so good at doing this preconceived borrowed knowledge thing. So just imagine if you play a single player game like that, like Ocarina of Time or something, for the first time, you can do speedrun strats and glitch through the wall and get it done as quickly as possible. But like, why is that the point of what you're doing? So sometimes what's wrong with gaming today is not the games themselves, although certainly microtransaction elements and this and that could be a whole nother story, but it's often the way people approach it. Like when you were a kid or when you were younger, it's not about whether those games were better or not. It's about the approach. Like, people wouldn't want to look stuff up, or you would have like a strategy guide and some of the stuff was super cryptic, but you know, asking your parent to help you get through a level, or assuming they would even be as good as you are at it, but just, you know, all that kind of stuff was maybe frowned upon just by players. Like, no, I don't want to do it like that, I want to try to figure it out. There was a sort of honor code with it, even if you did have access to strategy guides and this and that. So yeah, you might think, oh, all these bases are mine, which they were at some point, but it was a different character. Like, so we're not allowed to use it. It does sort of help us in the sense that it'll serve as like maybe benchmarks in the world, like we can see, keep track of where we are or something. Like somehow that'll be construed as invalidating the integrity of the run. Like, it somehow helps me, but it arguably hurts me and confuses me too. It's not like I'm gonna use it. It doesn't even really yet. It lets you use some of it, but okay, so just go here, go slow. That's been the biggest cause of death more than anything, is just stamina. It's very hard to keep track of anything that way. But that's a good way to stop yourself from defecating. Just don't eat anything. That was like the pursuit of happiness strategy. You going to the water wastes too much time. So just, you know, just don't drink, and then you won't have to use it as much. I mean, you still eventually will, but, and that can be very unhealthy. So certainly not encouraging such behavior. But when people, you know, sometimes people make jokes about stuff like that in the whole streaming culture, like, oh, doing 24-hour streams and this and that. But sometimes they just take it too far. Like, oh, you know, it seems like a joke, but sometimes people are that lazy. Like, oh, make sure you get up to use the bathroom or drink a glass of water. It's like, yeah, no shit. Like, do people really not do basic stuff like that? Like, how involved could you be in what you're doing? I can understand if it's some kind of world first run or you're doing like some crazy thing, but you know, in ordinary streaming capabilities, nothing you're doing is that serious that you can't just, you know, get up, take a walk. It's not that big of a deal. Or like there's some sort of weird pride that people take in it, like, oh, you know, look how dirty, like Asmongold would do that. Look how dirty my room is, and I have these fast food glasses, and it was all so funny in a meme, like all this old fast food laying around. But it's like, it's just kind of unhygienic and just, you know, people turn it somehow into a positive thing, like, oh, haha, look at that, it's so funny that he's just disgusting and living, like, that's his business too. But then when you do face cam, you invite that in. But no, it's almost like you're bragging about it somehow. Look at how much fast food I eat, and look how dirty I am. Wow, so funny, so cool. Now this was exactly the same point that it's like how people look at certain movies, like Spider-Man 3 is actually a good movie from a bad movie because, oh, it's memes and funny. But that typically means, like when you hear that music, whatever, the scary theme of the Venom suit, it's like you have an epiphany moment. this is the sound you hear when you realize that a movie based around memes, or that's only known for its memes, actually means the movie is bad, but somehow people construe that the other way. And speaking of bad movies, that Tommy Wiseau is making like some kind of shark movie that's probably playing into the tropes of so bad it's good. So he's like the modern Ed Wood, right, of the modern era, but he's done it almost more unintentionally, or, well, I mean, I don't know, it's hard to say. Like, Ed Wood was kind of delusional that he thought what he was doing was so good. He was certainly so passionate about it that you kind of admire that. And then the best Ed Wood movie is a movie made about Ed Wood by Tim Burton. So that was like the original disaster artist, I guess. That's really what it's inspired by. And I don't like what that guy, Greg Sestero, sort of treats it. Like, oh, look at me, boo-hoo, I'm a victim. Like, who are you? Nobody knew who you were. Nobody cared who you were. You weren't like a successful actor anyway. Like, if you're such a hotshot that you think you're too good for the room, and like, woe is me that I had to be in it, then okay, why aren't you getting offered some bigger movies? And why are you doing it in the first place, right? You're obviously a nobody, so that's the kind of thing you have to put up with early on in your career, and it's your choice. So then in hindsight, he'll say, oh, it ruined my career. But there's a reason why you were in it in the first place. And if you were really that good, it wouldn't have stopped you. There's plenty of great actors who were in bad movies early on in their careers, and you forget about it. So that is kind of like a baby perspective to have. And then on the flip side, you know, now you're known for the disaster artist and all this kind of stuff. So that's the one career like highlight of yours, is that you were associated with The Room, even as bad as it was. So maybe that doesn't speak too kindly to your career in the first place. Sometimes these people are ungrateful, like who was it? Natalie Portman in the Star Wars prequels. Like, she's complaining, oh, it made me look bad and this and that. But it's like, yeah, sure, they're not really well written, but it was, first of all, your choice to be in them. You probably thought, she was a little bit younger then in the first one. You probably thought it would have been a good, where she like doubles out for Keira Knightley. You thought it would have been a good opportunity for you, all this exposure, so many people know you at Star Wars, this and that. So you take it from a positive to a negative, where you want to have it both ways. Oh, now it didn't do so well, or it's kind of clunky dialogue, and now I'm going to blame my career on that. Like, it's the privileged position you're in that, like, whatever roles you get offered are up to you to take. And so there's a reason why you're taking them, because you think there's something good in them for you. It's a weird way to sort of victimize yourself. So we're going to spend like the rest of our natural life looking for this goddamn trilobite stuff. And they're usually not in the water. That's the only way I know how to get them, at least. Or you might have to go on like some sort of deep sea dive. But yeah, as soon as we go further in here, there's almost 100% chance that I'm going to die. So I don't know. Like, you just can't do anything. We could try to get it from like a piranha plant or something. It does sound like something to do with water, but it can be on a lot of different things, I guess. Chitin is like a scale. That looks kind of scary, but at least we always have the option to back out and backpedal our way to success, like in any MMO or other sort of playthrough I would do. So we'll go to the beach like on the other side, let's say. I can always build a house, or I don't know. Like, I wouldn't want to walk back at night. You're tired, stop moving for a moment. This is really what gets you killed. Like, you're in the middle of combat or you're running away from something, and they expect you to just do that. Or, I mean, I do have that mobile house. The one thing I guess I forgot is the fireplace, but that I should be able to do pretty easily. This is where I tried to build one of my extra houses in the woods, because I thought, oh, that's a nice little halfway checkpoint between, you know, the beach on the other side where I've been building most of my first houses. But now here it starts to get very dangerous. And it's just not even consistent with, like, oh, you know, higher elevation is more dangerous and away from the beach and the water. It was, like, right near the beach at the lowest possible elevation ever. Like, not where I am now, but this dude is just constantly tired. Like, that would be totally the one you should get, right? You should get stamina-only build rather than melee-only build, but it's not like I'm doing it for optimal reasons. It's just how I like to do it. Just pick something and commit to it hard. We're like a stupid caveman who's just like very, you know, whatever. It'll take us like that sort of suits my style of play too, not knowing anything. We're discovering fire for the first time. We got to have a 2001 Space Odyssey overused theme moment. But that's not when they discover how to use fire. That's when they discover how to use like a bone as a weapon or something. And that is a great shot where it turns from the bone into the spaceship. Like some of the Kubrick theories are so out there that I hate it. Like it could just be some random thing that he didn't think anything about, or even if he did, that doesn't mean that it's up to you as the audience to come up with that. But I wish I could make movies and just do a bunch of random shit. Oh, like a bear is giving a little whatever suck job to some guy on a bed, and like, wow, there's all kind of theories about this. It means that Jack Torrance did something to, you know, bad to Danny like that, or whatever. Like, it's just a random thing. Like, there's no context at all, but people read into his so deeply. Okay, dude. Like, I'm going across like a little skipping pond, and it's doing that to me. I really don't like fighting stuff in the water or at night, because visibility is one of my biggest pet peeves, I guess. Just not being able to see what you're doing. That almost just kills you so fast. Like, look at that. That's insane. Because you get so stiff. You're tired. You're in the water. You're, you know, he breaks your bones. In a way, it's arguably one of the safest things to do, though, because... Let's eat like 5 more. Does it get to a threshold where it starts to heal you? Man. And I don't think those even necessarily drop it. Now we're in like a totally different zone. But look how punishing it is. You can't even skip across the water like that. Now we got to watch behind the rocks or something. There'll be some crazy level 10 that just rams into us, which it wasn't here. It was like over a little further on that side. Now we're in a totally uncharted territory. I'm off the map and in the... I kind of added that. I used that as like a chest title. I'm off the board and in no pawns land. I thought that's what Barbosa says in the first movie. Turn this into my movie review format. Like, you're off the map. Here there be monsters, he says, but I add the middle part where I thought he said like you're off the map in no man's land, but that was just used as like a title for some other later movie. Now this guy's a different color, which means he must be a lot stronger. I should just build my house here and we'll be satisfied, because it's totally on a different part of the map. So, you know, surely it couldn't be a bad idea. Let's just replace all of this here. 1, 2. I mean, this does make it a little more tedious, but I kind of like it as a novelty. It's always nice to keep up with console in some way that way. And it's the perfect excuse to do it. I actually wasn't even intending to do the series, which this is like a series within a series of just, you know, it's a series within a series because of the simple fact that you're able to, you know, do... what do you call it? Xbox Game Pass, like go through every game on there and do some sort of challenge or some run with it. But I tried to do it on PC and it wasn't recording right. Hey, Maddie, how's it going? Like, even, what did I do on there? Like a Memoir Blue, and it was like bugging out. And that's like such a low-res, small indie game kind of thing. Story game. Okay, so I don't really need anything in there. Pretty good. So do I dare risk trying to kill this? Because it's going to be even tankier than the other ones. Although these ones don't really fight back. The main thing I should do here is make another fireplace. Or maybe they will fight back, who knows. He's not even trying to run away or anything. Got the dodos here, so at some point we'll find a trilobite here, and that'll be our whole run, because that's all I'm really looking for. These things I don't think fight you either, right? But they're just super tanky, and he kind of gives me a run around and all this kind of stupid stuff. There's plenty of abundant hide. It's almost somehow a bad sign that like everything is going good for once, so you know something bad is gonna happen. Okay, our health is back to full. We're gonna get all this meat, so it's gonna be in good shape. So let's see, what do we need to make a fireplace again? I'm never gonna remember this stuff either. Why did you want a trilobite? Isn't that just a big... Yeah, it has like some weird resource that I need to make... what was the next thing I wanted to make? This thing. So like a chitin. And I had it like last time, and then I just got it, I guess, by sheer chance. I wasn't really looking for it. There's usually a couple on the beach somewhere. I'm trying to do it like where I craft everything in order, even if I don't really want to craft it. Or I don't think I have a use for it. Campfire. We're just leveling up by standing and doing nothing. Looking at my inventory. Idle, quicker game. Okay, that's good. It's like I always do like a million formats in one with something. It's not enough just to do like, oh, normal blind playthrough or permadeath or something. Although I was expecting that it would end after I died one time, which was very unrealistic maybe. Survival games just aren't fair for that because it's very easy to, you know, it'll be just trial and error. Let's try to get some rocks. Definitely an abundant dodo population here. And I'm not even including myself. Okay, can't make that. We probably need some fiber. Or we probably just need some rocks, actually. Hard to tell when that red thing actually can be fixed. So that's not even you crafting another one. It's just you fixing the one that you already have. There's nothing hostile here yet. You're going to be turning to nighttime already? I don't think I've been to this part of the map actually yet. It's taken me so long to make any progress that way, but every time I try to, like going out too far from my bases, every time I try to, I just get completely destroyed by something. That alligator moment, like from bad to worse, Far Cry 3, like you go out a little bit, a leopard attacks you, then you try to shoot at it, then the aggro something else, a tiger attacks you, because it has all the scripted animations where like they grab onto your arm and stuff, and then you have to do like a QTE to get them off you. It'll be like one into another, then bandits will come and attack you. Let's see. That's the real reason why it's a stealth game, just because everything gets attracted so well to every little thing that you're doing. So what else do I need here? Stones and flint. Of course, I'm a bit... Wait, how am I still over encumbered when I just put down like my whole goddamn house? I carried that with me. What did I pick up on the way that was so heavy? And see, at least the stones have a physical presence, like where, you know, you pick up a stone, it's actually gone. Unlike the berries, where, you know, even by the game's own logic, that's a little bit of a weird thing where, you know, people would say, oh, well, you're just stupid because you didn't know the berries were there. I guess I wasn't expecting it to be that easy to get them. Okay, so we want to keep some extra for our slingshot, too. I don't think I've used that very effectively yet. It's sort of like... what else did we need? Maybe wood? I'm sort of being a bit of a handhold Andy here with just how much I'm not, you know, relying on what it's telling me. I totally would want to do a no tooltip run, but my memory's so bad I could beat the game and then still do that after because I'll never remember how to make stuff. That is definitely the most punishing way to play it. Like, just try to guess what you would need to craft stuff, which usually is pretty intuitive, but it's just, you know, that would make it even harder to... under all the pressure that you're dealing with. Which this beginning area is pretty easy, but I think that's fair not to start in like one of the super hard spawn points. Go ahead and put some thatch in there. People will probably just put their own defecations they'll pick up as they're going along in there and stuff. So now almost want to make a storage box too. I have 44 wood, so that's obviously the sort of thing that's going to weigh me down. Yeah, now it's nice to have multiple bases. So I'd have to go back to like where we spawn in to find the other one. I'm almost going to forget where some of them are. Or it confuses me so much that we have the houses from the other characters still around. Just because they sort of stay around to rub it in your face that how many times you died. It seems like they maybe auto despawn after a while, but... or it expects you to sort of break them down. Yeah, let's continue on the trilobite hunt. It's nice to sort of have an objective like that. Where, you know, we're sort of just doing whatever we would do normally, but... if that gets rid of everything, let's keep the meat, or let's actually cook the meat. And so when you cook it, even if it's about to spoil, it should reset the count on that. And yeah, that cooked fish meat is kind of legendary that it just lasted so long. Oh, I guess we had the note on us the whole time, too. Now, we shouldn't be very encumbered, and there's nothing else I really need. Yeah, let's just cook some of this stuff. We can drink this, fill it up. I'm very scared to even go in the water now, because every time I do, I almost die in like 0.5 seconds. Go to here. Yeah, that's probably one of the dumbest moments, too, ever of mine. I'm like, oh, this is a survival game? Like, it has survival in the name, but you know how that is. The way they market it, like, oh, it's about dinosaurs, and it's about... you know, whatever, just riding on a raptor and shooting people with your SMG. But I didn't know it would have this much commitment to survival elements. There was always a case where a bird would come and attack me too, and I couldn't get away from it. It wasn't the pterodactyl, actually. It was something else. Okay, there's got to be one on this beach somewhere. This is where they like to be. I killed a couple of them on my other playthrough. Or wait, I made the box, I made the fire. I should be good here. So now I don't even have to feel the need to go back. I'm basically just very adamant about trying to farm hide because it's so annoying to get. Sometimes you just get kind of strapped for it. So now I'm almost taking revenge and just stockpiling it. These guys are kind of clowns. They're not going to fight you, but they'll give you a crazy runaround. But my melee damage is at such a peak that it should be okay. This part actually doesn't seem that dangerous. Could be famous last words. I have a lot of moments like that. It's not even me like talking trash about the game sometimes, like, oh, you know, what an easy area, what a joke. It's just more like I'm, you know, just observing what's happening. Like that happened in Earthbound. Oh, these bats are such a joke. It'd take 1,000,000 of them to kill me, and then they do like a one-shot ability that I didn't know they had, and they didn't do after like fighting 50 of them or whatever. I forget what they're called. They're like the green bats. Right now, the big thing you have to do is make sure you definitely craft. So much to the point where I try to put this on the bar all the time, just because that happens a little bit too often. It almost seems to happen a lot if you hit their tails, or at least that happens with the turtles. I don't know what exactly I need for it. A little bit more wood. Yeah, this is kind of the right way to do it. So keep building out so you always have a house to go back to. In before we come back and it's gone because it caught on fire from lightning or some dinosaur attacked it while I was away. Like, I don't know how to really account for stuff like that. Some of these survival games can be especially cruel with mechanics like that happening. So what could I possibly need for this? What level even are we? We're level 16, which that probably is about as high as I've been, or it must be because obviously, if you keep unlocking these, I've never been this far with that. Training dummy. Stone arrow. Wait, why couldn't I get these? Requires 9 engram points. Requires 11 slingshot. Stone arrow. So there would be sort of a tiered system to it, even if you were trying to skip ahead. It doesn't mean you would have had to have made a slingshot. It just means you would have had to unlock it, I guess. And a lot of the stuff we can't learn because they're from like other DLC or something. Yeah, our melee damage should be on fleek here with 180. This is the farthest we've been. Nothing could go wrong now. Trying to play it extra safe, but those fish keep trolling me every time I go for a drink. So make the other thing, it's kind of really not giving me as many fibers as normal. So there's a lot of these infinite resources that you can just kind of grasp at the air. You know, you'll always have fibers, you'll always have berries. So starving to death is the least concerning thing of all. I don't think I've died to that once at least. So let's make a record and do it this time. Accomplish something new today. Yeah, now this is where this kind of completionist thing is both a good and a negative. I have to go out on a journey for a trilobite that could get me killed, and you're doing all this kind of stuff and just exploring. That tree's kind of bugged out. But also, ooh, what is this? Explorer notes. She's having the same issue as I do, that the music is too loud to hear her on the title screen.
Keeps it safe from the bitter temperature. While its huge fangs are excellent for delivering death blows, the creature's claws can be just as deadly. Despite normally being a solitary creature,
I'd love to sit through and hear this, but we'll probably die to something as we're doing it. A saber-tooth will attack you while you're reading and listening to the narration about a saber-tooth. Like, could I hear this again later if I leave?
Perhaps even a Tyrannosaurus. Either way, Smilodon brutalis should not be underestimated. While not as fast as raptors, there's no denying the saber-tooth's increased resilience and power. In addition, well-trained saber-tooth can be taught to use their claws to flay corpses. This may sound morbid, but it is among the best ways to quickly gather large quantities of hide from the giant beasts of the island.
The game's even trying to give me advice when this is a no advice run, but that's the first of those we've ever seen in any of these runs. Maybe it's just because I've never gone this far in. I was hoping it'd be a chest that would actually give us some loot or something useful, or like one of the Don't Starve reference 1 million, like we're basically some traveler, even though, you know, you're playing single player there, some traveler who died previously, his stuff is still laying around, and so you can just pick it up and be like a grave robber. So up 510%. I don't know what that means. That's a buff from like what I just read. Get you have like a super effective advantage against them because you have that knowledge. I kind of want to see how those things work, but I guess I'll do it at night. Like if I can hear the narration again and stuff. You guys way too tanky, but this is where you get tired and let him chase you too far. Jesus Christ. Getting all this intense combat music too. So now you should never fight. I'm gonna not follow my own advice. Because now if something comes up upon you, you're not gonna have a spear, right? So it's already, I just kind of hate these things because of how annoyingly tanky they are and how they always give me a runaround and stuff. But basically, you don't have that little spear in your back pocket. They can't be this hard to find, or even if it's not a trilobite, just anything that drops a chitin, which I don't know what really would do that. Wooden foundation, look how far we are, and I try not to look ahead here too, because I don't want it to, I don't want to like spoil stuff, even though we're gonna have to look forward to. So maybe there's machine guns and stuff in there. The way it's starting out is almost like it's not that kind of game where you'd ever get that, but the title cover art, if that spoils me for it, like, let's actually eat all 10 of these just for the fuck of it, and we have a ton of raw meat to cook. Okay, go here. Or wait, or a lot if it's already cooking. 20 in here. Somehow I don't like to leave the spoiled meat in there. Or wait, oh, we lost our spears completely. Cooked meat is good. We'll get rid of the fish meat. Or something weird's happening with the fish meat, like it's bugging out. It keeps refreshing itself and never going bad, right? It's the same chunk of it the whole time. Go ahead, put these in there, take the spoiled meat out. What happened? Go there. It seems like you only have 3 spaces to work with sometimes, but then it goes, wow, we're like power leveling somehow. Everything we're doing is just every 5 seconds we're getting a level. Not even doing anything. Wooden fence support, wooden triangle. So we can obviously start to learn how to farm probably with some of this stuff. There's been an abundant amount of hide here. In fact, I'm curious, how much do I have? 34. We have like another 40 on the other side. So the big thing here is let's just try to, oh yeah, make the spears for sure. For which we need, again, how many times am I going to look at it? You need fibers, flint. Okay, we would need a little more of something other than fibers, I mean. Berries almost start to annoy me now because now I don't even want them. We're so rich on meat. Let's go. We can't even kill that actually, or we could kill it with the fucking torch, but maybe we'll spare him this time. We need a little bit more flint to be able to make the second one. That one's just indestructible. Make it again. So yeah, that is kind of a good strategy to follow, but I didn't follow it there, I guess. Basically just because I was so eager to kill that guy. But normally you would say, as soon as the first one breaks, just back off and, you know, don't try to overdo it. Where did this guy go? It'll go so long without breaking sometimes, it kind of makes you wonder what it's really breaking too. It's not like the hard shell of the turtle. It could just be any random thing. Where did he go? Oh, here he is. These don't even make too much of an effort to run away from you. You have infinite food, infinite resources. Everything is golden. The only thing is we're going to keep putting ourselves at risk for a little bit of adventure and exploration. What was the other thing that I wanted? I made the spears. There's something else like at my base that I wanted to do, I think. So both of these are relatively safe areas, just from my initial instinct of it, but a bunch of berries. We were trying to like put all the meat in here, I guess. 21 meat. It always feels like it's all about to go bad though, but then it somehow manages to stay the course. We have 15 here. See, that doesn't really refresh the thing. Or is that going to somehow mess it up that, you know, now you don't have enough room? What was I just looking at in there? We have the spoiled meat, which is actually useful for a couple things. Yeah, and see, a lot of the stuff you start with, I've obviously made no attempt to want to use. It's pretending like it's not there. But then imagine like, oh, you can't get rid of it from your inventory because it's so good or whatever, soulbound. And then it also weighs you down. Like, that could really get you in trouble. Now, that must mean there might be saber-toothed cats around, or whatever the scientific name that she was saying was. So this is not a hostile thing from my experience. We've seen those before. The dodos are just prime for the taking. That looks like his own defecation. Right, way too big for me to be responsible for that. Okay, so this is a gold mine for the dodos. Anytime you find a new area, because again, the starting areas are starting to have less and less, not because they just naturally do, but we already killed so many of them. And so it's kind of saving that and holding that against us. That must be the case. Okay, I don't have to mess around with the turtle. And I don't think they drop it. I guess I could take a chance and try to do it. Gotta be a trilobite around here, man. It's such a random quest for the trilobite. When I upload to YouTube, if I ever upload, that'll be the name of the episode. But I do like those sort of oddball things that you have to pick up for some of these things. They sort of force you to go out, and we're sort of playing into that just because we ordinarily could just skip crafting some of it. If we make this, then we can finally make narcotics. So we're not going to make much progress that way, but at least I'm happy with the placement of my bases. What is that? I can't tell what that thing is. But I obviously don't want to mess with it. You're definitely at a major disadvantage in the water in a way that you definitely don't want to dick around with it. But this could be like contributing to some sort of bad karma meter. Like, oh, you're killing so many helpless, defenseless things that won't fight back. So clearly some big, whatever, some big patriarch of this kind will come and get you. Like how if you chop down too many trees and don't starve again, that big tree monster will come after you and chase you. Tired. Gotta always be careful as you're inching into a new area. That guy totally snuck up on me last time where he's come out from like behind the rocks and just like impales me. We're going pretty far in, but we're not really going, you know, away from the water because that's always our safe zone. The way of water, always my strategy. You're dehydrated, let's drink that and try to fill it up. So whatever that buff is that we got from the from reading that thing obviously went away. Oh no, I kind of wanted to look at that by the fire and see if I could like hear the text, the voice again and stuff. Yeah, when it first pops up, the music is so goddamn loud you can't even hear her. We could cross over to there, but we're definitely going to rest at this house for the night, so I better be able to come back. Could be some secret hidden treasure in here. Always behind a waterfall. That's a big trope of a lot of games. Castlevania games would always do that. As if there should be a waterfall in Dracula's goddamn castle in the first place, but somehow there always was. Come on, where is the little dinky trilobite? Fuck. It dropped like 30 of them too, I think, when we killed the one. Right? So I assume a lot of them might be even in the water, underwater. Getting close to nighttime. Kind of game where you're going to have clear separation of biomes, but also clear separation of day and night, where, you know, it's going to happen like very quickly. But definitely the day and night last a super long time. Okay, this is going to be like one of the poison ones or one of the thief ones. Either way, they can be a problem. I think it's the poison one, actually. Go ahead and munch some of this. I mean, one of these encounters can go wrong, or if they aggro two together. You got to backpedal, and you have to do a little side strafe dodge. It's very hard, like even as I'm specifically just trying to avoid that and move away. Thankfully, our damage might carry us a little. They don't seem that... Oh, please. Yeah, there might be two at once, by the way. I even just said that. Yeah, and they know my biggest weakness is visibility, too. Now we just munch some meat to try to heal. Bone is broken. I mean, again, this is the typical textbook ARK experience. If you go 5 miles, 5 steps in any direction too far, you got to just retrace your steps and figure it out. But now I'm almost motivated to try to keep going. But see, if that same exact encounter happens again, I'll be in trouble. Oh, there's another one, too. It's getting way more hostile. Those are the primary things that we've even fought the whole run, right? so many of the enemies are not hostile, or not only are they not hostile, but they're not even defensive. Like, even when they're just kind of minding their own business, you attack them, but they won't even fight you back. Some of them won't even try to run away. So we could go back to the fireplace for the night, and then I'll try to watch through that little, whatever, the saber-toothed cat thing. This is gonna be a better version of humankind, where like you go from the caveman era and you build your way up to modern technology, and even beyond maybe. That's at least what I remember about it, or like about it. Yeah, I mean, if we find the trilobite, so be it, but I don't think we're ever going to now. That might have been just a very lucky thing that we just happened to have. Like, I didn't go out of my way looking for it then. Or was that the guy who looked like he was some sort of Loch Ness monster in the water? He's maybe not meant to be in the water like that anyway. This thing looks kind of rare. But I doubt it'll have a chitin. Push him towards the land, or I shouldn't even really mess with it. Or that's almost bad karma. I almost died just by picking on some helpless little thing. I'm even scared to try to skin it because that guy will come back and hit me. It's just so easy to die in a very basic sense. Like, that raptor hits you with the poison, it gets you to half or whatever. Could be a big mistake. Organic polymer. See, yeah, we're getting all these kind of rare resources. But the organic polymer on the other side, now I don't know whether that'll fight me or not. I haven't seen one of those yet. You know, those have gone bad in my other base. You got to kind of remember and pay attention to what drops what. If you need it in the future, now you're going to know at least. Go kill that random thing that I've only seen one of in the whole game to get the organic polymer. Or I can't remember what gave it to me before. Or there are going to be more of these here. I mean, I really shouldn't mess with this, but maybe we can get it before anything attacks us from the water. Yeah, in a way, that's kind of a waste because I'm not going to use it probably for a while. I can't really complain about this area, though. It's been very generous with all kinds of other type of stuff. We'll just have to go looking. I'm assuming a lot of them are on the beach, but they could just be randomly in the jungle and stuff. But I kind of don't even want to go anywhere else. Or we'll keep pushing in that same direction where we almost just died. Once my health goes back up to full and maybe in the next morning. This is good, though. This is like an explorative, atmospheric, stealth kind of playthrough. RP playthrough. I don't know how much RP you can really do in a game like this, but I'll find a way. It's very nice, slow pace. Think about how long it'll take us to get to max level or to make any sort of meaningful progress. Although it wouldn't have taken seemingly as long as it had so far if I just hadn't died so much. So that's always the penalty. So that's why, like, the absolutist tendency of how I play stuff is sometimes, even if I complain about something, I'm not making an excuse because if I die, it still counts, right? Like, even in Paladins, people were saying that, like, oh, you know, you're complaining about how the game mode works because, oh, it's unfair if you go second. But if I lose the game, it still counts and I can't play that character anymore. So they're dead, right? So that's the way to equalize. You can complain, but you're not really making an excuse. If it was an excuse, then you would say, oh, well, it doesn't count and I get to play the character because that was just a bullshit thing. And now we're letting a lot of this meat go to waste, too. 28. Get rid of the spoiled meat. You know, if I put the 40 meat, does that mean it'll make another slot of it, or like, will it give cooked meat? Let's actually wait, because sometimes it, like, morphs a fourth slot open. Whatever, 40 is enough anyway. Yeah, we'll have to get some science machine technology to try to work towards having some kind of a refrigeration system to save all that. Let's look around maybe a little bit in the other direction. I guess I didn't go too far that way. Unless it's just a dead end with water. Yeah, how much hide must I have? It must be, yeah, 107. So we certainly aren't going to complain about that. Even if I wanted to make some extra stuff of some of the things I already have, right, that just requires lots of hide, I could easily do it now. I don't know how much crouching and playing stealthy really helps you either. Cooked meat, spoiled meat. Wait, how did I get cooked meat? Or no, just that it turned into spoiled meat. It was probably telling me. And you get tired just way too goddamn much, though. This is what makes it so hard. You can't just run away from stuff. Another dodo here. Kind of want to stay within a reasonable distance of the house. But you could make that a goal like every day. At the night, make another house and have it in your pocket ready to go for tomorrow. And then if you do that, you'd basically be able to keep pushing further in. So this is at least a pretty good distance from the other one, I feel like. But then again, I don't know what good distance is in a game like this because I've made very little progress that way. You don't really need to drink water, or we'll drink a little bit. Very dangerous to go in there for even a millisecond. Eat a little bit of this. But yeah, even this should hydrate you because the bloody red meat of it will definitely be a factor. So again, the whole punctuation on today's episode would be not only that we finally survive a whole second episode, but if we can get a goddamn trilobite or anything that'll drop the chittens. Maybe something has and I just haven't noticed that. This is a totally different sort of environment than what we've seen with all the grass and stuff. It's maybe the wrong time to be doing this too, just because it's almost night. Oh God. What? That's cheating. I didn't even see that guy there as I was going through. Yeah, I can do damage over time bullshit too. I don't know if this is going to be really that effective, but Jesus, these guys can be very scary. Uh-oh. Fucking. That other guy really did aggro too. Come on, don't do anything stupid now. Let's just go back to the base. Fuck, maybe I'll save the trilobite journey for next time. Yeah, I took that guy out without being able to see him the whole time. We have to bring that training of ours to, imagine if this guy kills me of all things. He's really trying to be tamed by me, but I'm not ready to tame you. Non-consensual volunteering for tameship is frowned upon. Like, we got to bring that back to Ava when we go back to Dark Souls 2, which I eventually will do. I'll do it as a bonus series, like how I'm doing my main hard one now of PvZ. But I like how I say that, too. Like, every series I do is kind of a hard mode of some kind, except for my card games and stuff. Even then, sometimes. Or at least I'll occasionally do a challenge with it. The only one that I haven't done that with is, like, Magic the Gathering. I don't think I did a single format with that. In fact, I couldn't really figure out what I would want to do. Like, oh, if I can't get to X rank this month, I have to delete my account or something. And so basically, I was doing it like where last October when I first started playing, like, oh, if I can't, because I was on a high of getting that Wild Challenge from Hearthstone, too. If I don't get to Wild Legend in September, that was like the one and only chance I had to try it. So in October, I'm like, if I can't afford to buy the skeleton cosmetic, the little skeleton pet, then I would have to delete my account. But I ended up not being able to save for it, but that was more so just a joke. But that was the only thing closer to a format that I thought of for that. So I don't know to what extent those things respawn, really. Because it seemed like the dodos and whatnot wouldn't really respawn in the areas, at least, that I already killed them. So, I mean, we can just kind of chill at night. And then maybe I'll look one more time for some trilobites in the morning. But basically, it was at least a success on the level that I wanted it to be, just trying to survive a little bit. And we had a lot of close calls, though, but it wouldn't be exciting otherwise. Of course, as a permadeath professional expert, you know, you got to make it interesting somehow. It almost feels like I am doing that sometimes because of how I go out of my way just for adventure and stuff, like in WoW Classic. I'm obviously not playing it just for that, but my perfect record is still undefeated, like 3-0. With the fourth one pending with very, very many close calls. And I even remember, like, off the top of my head, what the close calls in the other runs were. That's how you know you're taking it seriously. Like, oh yeah, that one time in Ungoro where I, like, had a dot on me that was like a poison, and I had to vanish, and then I vanished, and then I still almost died after because it broke my stealth. Or, like, in the wetlands on the Priest where I feared stuff, some of the Murlocs, and then they aggroed a whole bunch more, and they netted me or something. With Psychic Scream, so that's where AoEs like that can get you in trouble, or like Fear. I don't really remember on the warrior, but basically that could be very hard because you don't have a lot of outs or heals or anything. So at night, I kind of just get lethargic and don't want to do anything because, you know, like even in that combat moment, I couldn't see shit, and I'm not going to use my torch to fight the whole time. Or if it breaks, then I just have to blind fire it. That is a very unfair sort of moment. Or all this sporadic moving around gets you in trouble because you, you sort of expend your energy more than you need to, but we have plenty of goddamn meat, so it's not a big deal. In fact, I feel bad for wasting so much of it. It's going to get to the point where I'm just going to run out of resources that way. I could build something else here while I wait. Access. We could build like a second box maybe. Right, so which of these things do I really want? Raw meat, raw meat. I should keep that just so I don't forget about it, but whatever. Next time we go to the fire, we'll do it. It's not like I'm going anywhere anyway. Yeah, I'll just kind of go up and down the beach a little bit more in the morning. I really don't feel like doing anything now, or we might catch one out. Yeah, look how rare and coveted this resource is. It's like a El Dorado plot device. Like, oh, we'll find a chitin again one day. Like our ancestor, we could do it in RP. Like that was our ancestor. He found it, but he died, and the mystery of his success, the secret of how he found it, died with him. Oh, I should check that saber cat thing too. I guess I just always underestimate the stamina thing too. It's very hard not to get tired. Yeah, let's see exactly how that whole menu worked. What even is that? This is groups, which of course there are going to be no groups. It's going to be like here, Explorer notes, Helena Walker. And it's just like randomly placed in here too, towards the bottom. Sabertooth dossier.
Is a solitary hunter, generally found in cold, lightly wooded areas. The island's mountains are the
common name, Sabertooth, species. Oh my god, I can't even read by the fireplace in peace. For fuck's sake. Put in the little thatch again. Although that's not going to be enough still. Oh, it still keeps going even here, which is nice. I just love how obnoxious the music was to interrupt her like that. Yeah, that'd be like a sick National Geographic video, like how 4 hyenas try to take out a tiger, and they would have done it if their mate didn't come to rescue them, basically. Or one of his buddies, at least. This could be kind of fun after a while if you get a whole bunch of these, because you can listen to these as radio, like as you're running around and stuff. See, this makes it feel like this sort of advice is justifiable. We already kind of listened to it, so let's just look at it maybe a little up close. Kind of all good stuff to do at night. Oh, stop saying that again. Jesus Christ. Lightly wooded. I mean, what am I supposed to do if I find one of these? Shooting in the head with a slingshot and hope he gets knocked out? Like, while not as fast as raptors, there's no denying that saber-tooths increase resilience and power. In addition, well-trained saber-tooth can be taught to use their claws to flay corpses. All kind of mechanics that I wouldn't be interested in using, but that's kind of a very scary thing. I haven't been scared of anything in this game more than that now. Even all the dinosaurs aren't as scary as the fucking saber-tooth tiger, apparently. Or we haven't seen a T-Rex or anything yet.
While not as fast as raptors, there's no denying the saber-tooth's increased resilience and power.
These things are kind of pushovers that you could just try to kill for some hide, but I think I've been spoiled with hide already so far. Come on, there'll be a sneaky trilobite on the beach. This is where they like to be. There's too much grass here, I think, for that to make sense, though. I think I even found one in the woods, too. Or again, maybe other things can drop chittens, too. It doesn't just have to be a trilobite. It's amazing how hard this is to find. Or you could take your chances with a turtle, but I certainly wouldn't do it at night. Like, I'm not even doing anything and this guy's tiring out. What a clown. We can, like, look maybe just the next day, or maybe I can save that for next time. I just wanted that to be a checkpoint. Like, what would we be crafting after that? We could make the narcotics, and then we'll just kind of go looking for whatever's next on the list. I almost don't even like to look ahead. I just like to focus on one tunnel vision on one objective. That's like a quest within a quest. Just the overall quest is just don't die. The mini quest is just, you know, craft everything in order and do it in a very methodical way and just sort of explore and, you know, whatever. Because otherwise there really is no objective, or like whatever the main story would probably be telling you to do something, but I just don't even care. So this is like an open world type of experience, but the whole levels of enemies can sometimes throw that off. Like if you try to go too far in, you'll just get one shot by something. Like even this feels like, oh, I've gone a little bit farther in, but because you're by the water, it doesn't feel like it. Like this is more so just a river. It's not going to lead out to the ocean, or it does, I guess, if you go far enough. But like this is just shallow water that leads to shallow water that just leads to where I came from over there, which even that we could barely cross without almost dying. Eat a little bit of the meat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I almost want to overeat it because so much of this is going to go bad. All right, we have like 50 raw meat in the thing, in the chest, and I don't think putting it in the chest helps it at all. Arguably, it would though. If you put it in a box, besides putting it like out in the air, assuming wherever I'm keeping all this stuff in my pocket or something, you would basically be able to at least not have it be in the air as much, so that would help a little bit. Yeah, this has way more depth as a survival game than I would have thought. I thought it would be like more somehow combat focused and stuff, or at least that's how they market it, and again, that's probably how a lot of people play it. Like I go to play Polytopia and it's like, but this could be a nice place to make a little fire and stuff. It could also be a nice place to die if somebody is gonna ambush me here. Kind of hard not to make yourself stick out because, you know, you're gonna have the fire on and just not really playing too sneakily. Yeah, he'll come out from like somewhere here and attack me. Is this somehow even the same spot? I guess it couldn't be. Like I'm walking along the beach on that side, and then he comes out from here and ambushes me. But that's a good way to maybe prevent having to walk across the water if this took me like to the other side. I don't even know where I am now. Yeah, I just don't have the will to really do anything when it's nighttime. I should make another chest maybe. Just make some wood. I think the box that we have down there is not the engram for the box. It's actually the box itself to place. That can always be a little bit confusing. You go ahead and make a couple of... chop down a couple of trees. And we'll need some fiber surely as well. I'm not getting as much here, actually. Weird. It's one of those things. Just swipe at the air. Like, where am I exactly getting it from? Only stones. Only stones. This is where that aspect can get annoying, because you don't even know where it's coming from. So how am I supposed to... Yeah, I haven't made very good use of the slingshot yet, I will admit. What else could I possibly need for it? Oh, you just need more wood than I'm giving it credit for. Yeah, this is a good time to just gather around your base, or to at least, you know, craft stuff and look through inventory and read flavor text and whatnot. If you are a coward like me and you want to not do anything at night. Go ahead and plop that down. I kind of get obsessed with making like 1 million of these because there's no downside to it, I guess. You just have more space to work with. Well, like, who needs a fence when you can just build a fortress? That's literally how I would play it too. You would build a fucking fortress around your house of just chests, just because you're so OCD. Like, who said playing like a completionist is a downside or like a liability? That'd be an awesome meme, like, photo to represent it. Just build like 100 chests around your house. I don't know how that would work if something actually came to try to attack you. They would have to at least jump over it or do something. Let's see. None of this stuff is particularly valuable. Oh, I thought this was one of the things that you couldn't actually put away. Or maybe it's because I always run out of space before. Let's try to make a third one while we're at it. And that would enable me maybe to do that. Because so far it feels like I've never been able to put away some of this stuff. Somehow it prioritizes putting the stuff at the bottom first, I guess. So we need like 20 something wood. Why does it feel like I didn't need that much before? Yeah, I like to keep my thing like nice and light as far as how much stuff I'm carrying. It's a random fiber that you just pick up from thin air. I assume, at least. How could we have not picked up enough wood? Or no, I keep making that same goddamn mistake I was just talking about. It should really let you switch between those, and maybe it does somehow. Okay, drink your little thing because I'm too lazy to go in the water, but I'll just fill it up. You don't have to go like as deep in the water, I guess, like underwater to be able to drink it. You're just kind of filling it up that way. We're not really even using it the way you would think you normally would. Like, oh, you're in the middle of the woods and there's no water around, so you try to, you know, just do that to drink it. Here, you're just doing it because you're lazy or scared to go for a dip. Now we have a third one, so let's see if this stuff will actually go in there. It'd be amazing if I still didn't realize that you could do that. Yeah, it's just because you run out of space, I guess. So we'll make another one. We'll make a fourth one. Why not? Let's eat some of this meat. Eat like 9 of it. I don't know if it's somehow going to waste, but... yeah, let's just see if we can't punctuate the experience with a trilobite, but maybe I'm getting greedy and obsessed with it. Like, just give it to me, dude. Fuck. Level 24. We've made pretty good progress, though. It makes it look like I've actually made a lot more progress than I have, but I'm going to have to slow pace it to just go in order. So there'll be some other resource that's also rare that'll go bad, like the organic polymer, by the time I get around to doing that. Just pretend that's actually how it works. Like, you're not allowed to progress and do anything else until you do that first. We cleared out most of the dodo population and everything. Or maybe it gives me an unfair advantage that I only play once a week because stuff will somehow respawn in the game itself in a way that's just... you need a stone. Look what I made. It's a stone. I didn't make that. That stupid quote from whatever, the Mario thing. I've never seen this show, but like whatever it was, it's actually probably pretty successfully. Like, people act like it's such a bad show, but then it's memed on so much, it's probably meant to be like that. Whereas the Zelda one, I think, was just genuinely bad. Whatever, the Zelda CDI stuff. And they did make a show of that too, I guess. Okay, how much do we actually need? Okay, it must be fiber then that I need. Always the resource that I sleep on the most. You're cold, you're tired. Put them box down again. And it's like a combination of having to do it on console, which makes everything a little bit slower and more stunted, but also my OCD tendency. Like, it has to go always in such a exact pattern. Like, I could just put that on the first slot and do it that way. I don't know how much better it would really be on PC. Like, you would still have to go through a lot of menus and whatever, but it's obviously objectively better, just like every other game in existence. I can't think of a single game that's better on console than on PC. The best you could argue with that is just like, oh, it's better in the sense that... so I did actually make a new discovery with this, that all the pay-to-win, whatever, free stuff that they give you can actually be deposited. It just always seems to do it last. So we would still have to make another one. I don't really even care about all that. We'll make a 5th one. I don't care. Now, both of our bases will be kind of jacked out with stuff. Can I actually get this one that's bugged out? Or now it seems almost more bugged out than before. Stone, thatch. It's like we're kind of hacking the game. We're getting both the mining resource and the wood resource at once because it's on top of each other. Hyper efficient speedrun tactic. Yeah, like I wonder what the speedrun record for this game is. Like, obviously probably just doing the story mode or getting to max level, which I don't even know what the max level is. So it's like morning time. I don't like to leave off at night, but maybe I'll do that on purpose. So I'll just scour the beach for the trilobite, and if I can't find it, that's fine. Then we'll just leave off at this base. Go ahead, eat a few of these. Go ahead, drink that. I'll fill it up. Yeah, it's just because I'm too lazy to go to the water over there, not because I genuinely have to use it. But it does seem like as you go further in, that's going to become a big issue because they're not going to let you there's not going to be bodies of water everywhere in the woods, so you'll have to find some other way to deal with it. What else do I need here? So the whole left button that you keep doing to fill this up is a little bit clunky. And I keep forgetting that, like, every episode. Like, oh, right, I'm playing on console. Like, the thing that I never do 1 day out of the 7 in the week. And I'm not using it as an excuse or anything either. It's just kind of... In a way, I kind of like it, too. Or at least it makes me feel, like, less stupid for having... I have both a PS5 and a obviously, Xbox Series S. So that's what this is on, is Xbox. But my friend kind of gave me this for like $100 because he didn't want it, or he was scalping them or something, and got like so many that he had an extra one, which is maybe degenerate behavior. I don't know for sure if he was doing that, but somehow right when it came out, like nobody wanted them, so they were just in abundance. Whereas the PS5 was very hard to get, so I actually had to get it off Craigslist from somebody. And I'm always like that, like, oh, I have a chance to pre-order it because I always pay attention. I did that with the Switch most notably. I'm looking on the Switch like, oh, I have it ready for pre-order and this and that. But then am I going to have to make yet another one? But let's just eat the goddamn berries. I haven't eaten in a while. Now we'll get sick because we're on a meat-only diet. And then we end up, you know, doing it that way instead. It'll upset what we're used to. Or even we'll eat 2 narco berries and it'll put us to goddamn sleep. Or yeah, I always forget that it removes it from your inventory too. So like now, oh shit. Like now that counts as extra bag space basically. But if you look at our character, it's not like we have a backpack or anything, so what are we doing with all this shit? What? Maybe it just isn't suitable to go in there? All of your compatible items, well that's on your wrist obviously, so you can't just rip it off. Can be equipped to the shield slot or attached to existing shield. Or maybe it's not, I don't know. Oh no, this is it. Scanning the elemental disturbances in caves may reveal hidden information. So I assume those aren't really pay to win or whatever, like free stuff that they just gave you. We're good on all that. Let's just get back to our regular taskbar that I would like to have. Like, what else should be in there? The ability to craft the spear should be in there. But you should always have enough stuff to be able to repair it, I guess is the point. And then we should have our to-do list to remind us of what we're failing to do. Yeah, look how much this is filled out, too, and I'm way behind. It's supposed to be the search function is actually going to become relevant. Let's try to find it. It is the blood thing. They don't seem to be in any particular order. Certainly not in the order that you get them. Or, like, it's not an alphabetic... Or it might be, but sometimes it feels like it's not. Simple bed. Yeah, see, simple bed is above P. Wooden club. Here it is. The blood syringe. Of all things that we're getting stuck on. Something that I'm probably not going to use at all. I don't even know exactly what it's for. Like why you would need to suck your own blood or take blood from a dinosaur or something. So yeah, let's just scan the beach a little bit. And so now we've kind of forgotten about our other home. Or let's pick up a whole bunch of meat too. We're totally going to die from something stupid like water intoxication or from eating too much food together. So it'll be like something positive that we're doing. Like how we die basically by trying to eat narco berries. The 25 here. I almost want to make yet another chest because... Let's put some of the meat in there. Of which is in still pretty good shape. 38. Yeah, maybe it does go bad a little bit slower when you do that. Put that in there, and then... Yeah, let's make maybe one more box. Basically, I'm almost waiting for it to get to night. So next time we can start and relax at night before we do anything. And then we'll go all the long way around. And, like, go back to our other house. Or I don't really even feel the need to do that. What is all this shuffling around behind me? I guess you get lulled into a false sense of security and safety because a lot of stuff just won't attack you. Let's do here. Yeah, anytime I seem bad, I could just blame it on console, but I really wouldn't do that. Or yeah, like I said, in some cases it'll even help you because you're gonna get auto aim assist and stuff like that. That should definitely have been enough. Fuck. Probably need like a stone. Yeah, that's always the one missing component. Because even though I keep it for the slingshot, I don't like to keep those around too much, I guess. We made like 6 boxes here, even more than we had at our original base. The food is definitely not an issue. Water, I keep forgetting about. Good thing he makes all these noises. Otherwise, I'm not even paying attention to the prompts and stuff. Getting more and more scared of the fish, though, the more we dick around in the water. It's we go in for like a second, and we're too tired and we're too slow to get out that we just aren't even able to do anything. Like, you go 100 to 0 that fast. So put all that stuff in there, I don't really need it. So let's just go on a hunting expedition. And we know what our target is. It's possible that these could drop it, but this could be a big mistake too. Is this guy like stronger than the typical? Well, first of all, I can't even do it. We'll take care of this clown first. So I got to get better at dodging that poison thing, which is really hard to do. Maybe it expects you to jump or something. Or you could like try to hit him with the slingshot first. It would be the same thing. You got to juke him a little bit. Or now if we get a second one attacking us, it could be very bad. I normally don't pay attention to that too much. Like, that did happen right when it was turning to nighttime too. Life was better in those days than today. And what days? Oh, like the caveman old school stuff? In some ways it very well might have been, but you'd have the whole world to yourself. Let's see. The life expectancy would be a lot less. That's one of the big downsides, but at least you enjoy it more while you're there. All right, come on. Let's do the grand finale final boss, which is just some dinky... What else did he say it is? Oh, anthropod. Humans doing things in nature. I mean, you could still technically do it today, but people are much less likely to. Go build a log cabin and live in the woods. Write a book. Like, so many people do live like that, like Amish and stuff. So that's the whole irony when people get crazy about like climate control and climate change. Like, oh wow, we want to recycle like a plastic cup and we feel like we're doing something. Meanwhile, some people live like that anyway, not because they care about that, just because that's how they prefer to do it. Or because they have no choice, because they're in still undeveloped parts of the world or whatever. But there's like this sense of whatever. People want to feel very gratified about it. What is that thing up there? I don't want to mess it up and die, though. I've lasted a second episode. I'm not going to jinx it, but this is a new record, and this is as far as we've ever gotten, surely. We want this to last like till like level 100, and then imagine the intensity. Any little thing I do, if I die, we have to go back to the very beginning, which will be very heartbreaking. There should almost be a threshold. Like, if I get past level 50 and I die, then the series is over, because I wouldn't want to restart necessarily at that point either. Like, when people do these crazy Minecraft, you know, oh wow, 100 days in real life spent in the game, and then if you die, you know, like some sort of hardcore Minecraft permadeath thing. I haven't been to this area of the map at all, so it's not like we would have cleared out their population, if it even counts in that way. I don't know whether these different colors mean that they're really stronger or something. That's just a dodo. We did see like another of those poisonous raptors over here. Eat a little bit of meat. Yeah, that's all the, like, what I would call in the debate thing, like the vaccination process. That's all that human beings work towards in all their time alive, is just to make the same basic acts that they would do in the first place more convenient. And the only reason why they need to do that is because there's more people in the first place, because otherwise, you know, there wouldn't be any competing for resources. So like, oh, if you got rid of running water and modern technology, so many of, you know, 70% of the world's population would die off, or this or that. But you only need those things because it's so high in the first place. Like, you would have no problem otherwise. Okay, this could be a big mistake. I don't know whether he's stronger. It could just be a different skin, literally. Cosmetics for the win. Oh, come on, man. He's got, like, tracking shit. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so he's just cosmetically different, but he's the same. And how far would I have to go to get this goddamn thing? I'm still trying to hug the water. I'm scared to go in a little more. Some kind of mixture of nature and technology there. I don't really want to go across the water either. I only need one, too. It's not like I need the 30 that we had before, but presumably you get them from the same thing. There's so many things that are like just very face roll in this game that almost fits with the caveman mentality. Like, how do you skin stuff? Oh, you just whack it more with your weapon. How do you pick up berries? You just grab at the air. Like, it's very hands-on, but uh-oh, this seems like a big mistake to go up here. There'll be like some boss or something. Like, watch, it'll be some scripted event and we'll just get one shot because you're not meant to be doing it yet. Like, what is this? And if we do, we can jump off and escape into the water. That's our escape plan. But obviously that's going to just be suicide too, because there's all these piranha. I always call them piranha plants, like piranha fish, which is what a piranha is naturally anyway. Really, dude? You're surrounded by water and getting dehydrated? This seems like a scary thing. I don't want to mess with that. Or it'll give you a chance to like teleport away or something. But look at the whole eerie vibe, dude. What is this? The music. There's nothing here, so unless I surely would have to do a prompt to activate it. It wouldn't just do it on its own. It'll summon like some crazy boss, or it'll help me teleport somewhere. Access inventory. That made it sound like it would spawn something in or whatever. To just kill me when I go to pick this shit up. Generate dragon. Minimum survivor level requirement. Oh, good, because I would have totally done it anyway. Use this to generate a portal to dragon. Easy. Like, I'm clearly not going to do any of this, but use this to generate a portal to dragon medium. Use a portal to generate this to dragon hard. Level 100, level 75. That doesn't necessarily mean level 100 is the max level either, but artifact of the cunning, immune, Skylord strong. Allosaurus brain. Artifact of cunning, immune, Skylord strong. Basilosaurus blubber. Gigantosaurus hard. One of my favorite cards in Magic the Gathering. 5 mana 10/10. Thusotheus tentacle. Tyrannosaurus arm. Tyrannosaurus legs, lungs. Allosaurus brain, artifact of cunning, immune, Skylord strong, blubber, heart, same thing. So that's kind of spoiling some of the harder things to kill, I guess. That's always an interesting location. Definitely wouldn't want to, yeah, don't you love that part in human history where the guy goes up to some fantastical alien artifact and gets teleported and kills a dragon? That's my favorite part of caveman Neanderthal history. Totally accurate. But I guess these are what the ARKs are. I still don't know what exactly that means. Like, whatever those lights are. If it wasn't for that, you would think this is a totally old-timey caveman type of game. Far Cry Primal, which is pretty bad because like the melee system in that game is so shitty, like for a game that's supposed to be dedicated to that. And Far Cry games kind of moved away from the survival aspect anyway. That's what they originally were known for. This has been a good productive session. We moved our house to another place, so we still have that one intact at the beginning. And so we'll make one little trek back to our base and we'll be good to go. You could really make my day, Mr. Trilobite. If you're anywhere in here, you're going to be in the water. But the water is very dangerous. I need something special to kill the fish somehow a little bit easier, like some sort of electrocution rod that I wouldn't clearly kill myself with. That's the one thing I wish they had in Skyrim, where like if you use you know how there's oil, where if you use fire, it'll set the whole oil on fire and blow up the whole area. If you ever use lightning on the water, like there'll be a cave that has puddles everywhere. It should work the same way, where it electrocutes the puddle and, you know, kills everything in there faster, which could include yourself too. Don't get me wrong. I forget actually if the oil does that. I think it does, right? I should know that, having played the game over 1,000 hours. But if you set the oil on fire, it can kill you too. So it would have that downside. But there's a lot of caves that have a lot of water in them, just puddles on the ground and stuff that almost feel like they're meant for that. It's a good way to mix up the variety in a game that is so huge, and you know, you're going to be seeing these environments over and over. That, and they should have had like limb damage and stuff too, or like if you get a headshot it does more damage, but for some reason people would always say that it does, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Right, like you shoot a bandit in the head with your bow, it does the same as if you hit them anywhere else. I'm pretty positive. What was in the other direction? I guess I didn't check in that direction too far. At least we sort of hit a checkpoint on that side where it was like some crazy whatever, some portal to a dragon that you can spawn in, which I wouldn't want to do anyway. See, what if that triggered on its own, though? By simply looking in the inventory, it spawned something to try to kill you. So then that could have gotten me killed, and that would have been another trial and error moment, right? That it has ended every run. Like, you make a little bit of progress, then you die, then you make a little more progress, so you keep learning from your mistake, but then you keep making new mistakes, or, like, going to some other new area altogether. Wait, where's my house? How far did I go? Because it must be further along there. I'll maybe scour the other end of the beach a bit, but whenever those poisonous raptors come in twos, it's very scary. Yeah, this game has a good melee combat as Skyrim, because Skyrim just uses the same ones over and over. We could dick around with this turtle, but that could be a big problem. He's too close to my territory for me to feel like he's welcome anyway. I like how I'm using this as if it's really necessary. Could be a big mistake. You'll end up breaking both of your spears. You know, he's minding his own business. I'm not going to mess with him. Unless he has a small chance to drop a chitin, which I feel like he doesn't. Or maybe he does. Where do I keep hitting him that he's vulnerable? It must be in the face. Or like in the legs. If you hit his tail, he's going to... Like, imagine being scared of a turtle. He's only level 4, but he's so big. Right? He's bigger than most of the ones we fought, I think. It'd be good to know whether they drop them or not, too. Let's wait for our stamina, which takes like an hour to come back. Or if he goes too far in the water, he'll be safe, so he can sense my predatory instinct. It's a slow pace, backpedal away. Or is he going to be too tanky in the face? If you hit the too high up, I guess, it can get you in trouble. Or like they are super tanky as you would expect them to be, but not a big deal because they're slow. Nice trade-off. But let's see how many hours this takes to kill him. He's only level 4. So you kind of have to judge it in terms of... Okay, that wasn't so bad. Kitten, please. Oh, they do have the keratin. That was actually exactly what I needed, right? Because I think they're interchangeable. And of course, they'll have like a million meat. That was kind of graphic at the end there. So that did solve the problem. Yeah, when in need of an arthropod, just go kill a giant turtle instead. Perfect solution. Life advice to follow. So that will actually count. So oh, but you know what? I won't be able to make it because it requires the other thing, right? Or no, I will. It doesn't require it. At least now we know those can drop it too. So as rare of a resource as that is, there's at least multiple ways to get it. Can we actually use this to celebrate? Use this on a human to extract their blood for transfusion. So let's extract our own blood and kill ourselves. Because clearly that'll be the best idea. Or you can't even put it on the taskbar. Whatever, let's rest in our nice new house. Wait, what? Door frame? But what about the door? Oh, I'm kind of targeting the wrong thing. Okay, so we don't really have a bed or anything to quote-unquote rest here as if in RP, but that's fine. But we did actually do it, our record. Days without dying. I could have like a little thing at the top, like how it's a construction site, like days without an accident, 1, 0. So like days without a death, 1 episode now, or like 2 total. I don't, like we would always survive the first episode into the next one, but then I would die like immediately at the beginning. I'm going to start skipping that first part. I'm not going to put it if I upload because it's just so loud and annoying. I hate having to yell over it. It's so inconsistent with how the game is. The game has like a nice, quiet, ambient feel. There'll sometimes be music if there's action or something, but it's hilarious to me how loud that actually is. It doesn't match with anything. So today is a rare occasion because this is our 3rd straight episode of being alive. And last time was our first time being a 2nd episode still alive. Because normally what will happen, not to jinx it at the beginning here, but like we'll normally start off and do something unexpected that we haven't done before, like making progress for the first time. Survival games are trial and error, but it doesn't mean that every time there's trial and error, you die and then have to restart at the beginning. But that is the nature of this run, at least. And what I'm starting to realize is the most difficult part about this run isn't that, oh, it's the first playthrough and I don't know what I'm doing, and you know, you can't respawn at the beds, or you can't respawn, period. It's actually the fact that since I'm going one stat only, that's another condition of it. I love how he swims like that in the air. The fact is I'm only getting strength, melee damage, so that means that all my stamina and stuff that I keep complaining about is kind of tied to that. Like, oh, we can only run for a little bit and we get tired. So if we go in a little bit to the jungle and we aggro like a big dinosaur or T-Rex or something, I either have to hide from it or I just die. And the reason why is because, see, my meandering immersive style of play, I'll be doing like a little role play scenario. I'm a caveman building a painting on the wall or something, and then I'll be dying to stuff. That's the problem with survival games. You can't take it so slow. But for the most part, you don't feel under threat. Like, I could stay here forever and I'd be fine, right? We don't even have to do anything. We don't have to go anywhere. It doesn't send stuff at you to like attack you at night and stuff, at least so far. So you kind of have to seek out danger. But I'm also doing it completionist style with respect to the engram. So like I go in order in the sense that, at least in terms of the row. So I have to get through every row before I go on to the next one. So even though it looks like, oh, we're over leveled and look how far we are, I'm not crafting for what I think is going to be useful. I'm just doing it for completionist sake. So I'm still at like the narcotic thing. And this would be our only first healing item so far that we have. And that can put you to sleep. That's the torpidity mechanic. So like a lot of things that weren't obvious at the beginning. And I know people would act like they're obvious, but whatever. It's a good learning experience. So that's always a beginner's trap. You'll eat all the narco berries, and even though it tells you on there it puts you to sleep, I compare it to the lightning rod moment in Don't Starve. Your base gets hit by a bolt of lightning, and it burns everything down, or it kills you, or it destroys your farm. And it's like, oh, you should have just built a lightning rod. But if it's your first time playing the game and you're worried about like 100 other things, it's unlikely you'll really prioritize that. Like, oh, what are the chances a bolt of lightning is going to hit me? But it can do that, and it will do that. So it's the same thing here. Like, I'm worried about a million different things. Hunger, I'm just grabbing berries. I'm just munching them. I'm doing so many things, fighting, combat, crafting, you know, on the clock. No idea what I'm doing, how the mechanics work. So I'm not going to look through the berries and discriminate against one and say, oh, that's putting me to sleep. And then so I'm in the water trying to drink, and then I fall asleep because the berries have done that to me, that they've given me torpidity or whatever. And the way that that happens is even sort of unclear, because it's sort of like it's like the little stars on the side is the icon, but it won't go up all the way. It'll only go up like 20% or 30%, and then you'll fall asleep. So it's hard to know what the trigger point exactly is. So I can kind of test that with the narcotics a bit. This area is very hide rich. So we have a house here, and we have a house. I forget how you even see the menu. Is it? It's not pause, it's select. So like we have, well, I can't really portray it from there, but we have a base like kind of where we first started, and then we moved over to here. So I like the idea of continually building bases like further and further in, because it's kind of hard to keep going back to the same one. Yeah, we are going to venture into uncharted territory. This is our third episode of being alive, which is a new record. Doesn't seem like a big deal, but there is a tendency, like anytime you make a new step or progress, you can get yourself in trouble. And some of these things seem hard to deal with just period. Like, I'm just hot, but I can't really do anything about it. Like, I can go in the water for a second, but there are a lot of these persistent effects. So the next thing I want to craft actually probably is the narcotics. I like to save a lot of this stuff for nighttime when I just, you know, like maybe I should ignore my petulant desire to constantly, oh yeah, we made enough storage boxes to finally clear out all that stupid pay to win stuff that you start with that I don't really want to keep. Access inventory. Yeah, we could put everything in there, but most of the stuff is okay. The keratin I needed to make the one thing that I was getting hard stuck on. That's what I was doing at the end of basically last time. Let's cook the raw meat, or we don't even have this active yet. A lot of the stuff you can get dime a dozen, like the thatch and stuff, so it doesn't really feel like that big of a deal. Let's just eat a ton of this. We're going to end up dying because we eat too much somehow, or like we drink too much, so we'll die of whatever, water intoxication. Now, the cool thing with the taskbar, despite the fact that you have to hit LB to be able to use the right side of it, because you're on console, by the way, constant reminders of that, is the fact that when you put something on there, it's not taking up space in your inventory anymore. So at the very least, that is a very handy thing to do. Thatch might not be the best thing to use for this, but it works so well for me because it's just so easy to get that you don't even have to think about it. And it does last a decent amount of time. There was that one time where it lasted like the whole goddamn episode, like until the next episode, which, again, you're not playing, so maybe... Actually, I don't know how that works. Like if it'll make... Sometimes it'll make a forward slot to put the meat. Sometimes it'll just get stuck there. But whatever, 40 is certainly enough. So if we look at what I was crafting, I made the syringe, which means I presumably made the other thing. Now it's going to be hard for me to even keep track. I made the one thing that required that weird thing, which we got from a turtle. So now we know that. The only thing that I had gotten it from before that I paid attention to at least was the trilobite. I almost don't want to look ahead and spoil what those things are going to be. Oh, it was for this itself. Yeah, that was the keratin. And so now the narcotic is spoiled meat and narco berries. We were just talking about that. Yeah, that's a perfect beginner's trap sort of moment. Those are two classic survival games, beginner traps. Lightning, potentially, and Don't Starve, and the fucking narco berries in this, or just the sleep mechanic overall. Because you have to understand what a new player is thinking there. They're going through in their head like a million things. Is it because I'm running too much? Is it because I'm tired? I'm not resting the way it's telling me to? Is it because I'm eating too much food? That's almost what I thought it was. I ate too much food, period. Now, I was half right because I ate too much of a particular kind of food, the narco berries, but you know what I mean. Like, you know, you stuff yourself and then you feel tired, like in real life. So I think I put away the spears, which was a mistake. I forget where they would be. Stones. So, I mean, it's just nice to have extra inventory space. This is like my OCD tendency of just either keeping stuff organized or more so just keeping my base inventory clean, which is kind of a nice thing to do. Or maybe I just don't have them somehow. They might have broken on me, which is a good thing to have checked out because 146 hide in here, too. We got to make sure you don't get struck by lightning and fucking whatever. We should carry some narcotics on us, and I should test that idea. Anytime I'm missing health, I should just test to see how far can you really go with it from a perspective that, see, this is almost the thing I would do. I would make like 1,000,000 spears and just have them on hand so you always, even if they break, even if things go wrong, they just make it so that you account for every contingency. Even in the worst case scenario, you'll still be fine. It's possible that you'll need some stuff from here too. I think I should know some of these recipes by heart. Yeah, this whole thing getting tired so quickly is going to be a problem, but it prevents you from just abusing sprinting, I guess, and abusing stamina from always getting away. If you aggro T-Rex, you got to hide, or you got to be clever, or you got to have some other tactic, or you got to try to kill it. What I really could use at this stage feels like an incapacitation method, like a smoke bomb, or, you know, not that it really fits with the technology level we're at now, but like just sort of some idea that, you know, even the slingshot says it stuns them, but I haven't had much success with trying that. Those are two mechanics I should sort of experiment with. Using the slingshot just to stun, and using the, what was the other thing? Oh yeah, using the narcotics to see how much they really put you to sleep. But the idea is, and we haven't messed with the taming thing, I'm kind of doing that by choice. I don't want to mess with that right now. I don't feel like I should need it. But, yeah, it's the idea that... I forgot what I was saying. We're going to just spend the whole time here because I'm too afraid to go in. So that'll be 3 episodes in a row. It'll be a short episode and it'll be a playing it safe kind of thing. But no, it's just... What was I saying? Yeah, your stamina will never change, though. So, like, if something aggro's like that one thing impaled us on the beach on the other side there, kind of like right where I'm looking, I think, too. It was this case where I couldn't run away because, like, it's too fast and... is chasing me down. There's nowhere to go. You could have maybe gone in the water, but then you would get killed by a piranha plant or something. So tiring out quickly is going to force me to have to deal with stuff. So the number one thing I could use right now is some sort of incapacitation method. Just something that stuns stuff, that blinds stuff, that gets me away safely. Because there's nothing that's going to make my character, aside from getting the stats in the thing here, right? Just like upgrading your stamina, which I'm never going to do. There's nothing that's going to, or there could be a temporary item, I guess, that boosts it. Just for the encounter. But there's nothing that's actually going to let me move faster or get away or refill my stamina unless we'll make some sort of sports drink or sports bar equivalent with the narcotics to do that. Now, there's one problem maybe with the scenario is because I don't have the mortar and pestle here, I might have to... That might be one thing. We did like a little build-a-house mobile... Oh, shit. We did like a little build-a-house mobile home thing where we took a home when we left our first base to go exploring. I took an entire house in my pocket, right? Just the walls, the foundation, the door and stuff. And then I walked all the way here and then I planted it when it became nighttime or when I felt like it was a good spot. I always like to be with the water. That was a jump scare moment. He's trying to get revenge for his buddy who he killed last time with to get the keratin just to test it out. So these guys aren't too hard to figure out because they are even slower than my character is, just even with us losing stamina and stuff. So let's craft a couple of these spears. Yeah, everything is justifiable, even if you get stuck or whatever's happening. But what you can't do is you can't die. So that's where you never make excuses for that. And, okay, fibers are fine. That away, you can grab stuff only when you have the torch out. 7 fibers, or we'll need actually a little bit more because I want to make 2 of them. Or there's no rule that I have to only make 2, but... And yeah, crafting during combat is basically prohibited, or at the very least I can't move while doing it, so that could put me in danger. It does slow you down a little bit, but I kind of make it where you can't do it at all, just... Now, it's easy to break your spear against these guys' back. Or, like, their tail. But sometimes, you know, you're hitting them right in the head and it doesn't do anything. Or he's not really bothering me, but... And I don't even need the keratin, but at least we experimented with that. So that stuff is a little bit hard to come by. There'll always be these weird things, like where I'll be stuck for 20 episodes trying to craft the next thing because it requires some weird thing that I don't know what it is. Right? It'll be just some resource I haven't seen yet, so it forces you to go out and explore. So that's just naturally maybe how you would play, but it's also a case where I've been sort of using my, whatever, the water skin to avoid having to go in there. So it's easier to fill it up than it is to go all the way under to drink. And so the piranha plants and stuff have fucked us over a lot. Yeah, there'll be that one thing that forces you to go out. So it plays into that even a little bit more than how you would normally do it. But yeah, I was saying like the narcotics thing might be difficult to do. And the reason why is because I'm trying really just not to look at a lot of these other things. I do have it unlocked. Let's see. Because you might need the mortar and the pestle, which you only really need stones for. Although I feel bad for wasting the hide even as much as we got here. That was one of the annoying things to get at the beginning. Just it kept slow pacing and stopping my ability to make whatever I wanted to make next. I can't even find it. Or you could use actually the search function, which I maybe should do because I don't want to look at all this other stuff. What? I'm sure I learned it. Or no, you can only even try to make it inside of the thing. Inside of the... you can pick up all the stones from here. Or let's just go around a bit now that we at least have that. Let's explore the beach a bit. But you have to think about how much I've played this so far. And a lot of it has just been dying and restarting, which clearly won't happen now. But it's also a case where I've stayed relatively in the same areas. That sort of learned my lesson that going out too far can be very deadly. You can't even go in there for like a millisecond. Like, what was that? I didn't even see it. Oh, here it is. Now, did it break against the rock or did it break against him? Very hard to deal with those. Now, can I make another one or like, oh my god. Sometimes it just breaks way too easily. Okay, well, always keep it at a 2 threshold. So if you ever break one, just stop fighting until you find something else. Go find a stone, which are not going to be renewable resources, but maybe they do respawn. I don't know how stuff like that works, actually. We discovered like our first little flavor text thing where the lady even voice acted it for us, telling us about like a saber-toothed tiger or something, which could be a warning that they're in this area, which means I would just die if I encounter one. It's just that simple because there's no way to There's no way for me to get away. I doubt I'd be able to kill it. Although at this point, maybe I would be able to kill it because my melee damage should be so jacked out. It just doesn't always feel like that. Like some of the stuff I was fighting at the beginning is still taking almost the same amount of time to kill. So when you hard commit to something, you at least want to see the payoff of it. What is that? Stone. So now this is my whole visual joke of it too. That looks like such a rare specific thing. Even there's a whole bunch over there. Like you don't go by the visuals in this game except for stones and stuff. But like for berries, you don't see the berries. You just pick them up magically. You just grasp at the air. So here, when you do see something, you can't pick it up. You can't really go by that. Now again, this could be very dangerous. So you always need an escape route. I think that's the one that sort of steals stuff from you. Or maybe I should play it more stealthy, like always be crouching. But there's no seeming playstyle even for that because there's no stat that you could get, right? None of these would, I guess movement speed would be the nicest just to, it feels like the kind of game where you could just spam shit, like, or like you could get to a point where, oh, this maybe is different. Don't spit that poison and shit at me. He took a little bit of spoiled meat. I mean, you can have that. Thanks for clearing out my bags. But yeah, that's the one thing you should start to see. So now people might say, I mean, I guess I do need it to make the narcotics. But yeah, this is the point where we're at that we need to make another mortar and pestle, which could be a little bit problematic. As long as your daddy doesn't come and fight me, one of the big ones. Sometimes I tunnel vision too much when I'm fighting something, but hunting has been so rewarding because we always need hide for stuff, and we obviously get meat for it, so it definitely encourages you to do that. And before we just extinct the whole dinosaur population, and then we're not able to do anything again. That guy is sometimes in the water. We saw him last time. I don't know if he's meant to do that or if he's sort of bugged out. But it looked like a alligator or something because you could only see his head poking out. But then he comes up and it turns out, yeah, see, like he's doing it. What the fuck? Maybe that is just his natural habitat. He can be in either one. Yeah, this is how scared I am of the water stuff now. As much as I embrace the way of water, like, the game definitely encourages that. Doesn't that make it look more, like, not hostile until you see its tail and until it pokes out? We saw this weird little base thing over here that's like a teleporter that would allow you to basically teleport to a dragon or fight some big bosses and stuff. Thankfully, it wasn't anything hostile there. But like, what if instead of teleporting you there, it just had one there and it aggroed and it just killed me? Like, this is what can happen. Now I could build yet another house, but I don't know. Like, it's hard to kind of feel like you're making progress because if you're going to keep going back to your base, you can only go but so far. Either I'd build just like a million bases around the world incrementally, and I quite frankly don't want to go too far in either. I think a mistake I make is sometimes I sprint into something, right? Like we'll have an enemy come up, but then our stamina's already out as the fight starts. We have to always be prepared to save it till we run away. Or it has this annoying feature of always, you have to hit the stick in again to stop sprinting. It's like if I start now I'm not pushing the stick in, but it's auto, it's a toggle. But yeah, forget about going deeper in, we'll go deeper out, we'll go out to sea. But see, like this, you can't do, right? You objectively cannot do this because this is kind of cool too, because you have the server all to yourself, basically. You're not competing for other people, against other people. They're not helping you. They're not going to kill you. There's no, it almost makes it seem like there'll be too many resources, but you still have to brave a lot of stuff. And obviously nobody's going to ever help you or rescue you. And stuff might expect you to do stuff in a group. You know, what if a piranha plant attacks me? I might almost die before I get there. And I haven't been very good at fighting stuff in the water. You can do it, but see, being that cold could potentially hurt you or something at some point. How's it going to break against a goddamn dodo, though? How? And the levels here are, like, totally arbitrary because who really cares about, oh, it's level 100, but it's a dodo that doesn't even attack you. There's a lot of stuff like that we've killed. It's so laughably high level. And then we died to like a level 12 guy. Look how much shit there is, though. I mean, this is a game that was out for many, many years. So to me, I wouldn't know the difference, but I'm sure there wasn't this much stuff available at the beginning. Yeah, see, there's this always constant sense of, even if you're not doing something, you have to be doing something. You always have to have resources. You always have to just be on guard, which is kind of why you would think I would like this genre more than I've played it, at least. Most of the survival games I've played, I've enjoyed, but I haven't really played that many of them, I guess. So unfortunately, we might need a stone or something. Or no, it's always just a fiber, huh? Yeah, these things are breaking really... they're breaking almost as much as my character's lives are. Play it safe, but it can go 100-0 fast. Like, that was like the last thing I died to, I think. Like, there's some... it almost felt scripted. The music kicked in. He kind of came out of nowhere. We're just picking on the dodos and all this kind of shit for now. These things can be a little bit tanky, but I guess we've sort of solved that problem a bit now. Yeah, I don't even know what I'm trying to do. Maybe today won't be a crafting episode. We're kind of just exploring, and whatever we find is going to contribute to that. We're going to end up making like a million chests there. I don't really feel like building another base either. Or like it'll be the chicken effect from Zelda. If you kill enough of them, they'll start to actually fight you back. Yeah, I don't think the levels are a very good indicator of anything. Or it's levels within the type. So like a level 100 dodo doesn't matter because it's not going to fight you, but a level 100 of one of those raptors or something would be deadly compared to whatever we've been seeing. Yeah, it is so random. Why does it matter? Why would there be a level 100 dodo here anyway? Or is this somehow taking us back? I mean, as long as you're by the water, you would think you're safe, because that's the whole rule of how the game works, kind of, where it says, you know, I'm going to be caught out somewhere I don't want to be at night. Maybe I should go back to my base and sit there. Okay, that looks scary. Even though I'm saying by the water should be safe. We had that big scare with the alligators and the snakes. Perfect, iconic from bad to worse scenario. Stuck between Scylla and Charybdis. You try to go one way, you run into something else. Yes, even this will be difficult because I'm very nervous about traversing the water, not the least of which could be towards the nighttime. Why does it feel like I'm hungry more than usual, too? Or at the very least, you should bait him in, take care of him first, and then do it. You got me to like half health in like 2 hits. Now look what I've done. I've stranded myself on this island at night, in the dark. I assume that music's playing with the piranha plant. So I got my little castaway moment where I get to, or this is like the crab moment from Oblivion where the epic music plays over something dinky, but he did do a good amount of damage to me. So the main thing I was trying to do was pick up stones. Maybe I could just use the torch and do that tonight. Over encumber myself. But none of these are apparently pick upable. We need like 65 of them. Of course, I have some in my inventory, or I should just make a fire here. Even if I don't feel like making a base. It feels pointless even to make a base. Let's make just only a fire. And these will serve as like checkpoints later to show like, oh, I've been there. But that'll confuse me a bit with some of the other characters that have died. Oh, we already have enough to make it. So put this like a little closer to the beach maybe. Or I could make another one too. Yeah, I like keeping my inventory nice and empty like this. I always do that where I go the long way. When people probably get triggered and say, oh, you can go out the left side, but whatever. Do we have our trusty little thatch to do? 200 is nice. You can cook the meat. Like, I guess you don't always need a house. You can just make a fire and just, whatever, stay for the night. So at this stage, we have to... What was I trying to do? Made the fire. Oh, yeah, I was trying to get a bunch of rocks. How many do I have? 20. I have to make more rocks. It's a stone. I didn't make it. It's amazing how these memes come out of nowhere, like something had been around for decades, but now it almost makes me want to watch the show with how much I've seen of that. Whatever, the Super Mario Brothers stupid show. What are we at, like 30 something, 39? Yeah, see, like, this is the kind of thing that's going to come back to bite you later, that you're wasting all these renewable resources, but at least I'm encumbered. That could be difficult to deal with. What am I supposed to do with that? All I have are the rocks that I need to make the thing. Only 44. I guess I could make a little chest here too. I'm just assuming we're safe on this island, but maybe the piranha plants just come out more at night, so it's not like as if we need any other extra source of light. That is a deceptive thing that you see the alligator there. Like, I need to get to a much higher technology tree to be able to deal with that. I'll fucking make an AK-47. Like, you see the chick riding a raptor on the title screen or whatever. The way they advertise the game makes it feel much more action-packed, to the point where even though it has survival in the name, I didn't actually think it was a survival game in this extent, like where it's so much. Oh no, you can't actually do that. You do have to do it manually. Okay, so what do I actually need to make it? Okay, fuck's sake. You need fiber and you need a bunch of wood. Problem is you're going to be super over encumbered in the process, so it could be difficult to even do. Because you need a lot of it. Yeah, we're just going to have like a million campfires, a million houses, a million boxes all around the world just with random stuff. Talk about loot hoarding, but we're sharing it with like the whole fucking civilization of dinosaurs that they'll come and, you know, steal stuff from your chest. Or what? Now am I like so badly encumbered that I can't even... Here, just eat all of this, which you arguably shouldn't even be allowed to do. Like, what is going on? Okay, getting these stones is kind of dumb because I won't be able to use it. Or no, I will be able to use it as soon as I get back. Or I could make the mortar and pestle thing here. Like, let's just do this for now. And then we could always... How long does it... Decompose it in 30 minutes, so that's perfectly fine. Let's just get enough wood to be able to actually make a box, and then we can put it in the box right by the fire. I'm just assuming there's nothing really hostile here. And like a door creaking open almost. Out of these little skinny trees that aren't going to yield much. I heard something. It turned into a horror game as the fucking dinky little dodo. Gonna get bad karma at some point for picking on these, but it almost feels necessary considering, you know, I don't want to ever be so starved for hide again. Fuck. Now, what could I possibly need for the torch? Probably just fiber. When in doubt, it's always fiber, because I just always neglect to even pick that up. Or that is my bad karma for it right there. Just the fact that I immediately have everything get broken. That's all good. I don't know what else you could need for that. Or like, I'm not even going to be able to find that thing where I dropped it. Now I actually have no source of light. Thankfully there's the starlight. Thankfully there's the whatever these things are. Part of the ARKs. The first time I don't fear night maybe as much as I normally do, but you see how many things can go wrong. Right? If this was Don't Starve, you'd already be dead because you broke your torch. So I mean, darkness is your greatest enemy there. So how much goddamn wood do you need to be doing this? You need like 25, which you have more than enough. I must just be missing fibers at this point. Could be the only thing. Yeah, so let's make the box. That'll make my life much easier. At least we can store some rocks in here. See, this is so good because it always gives you something to work towards in a more micro sense. In a broad sense, you're just trying to survive, explore the world, maybe do whatever main objectives, try to, you know, beat the final boss, do like the main quest, whatever that is. But beyond that, you have these little mini things along the way that you're trying to figure out. I might actually have to pick this up from there because... Or now I won't even be able to find it, like I said. Because you need the flint to be able to find the torch. Or to be able to make one, or... What is that? What is that? That sounded like something hostile. You need the flint, but the flint you can't find unless you have the torch. Although 30 minutes is a long time, so I'm sure I could just Now, even this I'm scared to do, so it actually does serve a certain function just to drink it that way. Because you couldn't just bend down and drink it, you know, like normally. Or I could just try to find a rock structure, but I think I used up most of those. Just play it safe at night. This hasn't gone exactly super well, but gotta have enough to be able to make a torch. I should argue we have a second one of those too. It's not always super clear when you're actually able to make that when it's red. It's just all kind of a blur. And for once, that actually did change. Did they update the game in conjunction with my whole criticism of that? Like, when you craft it, oh no, but that's because you repaired it, not because you made it from... If you make it from the crafting menu, then whatever's on your taskbar doesn't become the item that you crafted. It stays on the crafting menu. So there should almost be a way to switch it to what you made. Yeah, a bunch of this meat. I was almost trying to set a rule like you can only eat so much at once. That would make sense to be able to do, but kind of hard to enforce that. Hold, even though you got a torch right in your face. Yeah, one thing I also noticed at night, which makes perfect sense too, is the fact that basically if you're... Let's try to find that little stash now. If you're standing still and just kind of waiting around the fire and just crafting stuff, so you're not really running around a lot, I didn't really have to eat much or drink much because you're not exhausting energy or whatever, so that's a good way to just conserve resources if you really have to. You kind of get resource rich at some point where, you know, you'll start a farm, so you'll never have to worry about stuff like that. But I always like at the beginning when that becomes an issue. So here I could just kind of take everything in. What is all this? Oh, shit. Wait, how did you even get here if... You weren't here before. I mean, I'm not complaining. And I don't know if this is even one that's going to be hostile, but... Okay, what do I want to do? Let's try to pick up the stuff that's going to seem to weigh the most. Please just don't attack me, dude. Even if you're a little encumbered, like, just put it here so we almost have enough stones to make the mortar and the pestle. He must have come across the water, because he certainly wasn't here before. Transfer that. Yeah, we're totally not ravaging the land and killing everything in sight and taking all your natural resources and berries and food and everything, so you have no possible reason to kill us. I come in peace. Now, that shouldn't encumber me because... Or just a little bit. I almost thought that was me, like, trying to move. And that sound was, like, showing that, oh, I'm too heavy to move because I'm over-encumbered. I was even saying, oh, this is such a safe island. I could stay here forever. Maybe that guy will be my bodyguard, basically. Now, the problem is you could try to make another one, but... The thing is that... I'm just getting obsessed with these chests, I guess, in general. Or that's not actually it, so maybe I could make one. I doubt I'll be able to make two, though. Or there should be like some sort of thing. Once you're on here, you have an option, press Y, to switch from crafting to placing. You might need to still make another one even after that. Where are you going to go now? Are you going to go to the mainland? Oh, he's getting a little close to me, dude. I'm not trying to fight you. I don't know how hard these sort of things would be really to kill. Some of them might not even fight you back. We did fight one of the big ones. Not like this big, but he's just trying to push me out of my base. Okay. Or like the fire accidentally hit him and damage him because he steps on it. And then he'll blame me for it. And then, you know, that'll consider like me aggroing him. What do we need still to make the next one? 24 out of 25. Let's just chop down a tree. Or like his tail will accidentally flick me and that'll kill me. Wait, why do we get so much in just one swing there? 9 wood, just for nothing. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be as much of a stealth mechanic maybe as I thought there would be. We should have 2 more chests to make, so this is kind of a random spot. And I'm going to forget about a lot of this because the map isn't really too descriptive, but I'll have to trace my steps back, which is kind of cool to do it manually. I'm not even really intending to build a house here. We already built the house around there, so that can be where our mortar and pestle goes, which kind of makes it difficult to go too far out because you're always going to be coming back for that purpose. So basically what's going to happen is, you know, either you got to keep building more further out or you got to keep coming back to your base constantly, or at least the way that I'm doing it, because I'm crafting stuff with such a sense of whatever, like with no restraint. This is filled up. We should put some of the raw meat back into the fire. Put all this into there. Those things you can't get rid of. Those two are always going to be there. None of that stuff is like really pay to win type BS. At first I thought you couldn't get rid of those, but my inventory was always so full, I guess, that it would fill it up with everything else first, like the riding raptor and all this kind of stuff that I didn't really want. We're going to have a case where we have at least 40 stacks, so let's just use that. The only thing I wanted to go back with was just like 65 stones or whatever that we need. Oh, whoops. 65 stones that we need for the where we have the cooked meat here ready to go. The spoiled meat, I don't really care, although it is useful for certain things. Sometimes the way the see how that changed? Like it represents either the most recent one that's about to be cooked, the sort of whatever, the most recent one as far as the spoilage goes, or it sort of combines them and drags it down. Because if you see you combine this with this, then it shrinks it down, but it doesn't make sense because, okay, dude, I'm not scared of you. All right, so what else did we want to do? We basically just want to get the stones, or I guess I already got enough of them. Yeah, I like our inventory like this. Let's just grab them and actually go. Or yeah, I'll be in the menu and something will attack me. That's the most annoying thing of all. Because even the console thing either has a delay to it or just I have a delay because it is on console and I'm just not used to that. I almost feel like I shouldn't even learn these, but just to keep up with it so we can keep leveling. That much should be allowed, even if it, you know, I can't skip ahead and craft stuff. So whether I think it'll be useful or whether I think something is kind of annoying to craft here, I'm still going to have to deal with that. If we carry only the stones, we should be good. We did actually need narco berries for something, but that's the kind of thing that's hard to keep track of because you're going to have too much. Wait, where did it go? Oh, it's the first thing. So, like, what else did we need to be able to make the narcotics? And I almost wanted to make, or no, that's still not what we're doing. We're doing the mortar and the pestle, and that is going to be 15 hide, which we certainly have there. But I guess we may as well just take it from here anyway. Let's try to get 10 more stones. We'll grab the hide, and then we'll get out of here. Or we can surely get the stones on the way back. Where was the hide? 66 hide is actually quite a catch for just this random track that we've been on. Now, I'll try to cross over the water, but it could be difficult, so I have to be very careful. Or I could try to slingshot some of these clowns. That was a nice little remote night on an island that was sort of obscure and just relatively safe, but very unexpected journey there. Very scary. There is like a piranha plant somewhere in here, but I can't figure it out. And I have that mindset to basically just ignore it and try to keep going, but that can definitely get you killed. In fact, my health's even still low from the last time. Don't do these slow, shitty animations, dude, please. Yeah, so look how long it took my health to come back. Because isn't the last thing that hurt me the actual the piranha plant, I think. There's nothing there was really hostile. Like, obviously, eating heals you at least a little bit. Sucking in the blood from all that juicy red meat. Anything that's red in a video game must be healing. I don't know what that actually means when there's like a red icon when you eat too much of something. That might be actually to show that your health is going up. Yeah, look how ridiculously fast this goes down. This could have been a bad commitment to say, oh, we're only gonna do melee damage. I keep calling it strength like it's, you know, Dark Souls, strength only character or whatever. Yeah, I definitely do feel at a disadvantage combat wise, and I'm seeking out combat maybe more than you would expect. Okay, so I do still need like 10 more stones, or I do have plenty of stones in there, but you know, if these just run out, then there's going to be a sense that some of these areas are just completely cleaned out. That should be exactly enough. So we'll make the mortar and the pestle here, and I can't really remember exactly where it was, but it's obviously on this side. And that guy who goes into the water and looks like a completely different type of creature, like a Loch Ness monster almost, when you can't see his tail and stuff. I think it's like past. That's maybe where we discovered the saber cat thing. Whatever, the codex or glossary entry. Yeah, it's too bad that we might not be able to do this as like a full series because, oh, the game's going offline or it'll become ARK Ascended, which, you know, I'll continue into there, but I don't know how that'll work. Just like this is such a nice immersive way to play, I would at least vouch for it. Because that's the whole point. It's like I don't really play stuff differently on stream, so I know a lot of people wouldn't like this style of doing things, but this is how I play pretty much everything. Just like taking my time. Now, again, I wouldn't vouch for the dying part, but even if I had played it optimally and never died, like I would be much farther in, but I still wouldn't rush through it or something like that. So now we have a situation where these boxes are quite comically placed. There's just the extreme number of them. That should be enough to make it. And here we go. So this is what seems a little bit wasteful because that's a lot of time and effort to go into just to keep making these. And they end up being like relatively close to each other anyway. Like I could run back to my other base anyway, but I don't want to have to do that every 5 seconds. Like you can make your one base and be like, oh, I'm going to live here forever, but then good luck going anywhere. Or you just have to go and accept the fact that you're not going to be able to come back for a while. Pick up aloud. So what did I want to make? I wanted to make drugs here, narcotics. You need narco berries and you need spoiled meat, of which I have plenty of spoiled meat. And this is just going bad too. We could use some of the thatch or something from here. Where is it? 200 thatch. You do have narco berries. I thought I wouldn't actually have enough just on hand, or I thought they would have gone bad. We have a ton of cooked meat, but I can't really do anything about it yet. Put the thatch in there. Or, I mean, I could just hold it, but... So now you have to kind of do this manually, I think, or you have to put the stuff in there to be able to craft with it. Which would be kind of cool if you had to guess what you would use. Cementing paste. Sort of spoiling stuff that I'm not even looking at. Narcoberry and spoiled meat, but don't I have it? Wait, oh no, that's exactly what I was just saying, right? Narcoberry, spoiled meat, so we can make like what, only 3? What if I just leave it in there? And so, yeah, what if it goes bad in the meantime then? Something that would need to not already be gone bad. I just want to have a lot of these so that I can... basically take advantage of the fact that... I mean, it's not like I have any other use for spoiled meat for now. Even before the next 5 things require it. But it's not that hard to really get it. Look at this, dude. This is my gameplay in a nutshell. Looking through like 50 fucking boxes in the first couple episodes of this experience. Like I've already got it down to an exact science. Yeah, because we'll be able to heal, and I kind of want to experiment with that a bit. Let's make as many of those as you can. I don't know if those will stay there no matter what. They will. So craft all... Wait, it says only 4 though. Oh, because the berries are like that. Well, whatever. I'm not going to make a point to use it, but in one of those situations where you can't run away and your stamina is too low, at least this could heal you enough. But then you'll do that same clown thing that we saw before where we fell asleep during combat. But that wasn't because of this, because I didn't have it yet. It was just eating the berries in general. Do I have any more of the berries then becomes the whole big question. We can have that on our bar just as emergency healing. I think I tested it to the point where you could at least use a couple of them before you decide to... Imagine if I died of that. Like, what a clown show this is. Just I'm trying to find a way to sabotage myself. Do we have any more narco berries anywhere? And if we did... Wait, what happens to those when they go bad, though? What do they even become? I feel like I normally don't keep them around enough to even see that. guess we could go looking for some, but then you're kind of just swiping at air. Yeah, look at that. This is a legitimate moment of criticism for that mechanic. Not only can you not see the berries on there, like it's not color coded or whatever, or maybe there is some subtle thing, but not only can you not see that, so like you don't know what to look for if you're looking for a specific thing, but you'll never know if there's any there or not. You'll never know if there's enough, if there's scarcity of resources, all this kind of stuff. So it's just a very weird way to do it that you're just swiping at air. And it's not like that with other mechanics like the stones. Like why couldn't they just put a little thing on the tree? Maybe because there'd just be too many of them then in the world, but or he could let you go into a little inventory thing. It's not a big deal, but it's just interesting. Yeah, see, I'm swiping for berries, but instead I'm picking up stones. Just because I don't know what I'm doing. I have no control over it. Let's see, how many do we have of that? Only 4, huh? Most of these things aren't really too aggressive. Pterodactyls and stuff. Even these guys aren't aggressive. This is the thing I was talking about with, like, the bigger guy. Sometimes their stomping is what really scares you. Yeah, see, I'll go into an encounter already tired. And then not be able to run away, which is your worst nightmare here. Is it really running if you're just, like, going a few steps and getting completely tired out? To be like, summon a penguin army. Get this dramatic music. Look how he's sinking into the ground, too, like he's... Like his animations are treating him like he's in the water, even when he's not. Okay, what is that thing now? Could be something that's hostile. I don't know. As long as I'm in the position of power there, you'll be able to see it. Don't let them get the jump. This is also why you don't go out at night. Or even to the extent that, oh, you can use a torch. It's going to draw attention to you in a way that otherwise you wouldn't have to worry about it. So there are some scenarios where it's good to just like drop your stuff in and let the bag, you know, start to decompose because you have enough time to come back for it. Because there was nothing else I could do on that island. We've made very little progress in terms of traveling throughout the world, but at least if I'm doing it safely, step by step, there'll be something crazy that comes out from a corner like that when you're just kind of breezing through. It's hard to really judge how much crouching and stuff helps you. But I don't really have the patience to do it all the time anyway. Whenever you're in uncharted territory, you should just always do that. Always be crouching. So here, how many berries do I have? I only have 4, so that's kind of unfortunate. I feel like I haven't even been picking up the berries lately, so there should be a lot. 2 narco berries. I don't know how much of this I really want, but if you're dehydrated, just drink that. Or like that was even a strategy too. You can carry like a bunch of water skins. So if you go too far inland and there is no source of water, how exactly do you deal with that? And there'll be a better version of the water skin later, surely. But if you carry like 50 water skins and they're all filled with water, it won't work because they sort of put you in a position where, let's actually keep track of it actively on the bar. They put you in a position where you're able to it keeps leaking, so that prevents you from specifically doing that. Okay, it's raining. Yeah, speaking of that. So now, do you never lose hydration here? Because you basically just can stick your tongue out. Like, this guy's very flexible like that. You go in the water and he just drinks it. You don't have to do a prompt for it, just automatic. You swipe at the air, you just automatically pick up the berries. It rains, you just stick your tongue out and drink it. Very not picky, this guy. We have 16 narco berries. Maybe we should try to get it up to at least 20, 17. Or there was some already left in there. If we had like 21, maybe that could be good. You're tired but not over encumbered, so at least with this we should basically be able to, maybe when these spoil they just disappear. Actually, I've never paid attention to that, as many berries as we dealt with. So this game does address the one thing very easily, or at least I choose to start off in the base area, which is considered easy, but I am playing on the highest difficulty I could, at least 1.0 out of, you can choose between like 0.5 and 1 or 0 and 1, I forgot. Yeah, we didn't necessarily get much done. I'm doing kind of short episodes of both my series today, Hearthstone and ARK, just because whatever. We went all overdrive yesterday on chess to try to get to 13, which I actually did, which I wasn't. That was one of the rare times actually since coming back to streaming in 2021 where I've been legitimately just mad. Even though I was doing it, I think I've misjudged what chess is going to be like. Like, I would have to just do it for such an obscene amount of time that it's not worth it. Right? So even when you win, you lose because you see in the future what it's going to take. And it's just not worth it. Oh, it's going to be one short of Narcoberry Seed. I feel like I've never even seen these before. Eat it to gain a tiny amount of nourishment or plant it to grow your own narcoberry bush. It can be planted in small, medium, or large crops. And those won't ever go bad or anything, so you can play around with that later. Yeah, the one thing that I wouldn't use for nourishment, because wait, where'd it go? Wait. Where did my actual... Oh, they're on my bar. I'm stupid. I'm so distracted by our first potential at farming. Go ahead and put this into here, and it will be a little bit short, one short. Let's just make as many of these as we can. Game is teaching kids to poop out in the open and to make drugs. Look what they're doing to our kids. Blame a video game. It's always interesting when those conversations come up, whether it be like, oh, because of violent video games or something. But it's also a case where you're in a position where, you know, you look at it historically, there was always some sort of scapegoat, right? At what point is it just a fault of people? So, for example, you'd be in a position where, oh, you would blame the comic books, you would blame the rock music, you would blame TV, you would blame music, now you blame games, then you'll blame movies, then you'll blame, you know, you blame TikTok, you blame OnlyFans. Like, at some point, it's your choice whether to engage in those things, and at some point, there is all this like hysteria and stuff about OnlyFans. It's like there's so many things you can debunk with that. Like, I'm not defending it, or I'm the type of person who would never use it, so I could qualify it first of all. Like, okay, if everyone was like me, nobody would even use it because I'm, you know, why would I pay for something like that, or why would I care? It's just online stuff. Makes no sense. So on that level, like Gandhi said, you must be the change you wish to see in the world. So it wouldn't even exist if everyone was like me. But to the level that it does exist, it's a case where people are choosing to do it. So it's like a supply and demand thing. Do you really think throughout human history there haven't been other examples of that where, you know, there's always some sort of outlet for that? I call it the stimuli acme, let's say sexual stuff. There's always been an outlet for it. It might have been more in person in the past. It might be something else. But, like, there's always some means to do it. Even before OnlyFans existed, there would have been clearly some, you know, other forms of content like that online, other ways to do it. So it just sort of becomes ubiquitous with it, like, oh, you know, TikTok or Twitter. There's other social media platforms, but people just sort of say that to oversimplify it and make it like it's all about one. And then beyond that, it's a case where, you know, so even if it stopped existing tomorrow, you don't think people would seek out that same sort of thing somewhere else? Yeah, I'm hot in the rain. Like, what is this guy's problem? People would seek it out somewhere else. So you can never change that need or that desire that people have. And so it's a supply and demand issue that people are not only willing to seek this out, but they're also willing to pay for it. So if you're going to blame somebody, also don't blame the people making the content, although that's their choice and it is what it is. But it's also a case where the people choosing to pay for it are giving them the impetus to try to do that. So you have to realize that. Like, people are willing to pay for it, so what are you going to really condemn? Right? It seems like such a pointless circular argument that people want something, people are providing it, people are paying for it, everybody's happy in that scenario, getting what they want, just because you don't approve of it or the exact way that they're doing it. And it's not even any physical contact or anything like that. So it's hard to convince somebody, for example, not to do it. If they can make more or as much money as their job, or even, this is like my devil's advocate spiel on it, because I've seen all these little stupid videos, whatever, get recommended for some reason. I don't even really want to do anything in the game today because I don't have enough time. So we did enough. We had a little night at the island. So I'm just turning it into a just chatting thing. That's how safe and secure we feel in this run, clearly. And I'm totally just trying to pad it so that, oh, now we can say we survived 3 episodes in a row, but I'm going to survive 100 in a row, or however many until ARK comes out. I think it's supposed to be in October that's actually coming out. But yeah, like, if you just don't use it, it won't exist. Or even if you got rid of it, other people would find the same thing in other ways. And beyond that, the whole moralizing of it is a little bit silly because a lot of condemnation throughout history of the stimuli acme was the idea of reproduction through it, so therefore you wouldn't have the ideal whatever raising outlet. But in this case, you're not even doing that because it's not in person, so therefore there's no possibility even of that happening. So it shows you how antiquated that sort of quote-unquote morality is, because even if you, again, are not in favor of this at all, you're realizing that the arguments that people are making are not applying to what they're doing. It's like it's all just, communication digitally, pictures, videos, whatever. So it doesn't have that negative effect anymore. It was hard to convince somebody, let's say, if you were trying to convince them that, you wouldn't just, snap a few pictures and you make more money than you make in your job, or at least a decent amount of money. It seems tempting. Like, they're not going out of their way. There's some sort of moral thing. There's some sort of psychological thing people would say, but that is a subjective aspect that they can choose to do. Let me try to maybe plant these just to try it out. Just to see how this works. Eat it to gain a tiny amount of nourishment, or plant it to grow your own bush. Can be planted small, medium, or large crops. Or maybe I can't even do it because you would need like some sort of base crop thing to still put it on. Let's store everything. At least they don't go bad or anything, so you can just kind of deal with it. So we have a nice, empty, clean inventory. We have way too many of these boxes, but even given that, they're full, right? 10 out of 15, 10, 12, 9, 11. They're not really organized in any particular way either. Oh, but I have all this stuff on my bar, too. Clearly, 3 of these wouldn't put me to sleep, would they? It even gives you that little purple outline, but you can eat a couple of these. I don't really know what I even want to do with them. But let's put them back on my thing here. Like, if we have a proper, action bar on the bottom here, this is all kind of necessary, normal stuff. There's your little slingshot, water skin. That's for healing purposes. Now, the rest of this could just be sort of the next thing that we would be wanting to craft. But what comes after the narcotics? We have the simple bed, single panel flag, and standing torch. So we're doing it like a real quest objective to-do list. Simple bed. It doesn't seem to be an exact alphabetical order or anything, or even the order in which you learn them, right? I don't know exactly how this works. So an arrow, like any sort of range thing would be nice. You could totally cheese with that, I'm sure. I think it was single panel flag, right? We have the bed. Another bed that probably won't even fit in the goddamn house. Or some of this is going to require the mortar and pestle to make, but thankfully not immediately after. I'm surprised they don't abuse that as soon as they expect you to have it. Simple bed, single panel flag, and standing torch would be kind of cool. Can we put like a dinosaur's head on it? Is like the things that they show in the forest and stuff, like to show dinosaurs aren't welcome here. They should be scared, right? So they'll respect our territory, or they'll come after us to take revenge. But that's always like a cool, put a little mantle thing on your wall sort of thing. Standing torch. I'm sure I'm trying not to read it. I'm just trying to, skim through it to find what I find, or I could just keep using the search mechanic, but where the heck is it? Standing torch. Oh, it's at an angle. Isn't it different? It's standing at an angle here, but it's not there. I swear, in the angle. Oh, no, it is. Never mind. Yeah, is that how it's going to be when I actually make it? It'll be at some weird diagonal angle. So let's see what we would need to actually make that then. This is fiber, hide, thatch, and wood. So now we would be so resource rich, let's say, with like 1 million of these, that you wouldn't even have to go anywhere. You could just stand here forever and just keep going back and forth between these and like have this insane vault of resources where you can craft anything just on demand. But most of that stuff isn't too hard to come by anyway. We have the hide. Is maybe the only difficult one to get. Or let's look between all 3 and actually see if we can do that. It would be fiber, thatch, wood, and flint, stone. So fiber, thatch, wood, flint, stone, all the crazy, or all the base resources that you would use anyway. Thatch, that'd be more than enough. Feels like we're somehow not that rich on flint. stone we need. And even if you do get over encumbered, it's not a big deal because you're right here in your base anyway. Fiber, stone. We shouldn't really need more thatch. I think flint is the only thing we'd be low on unless there's some big dump of it somewhere here. There's 24. Not like there's any reason to make multiple of these either. Or what we're going to end up doing is just not even have room. Or somehow we don't have enough for that. What could it be? It is... Oh, you just need way more fiber. Shit. It's not very hard to come by. Another one of those invisible resources that you can just kind of, you know, swipe at the air and hope you get it. So we're not super close to being encumbered, but just somehow that animation feels a little bit clunky. Yeah, we got like a hide gold mine over here just with the sheer number of things. Dodos, those little, whatever, a lot of stuff that isn't hostile towards you, basically. Like it'll be where you can stand in the same spot and just keep gathering stuff infinitely because it either respawns or whatever. Did we really have so little fiber in there? That's kind of hard to believe. Between like 6, 7 different boxes. I mean, I guess we're constantly using it, but it's not like it's hard to come by at all. Problem is we keep picking up these stupid stones in the process. One of those things like, oh, you can't choose what to pick up. You know who would love this style of looting is Diablo players or Path of Exile players, like where they have these add-ons and stuff, but then they kind of don't want to loot everything anyway. They want to have the add-on pick out for them, like, oh, you know, this is actually what's worth picking up and not. But no, it's like, it's a case where I actually like that deeper meaning to my channel art that I didn't think of at the time. It's like the Diablo shushing and saying, oh no, this is how many lives you have. That's another bug tree. Bug tree count at least 2, 3. Oh shit, 2 back to back. Maybe this one is 2. They get confused around the rocks. That one looks at least like it grew out of the rock. But it's the fact that I was known as a Diablo hater or I never really played the... Oh my god. Oh my god. The way he did that was very scary. Oh my god. I've gotten jump scared by this game actually a number of times. Just you hear the footsteps coming. But no, I was known as either a Diablo hater or just somebody who didn't play the games, and yet it still is represented in my channel art, so you would think I'm a big Diablo fan because of it. But that just represents what it means sometimes to be objective, is that even if I don't like the perspective of it or entirely always the gameplay style, I'm still not going to completely dismiss it either. Or I'll even make a point to try to give it a chance just because of that, to try to counteract that and see. I'm going to be objective. Like, I read the Bible to make sure I wouldn't believe in it, let's say. That's a good way to put it. Like, you didn't dismiss it and therefore didn't read it. You dismissed it after reading it as a result of reading it. And so you made a point to be informed about what you're thinking. Or there's a great ironic quote I think I said way back in one of those debates, like, I probably read it and you haven't. That's why I don't believe it and you do, or something like that. Not even to single out, just in a general sense. But like the person who disagrees or doesn't believe it knows more about it, right? We'd be having a discussion and you would know more about it than they do. And yet they're the ones who believe. So what does that tell you? It's almost like that's necessary to the equation. So this is a little bit more annoying to get. Or like, look how we have all these random amounts. I just kind of keep dumping it in there with no regard. Yeah, see, that was the big ticket that we were looking for. 207. Doesn't really feel that bad, even as far as encumberment. Now we should be able to make all 3 of them, I would presume. The biggest holdout was just 100 fiber for that. Look at how much progress we actually made here. And as our reward, we'll unlock even more engrams. We'll level up because of doing this, and then we'll have even more stuff to craft, so we'll never catch up. I should probably do some long episodes of this one day, like even, you know, my normal length is probably 2 to 3 hours on one of these, but just to try to see how far I can actually push it progress-wise, but at least now I'll have more time because chess isn't going to ruin my whole week every time, because now we have 2 months to do the next thing, and I'm almost getting a little bit jaded to trying to do it. Yeah, I like the idea of putting one of these things and having like a dinosaur's head on it, not out of any sick tendency, but just to sort of show like, oh, they don't want to mess with you here. There's some sort of psychological benefit for that. Time for some modding. Yeah, I typically never mod games actually, because I play them so slowly that I end up like, I played Skyrim over 1,000 hours, but I only modded it like one day for a couple hours just to try it, and I didn't even like it. Or, oh no, I thought you meant for this game. He's still excited about being a mod. Yeah, this does have a big community, I think, for them. I did get to 1300 through great difficulty, so now I don't have to worry about that for now. Hardest placement on floor. The problem with it, though, is it's not going to fit in the room. Like, or will it? The other one wouldn't fit, actually. That's weird. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I guess I found the secret. Just play for absurd amounts of time. Like 14 hours the one day, 8 hours the next day. Doesn't really feel very, That's so weird. This bed is so much bigger than the other one, but this fits inside the house and the other one doesn't. The only way, it's like some sort of weird meta that nobody would even think or care about because it doesn't matter. The only way to put the other base bed into this size house, the base size house, which they seem sort of compatible with each other, is to first put the bed before you build the walls. Once you build the walls, you can't actually fit it in there. It's such a bizarre thing. What kind of music do you like? I like instrumental stuff. Maybe that's some sort of video game music bias, but even like film scores I like a lot. Philip Glass is a great composer. I typically don't like stuff with lyrics too much. Positively dark, old school techno. Okay, so this is just a flag. Will I be able to like decorate it somehow or something? Single panel flag, 0 out of 50. What about in the Hall of the Mountain King? I don't know what that is, I don't think. Single panel flag in area. What does that mean? 0 out of 150. Just like everybody else could put them too, and you can only have a limit of but so many. Whatever, we're just doing it for decoration purposes anyway, but it kind of gives purpose to it. I don't know what you could put, like an insignia on it, or like your little guild logo, or doesn't seem like you can do much with it now though. Or I can't even still do the torch. How come? Camp place is obstructed. Oh, it looked like it was. Why did it look like it was great out there? Maybe just the lighting of it. Where would I want the torch to be? This is kind of a good way to just mark your place in the world too, just to leave a trail of breadcrumbs or something. This is good to sort of show you where the fire is. Or like put the fire on one side, put this on the other side. I'll put it sort of in line with the little, with the flagpole. How do you actually start this? You could light it with the thatch the same way. Oh, that is pretty cool, actually. I like that. So I'd make like 1 million of those every 5 steps I go and just do it. Look it up. It's an instrumental. You'll know it. What's your name on PlayStation? It should be my username, but this is actually on Xbox that I'm playing. Yeah, it's going to be a sad commentary that I normally like PlayStation more, to whatever extent I do like console, but I've ended up playing a lot more on Xbox just because whatever. None of these games are even exclusive to it, but it's just... Type it in chat, please. Let me see. I don't know, actually, if that's it. I forgot, but... Could be some older, weird username that I would use. Let's see. Yeah, what was that called? Hall of the Mountain King. Yeah, like, what's my favorite video game score? That would actually be a good subject. Your account is private. Oh, so that is it? You can't look it up? Huh. Maybe I can go on there one day and change it. I don't think I've even used my PlayStation in a super long time. I have this like setup where you can see the PS5 and the... I should like show a picture of it. I have the PS5 next to the Xbox Series S, and the Xbox looks so tiny compared to it. Like 3 of them could fit in there. Like half the table is the PlayStation, and like a tiny little corner is the Xbox. It looks like comical, just the size difference. But I guess I got the bigger version of the... I got a bigger version of the PlayStation and the smaller version of the Xbox, but still. It's not even like console size matters, but... You know, it's almost the size where it could be like the Nintendo Switch. It's just a little bulkier, the Xbox. I don't know, I kind of didn't even want to do too much today. I almost want to wait till nighttime, though. I always like to start at night so I can just dick around and try to craft stuff. Let's see how far we can go just with my little chest here. And I actually did something yesterday I normally don't like to do on account of chests, is because of the simple fact that I skipped my episode of Paladins, Little permanent gauntlet. So I was almost going to do it today, but then I got late today as well. What are we at? Standing torch, spyglass. Maybe we should end off with that. Crystal. See, now here becomes a big problem. I don't think I have any crystals in my whole existence, nor would I really know how to get them. So that gives us at least something to work towards. We could go in a little deeper, try to think like what would logically even drop one. You'd have to go up to some sort of special mine probably. Or let's see if I can't clear out my inventory again. At least we feel like a little more comfortable now, but I'm not really making much progress or going anywhere. Or I don't even know what my username is on here either. This wasn't like my old channel's name, so I guess I haven't used it for maybe that long. Dude, you're what the heck? Why did you say that? Oh, because I'm my character? Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say it exactly like that, but in a manner of speaking. To some. That we don't need to worry about. So yeah, I like my taskbar situation. We have a source of water. We have a, a healing item in the narcotics. We have the slingshot as a range. Although I'm never going to have enough, I'm never really going to have enough of the stones on me to really use that, it feels like. So those are two things I got to test out. I got to test how many narcotics do you have before you get to... There's going to be a saber cat just jump out at me and kill me like that chick was warning me about. We actually had a jump scare moment, too, where that guy's just running at me even though he wasn't hostile. You love narcotics? Apparently these dinosaurs love it, too, because that's how you're supposed to tame them, I guess. Yeah, we have to test out how the slingshot really stuns stuff. And we also have to test out how many narcotics we can have before we pass out. You gotta be careful here. As it always warned you at the beginning, whenever you go deeper in, stuff becomes more dangerous and hostile. And I have no real escape plan still. We're gonna really have to wait till we get some advanced technology, smoke bomb, some sort of taser, just to sort of get out of there in crowd control. Because clearly our ability to run away and stuff is not particularly good. And that might not be as much of an issue if you just did like a stamina-only character. Or whatever, you were allowed to get other stats. That might be the weirdest condition that people really question here. Is just... why would you even restrict that just randomly? And it doesn't have to be specifically melee, but if you were to do it the same format, you would just say, okay, you can get one stat and one stat only the whole time. Like, what is it up to? 240%. Which maybe it's like one of those things where it caps out like Dark Souls, where it punishes you for even doing that. It'll get to a cap, and then it'll stop being nearly as effective per level. I'm going almost way too deep in. See, I don't know what that thing is. I don't think I've ever seen it before. In fact, I almost need the spyglass to be able to try to see it. Now, what if the crystal is... what if the crystal is something that is like way deeper in or super rare to get? Then it might take us a while. So we'll be going on a big adventure just for that one thing. Or like crouching serves a twofold purpose. The fact that it'll, keep you hidden and stop stuff from aggroing to you and let you get the jump on them. But also, you're not draining your stamina as you're going into this because you're sort of, you'll go into a fight even if something does aggro with full stamina because you're not expending it. Do you have any good recommendations for a good storyline game? What was a good story game I played recently? I guess if you like detective stuff, like Kathy Rain was pretty good. Or what else? I guess that's kind of an obscure one. Or like the Obra Dinn was really good. They're both like kind of detective mystery style stuff. You played Red Dead? I've played the original one a lot actually because I would do like this little format where I would try to see how high I could get my bounty. But I never actually beat it. And I do have part 2 as well, but some people even said, oh, you should play part 2 before part 1 because it's a prequel. But I feel like it's probably written in a way that it would sort of spoil stuff or hint at stuff, like it's sort of winking at the camera. Like if you were to watch the Star Wars prequels before the original, it would sort of give away certain things like who Darth Vader is and this and that. It was not really meant to be watched like that. It would ruin the whole twist of the thing. I don't know, that sort of self-awareness that they have when they're making it makes me not want to do it like that. Yeah, one day I should just do that proper, like do a first playthrough permadeath run of Red Dead. But it's always hilarious. Like whenever I would try to actually make any progress, I would just get so distracted by the bounty system, which is way better than the wanted system in GTA, because it's like one of those things where if you kill enough of them, it ends and you can escape from it, or you don't have to escape. So it's like an encounter, so it feels more dynamic. You should play Red Dead 2. The one thing I kind of regret with not doing those is I miss out on the online experience, because it, by the time I get around to it, then they already take it offline or it's already ruined. So I never really played Red Dead 1 online, and Red Dead 2 online is probably, or you'll go in there and it'll have like alien weapons like GTA Online. I go in, play it a little bit, early on, and then I come back years later and it's like, oh shit, everybody has like Call of Duty airstrike mechanics and alien ships and alien laser guns and all this kind of stuff, because they've done like a million expansions with it. So it'd be the same thing with respect to why are we getting so thirsty so fast? With Red Dead, they'll add all these weird kind of mechanics in over time. It's very good. Online is still very active. And I'm sure I would have to do it on PC of all things. Or there are some games that are weird like that where it actually has a bigger following on console. I mean, I'd rather do it on PC too, but that might actually be one where it's a little hard for my computer to handle it, apparently. Either because of bad Rockstar optimization, or you always don't have to play it on max settings, though. Yeah, it'd be very interesting to see. Why do I feel like I've seen Crystal somewhere, though? What would logically make sense for where it would be? It would just be like super farther in a mine somewhere. Now here's the problem though. I have to work with what I have. So what if like, oh, you just make a bow and try to shoot whatever that thing is out there, and that'll help you make progress to be able to get the crystal and stuff, but you can't do that because you can't make the bow until you make the spyglass first. So you're kind of screwed. There might be certain enemies that somehow drop it. One of those, like, it'll be like some super clutch moment like that. Like there's this raptor that steals stuff from people, and so it would steal crystal from somebody, even if it's like some generic unknown NPC just in the world. So you would kill a random raptor and get crystals from it, whereas normally you would never be able to get that any other way, or like it'll be super farther in. So like Don't Starve, maybe I had moments like that. It'll be like the serendipities moment where you get the exact thing you need in a way that you normally wouldn't get it, just because of some weird encounter or something. And because of that, that guy's melee damage is even worse than mine. Look at him. But I don't really want to mess with him. Or look how they fight each other. This rarely actually happens. Far Cry 3 moment. 100 bandits versus 100 pirates. Like, you do all kind of fun stuff with this. So, I mean, obviously the Triceratops is going to win. Like, what do you expect, dude? I can be a little grave robber. So see how he acted as the bodyguard for that. He's not going to attack me, because they never do. Or maybe if I steal this guy's loot, he will. So that one I don't think we've really seen. So we walk 5 steps. Will he be the bodyguard now too? Has the benefit of these guys being so tanky is all these things can happen. All these world events come to the rescue. It'll be a thunderstorm. A bolt of lightning will strike you by the time you finally fucking kill those guys. They're tankier than even the turtles. Whatever that one was much bigger. But look how dangerous this spot is. There's like 4 of these together. Do you really want to mess with this? This is going to be like my WoW classic moment where you're about to kill one and then it calls for help and aggro's like 3 more. What you would really probably have to start doing is actually use the swing shot. I don't know. It doesn't do much damage, and I don't know to what extent it's going to be good, but I should almost grab all my stones and... What the hell is that? He just fell off the side of the mountain. Into my domain. Is this the poison one, or what is it? Can't even tell. He's totally bugged out. Maybe that's just what he wants me to think. Now you can use the rock as line of sight. Next level tactics. They're still pretty tanky though, considering how high my damage is, at least compared to the fact that we were killing them kind of all along. It just feels like we're on sort of strings a little bit. Like we can't go too far out. I have to keep going to the water to get it. If I go too far in, there might not be a body of water. We have to keep coming back to the base, whether it be at nighttime or to craft stuff. So there's going to be a point where you feel a bigger sense of freedom, where you feel like you can go out a bit more. But no, I kind of want to get the rocks. sort of clear out my inventory again, of which we've been doing a pretty good job of, actually. At some point, I'm just going to forget where my even base was. I don't know how big these maps actually are, but clearly I have just been around the same area over and over and over so far. Yeah, I didn't really accomplish much today, but at least we got some things organized, and this is like almost a story RP type of episode where you would just get comfortable with whatever. If you had your pet, you could tell like a little story like I did in that Silver Pine thing. I have my little war again. I'm kind of introducing myself to it officially and stuff like that. 39 thatch. I think I'm running out of the thatch here. 200. Or this is what'll happen. You'll suck the area dry of resources, so you have to keep moving. 27 raw meat is good. The only thing I want to see here is basically the stone, if I have any left over. We have 68, so that's very nice. It's, in fact, probably too many. That almost encumbers me by itself. So now I could test it out like on those raptors or something. And again, it even says in the tooltip that it's meant to be used in such a way that is sort of defensive and to stun them, not aggressively. Or now I almost don't even want to do it. Or I could try to pick off some fish, but I have trouble even seeing them when they're under there. I don't really want to do it at night or in the rain, but just I do kind of want to test this out a little bit. Or I could even test it on non-aggressive stuff like the dodos. So maybe if you get a headshot, it'll knock them out for a little bit. But I imagine it would stop working on stuff that's a certain size. But whatever, we'll just keep a good amount of stock for that on us. Now, here's the one time where I have to do it kind of, and I have to end the stream and then restart it because of how stupid the, whatever, one of the other downsides of streaming on console, just for the fact that I can't even get in there. You have to actually do the little crouch jump because it always crashes when I try to switch back normally. Now I do Hearthstone as my second category, but yeah, like 9 out of 10 times at least when I switch my HDMI and my thing. How do you finish the PvZ you're playing? The plus, I just have to finish the rest of the mini games, but it might be a while because some of them are borderline impossible. And I'm kind of not doing it for very long episodes either. I'm kind of just doing like where I try each of the mini games like once. But there's not really that much left beyond that. And then I pretty much am doing 1,000 Year Door after that, but only because I'm just assuming that because it's leading in votes by like 6 or 7, I think. Unless we get some crazy dump of votes for something else. Yeah, it'll probably be that. And that'll probably just be like the base hard mode where they sort of increase the values. Those tend to be my favorite kinds. Okay, I'll be back in a second. Okay, so today is like the 4th episode in a row that I stayed alive on the same character, which is at least a new record. And I think last time I showed kind of the way that I could easily do that is just stay in the same place generally. Don't really go out, adventure, try to do too much. That's like where sort of my completionist thing on top of everything else comes into play, where I have like a desire to craft everything in order. Even if it's not directly in order, it's like at least by row, right? Even if I don't feel like I need it or it's not going to be too good, and come out and immediately get hit by my own fire. I don't like to do too much stuff at night, even though it's not that dangerous. You can blame Don't Starve for that, just like, or even like The Forest. A lot of survival games use that as a barometer of danger. You shouldn't try to do too much at night. Stuff will come and attack you. Here it's almost the opposite though. Like piranha plants and stuff will be out in the water, but for the most part, there's nothing really too I could be made to eat my words here, but it's not like it's especially aggressive just out here. Just if you wander around, there's no, I don't know. It's not like hellhounds are coming to attack you or those natives from the forest come to attack you. That's one of those weird conflicts where it's almost like they're just defending their home. But yeah, I was getting like super OCD with my inventory now, like just putting everything in here, including all that sort of stuff you start with that is... So there were 2 things I wanted to sort of practice with. One is I want to see how the slingshot works to see if it stuns them or, you know, because we need like 1 of 2 things to prevent my inevitable death that's going to happen. And here's the reason why it happens too. It happens because I'll encounter some enemy that's too fast, and I'm not upgrading stamina, obviously. I'm one stat only, and that one stat happens to be strength or melee damage, whatever you want to call it. And so the point is that something really fast and strong comes and attacks me in the wilderness as I'm exploring, and then I try to run away, but I don't have enough stamina to get away, so I die. And I can't outfight it necessarily. So I either need a way to incapacitate it, like a smoke bomb or something like that, or I need something to heal, well, either heal myself or regain my stamina, so I can actually, you know, because it runs out so fast, and that's never going to change. So the next thing on my list does require a crystal, so now this will force me to go out of my comfort zone and try to find something. I forgot what it even is, the spyglass, which is kind of good to plan your path and stuff. But, you know, I don't know where to get crystals from. It's possible certain dinosaurs have it, like, in their, whatever, like, on their face or part of their body somehow. And if you kill them, you get it from them. It could be like a triceratops or something weird like that, or you just have to find it somewhere. So I assume I would have to go deeper in to do that. Do I have everything on me that I really want to go with? I like to kind of travel light a bit. I can have a bunch of narcotics, but you can only... that's like our first healing item that we've ever gotten. I'm just suiting up and getting ready, and then we'll go in the morning a little bit deeper in. But it can go 100 to 0 very fast, and that's what's kind of annoying about it, is that if something aggroes and it's just too strong, I can't do anything about it. You're just kind of screwed. Because I've kind of seen that in multiple other times where I just can't run away. Right, like there's nowhere to go. Like you need I don't know how stealth works or detection works, but sometimes they'll just chase you and then that's just it. Either you can try to kill them, which you would think, it feels like the fish meat just lasts forever. Wild carnivores eat it, but prefer raw meat. Either something's bugged with this or it just lasts forever, because I don't think I've eaten that in the whole time like I've played the game, but it's been in there for a super long time. Either it just deteriorates at a slow rate or it doesn't deteriorate when it's in a box, which isn't true of the regular meat, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe it is. It at least slows it down a little bit when you put stuff in here. You have like a ridiculous amount of hide, but this is where it's going to turn into like a quest-based thing. Forget about the main overall quest that we're trying to do, whatever that chick said at the beginning, where it's like at the beginning of Breath of the Wild, like wake up Link. It's like some cybernetic chick or something saying, you might be the chosen one, go do something right out in the world. So not that quest, but there's like a mini quest where it's like, okay, I have to go find some crystal, then come back, craft it, then we go on the next quest, whatever the next thing is. So we can't progress past that bar of the engram until we do that. So I do find that to be an interesting way to play it, on top of it being a first playthrough, on top of it being permadeath, on top of it being, you know, one stat only, blind, no advice, no looking stuff up. We couldn't really decorate this or do anything to it, seemingly. I don't know how exactly you would do that. Or you'd have to have like some sort of insignia, some kind of guild or whatever thing would show up on there. And there's like a limited number of those you can put in a particular area. I'm not sure exactly why that is. Like each faction could put their own and you could kind of compete. That could be like a game mode. Whoever fills up the majority of flag spaces in a particular area wins or something. I'm sure what most people play this for, especially after a period of time, is like multiplayer stuff, and I get all that, whether it be co-op, whether it be PvP, but, or even the act of playing like this is kind of like Rust or whatever, like DayZ or something, where like you would go in the world and kind of compete for resources with other people. So it's not really that you're PvP, like you're trying to kill them. It's more just like you're trying to basically, you know, survive in a world that just happens to contain other people. So they could potentially help you, they could potentially hurt you. There's always that unknown factor. But that stuff can be fun. It's just like this initial experience, especially with a survival game, is very special to me because you can just take your time and get so much out of it. You know, I wouldn't vouch for my dying, but I would vouch for my style of play, like taking my time, not always knowing what I'm doing, and just sort of, you know, that sense of discovery is a big part of the experience. And I feel like a lot of survival games don't tell you stuff on purpose because of that. It's not just like a design oversight. It's kind of like it wants you to try to figure it out, or if you wiki stuff, at least you're making that choice. I guess a lot of games just assume you are going to do that. I thought I put that in there. 14 raw meat. Yeah, meat has been sort of a godsend with respect to, or like just killing stuff. It'll give you so much hide, which you need for a lot of stuff. It'll give you so much meat, so you never have to worry about that. And the main reason why I like meat isn't because it's more filling or anything like that. It's just easier than keeping like 100 different berries on your hotbar down there, especially because I'm playing on console, but just in general. We have 3 empty slots. I like to keep this bottom nice and tidy like this. So normally people would say, oh, just skip this and make something better, because we have a lot of stuff unlocked, but I'm trying to not even look at it. To pretend like the unlock condition for the 10th row, or for the 8th row, is you have to craft all of these, regardless of what level you're at. So in a sense, I'll be sort of over-leveled for what I'm doing, but I haven't really done much besides, that could be my best survival strategy. I'll never die, I'll just stay in the same spot. But I do feel some sort of desire to progress here. So we could be here for like several episodes looking for a crystal, because I don't know I haven't seen anything that would really indicate how you would get it. So this will be a bit of a mystery puzzle solving moment. Presumably it would be something much deeper inside, or there could just be a super, super low chance to get it from any random thing that you mine. But if that was the case, that would really scare me, because of how many of those we've done, that it would be really a low chance that we'll be here forever then. So most of the hostile things towards me have been pretty much the same, like those little raptors that shoot the poison at you, the ones that sort of steal stuff from you, the piranha plants. There's that one big thing that ran into me and sort of impaled me on the beach. That was one of those moments. It's like, let me try to explore a little bit deeper inside. And even the beach and by the water is meant to be safe, but you go a little bit inside, 5 steps away from my base, and then I immediately get killed by that. It was too fast. I got kind of impaled on it, kind of stunned. So I don't see what I could have really done there. And I doubt, even if I do practice with the slingshot, I doubt the slingshot would have done much there, because it's so big. I doubt that would actually stun it. Or maybe if you get a direct headshot, it will actually for a second. Yeah, stamina is going to become the biggest detriment. So I either need something that's going to, refill it on demand, which I assume will be some other form of narcotics or something like that. Just some sort of sports drink equivalent for the caveman style. And it'll be sort of cool to see how the technology keeps evolving to more modern stuff, because we know that the game has assault rifles and whatever, laser cannons and whatnot, I'm sure, because that's what they advertise, like with the cover art and stuff. I think I'm pretty good about like staying pretty pure on stuff. Like I knew maybe very little about this game, but I never saw any videos on it. I never saw anything. I don't think I even knew what really the assets in game really looked like until I first played it. It's possible I had seen like a brief reference or a clip in something else, but I tend to try to be very strict about that. Like even Elden Ring, when it came out, I didn't know that it was made by, or Sekiro, I didn't know that it was made by From Software. I just thought, oh, it's a game that's like kind of inspired by that. Oh, they copied Dark Souls, but it's actually made by them, which in a way kind of disappointed me that, oh, it's like you're turning into a one-trick thing where you kind of keep making the same type of game over and over, but, that's fine. They're good at it. Those would have been 2 PC ports I would have liked to see, is Demon Souls, and they finally did do The Last of Us. I always wanted that. Maybe I'll be able to do my grounded permadeath then. At least I'd feel more comfortable trying to do it, but supposedly it's a really shitty port. Would be Red Dead, obviously. I feel like there was some rumbling about that actually happening. The original Red Dead might come to PC. And then the other thing is, what did I just say? See how long the nighttime actually is, and I just don't feel comfortable going out there now. We'll just wait, so I'll never die. Like, I don't feel under threat by any sort of basic survival resource, right? Like, I have no trouble getting water, I have no trouble getting food, everything like that, it's fine. But I have to plan out my little march here deeper inside. It's going to get more and more dangerous. My melee damage is actually pretty good, all things considered. It's as high as it could possibly be, in fact, just based on leveling up. Right, so who would really play like this is the point, where you go like full one-stat only character. It's very unusual, but now at the beginning, it would have been that I could have chosen any one stat. It didn't have to be melee damage. That was just my choice, but it was the idea that I would only be able to get one, And it doesn't matter, oh, if I die and respawn, I still have to commit to the same one. So that is a format that I did mainly like with Dark Souls, where I chose like a one stat only character, even on a first playthrough or whatever. So because I'm too scared to go in the water, you can just do it like that and fill out the water scan. That's the real use of it. It's not to carry water on you in case you go deep into the jungle and you need a drink later, you don't get dehydrated. It's because you're too much of a pussy to go in the water all the way and get bit by a piranha plant, so you just drink it from here, from the bottle, and then put it back in and fill it up. Because in order to drink, you would have to actually go underneath it, which is sometimes kind of difficult to do. This guy won't get the hint that, you know, you're trying to swim to try to drink, but he'll just kind of sit there. It's becoming kind of morning time. Only thing I hope is that I can still continue this even after Ascended comes out. I don't know how they might fuck this up. This is like a single player thing, so it shouldn't really matter. But they might just force you to transfer over to that, or it might just delete my save and force me to start something new, which is fine, but I just always find that weird that companies don't. How hard would it be to just let you keep playing this and then add the other stuff in addition? You don't have to have one come at the expense of the other. I always like to have 2 spears. That's a good rule. So if one of them breaks, just get out of there. I need like a weapon that has like some sort of crippling effect on it, right? So I hit them once with that and then I run away. So it's not, the purpose isn't to do damage, or so I can kite them. Or again, my only ranged weapon is just this, which is not really much of a weapon, and it's meant to stun them, but I don't know how big, you know, creatures can get that it would still work on them. I'm sure it won't work on like a fucking T-Rex or something really large. So those are the 2 things. Wait, what? Those are the 2 things I want to test out. How much torpidity does the narcotic give you? So how many could I potentially use in combat if I'm dying without falling asleep? And then the other one is how well does the slingshot stun, and what sort of stuff does it stun? How accurate do you have to be to make it stun, etc. So I've used it a few times, but I haven't really seen anything crazy happen. In fact, I tried to use it offensively to kill something, but it didn't seem to be doing any damage at all. Let's just get... I'm going to try to play it safe, but it can go 100 to 0 really fast. I'm not too sure about it. To pick up some invisible fibers that you can never see, so you would never even know whether they're there, and then it forces you to pick up stuff you don't necessarily want. Or what it might want me to pick up is, how is my inventory almost full, or my weight, if I'm already, might be some stone, I don't know what exactly we need. It's very subtle, that red, to tell whether you can make it or not. Okay, so everything should be fine. I don't even need the torch, and I'll come back before nighttime. Or I could build another base deeper inside, but I should almost just be crouching and play it super safe. You see how scared I've been to try to go any deeper into the wild. Last time we had like this little other island we went to, like a small island at the edge there, that we sort of just spent the night and we were kind of exploring around, but there was nothing even there. There's a lot of cool resources I'm sure I haven't seen yet, or even enemy types, because I haven't gone anywhere besides right by the water. We already see something big over there, so would that be hostile? Like, I don't know what they expect you to really do, aside from have, like, jacked out crazy stuff at this point already. I don't know how much this would help you either. I need a spyglass to kind of plan my approach. Oh, wait, that's exactly what I'm trying to craft, though, in doing this. As long as we have enough food and stuff to last us on this trip, I don't know how long we're going to be out here. It does seem like getting water could become very difficult once you go inland. Been sort of spoiled by being on the beach the whole time. What was that? Now, is that just one of the poisonous ones, or... At least I would potentially get the jump on it. I don't know how many there are and stuff like that. Right, that's just a regular one, though. It's not like anything special. So in the worst case, we could fight multiple at the same time. I kind of lost sight of him now. Or we should get, like, a sneak attack with the slingshot. Since he doesn't seem to see us there. I really can't see too well, though. This is sort of how you should play it. Maybe that should be my strategy. Just don't always be crouched when you're going into an area that you're not familiar with. Where the fuck did he go? I don't know. There's something wrong with my brightness sometimes because at night, especially, you can't see jack shit. I don't know how far it really goes either. Did that even hit him, or he didn't even notice it? Seems like the longer you hold it, the worse it gets with the wobble. We did hit him. And now we have to do the little sidestep shenanigans that we do. A little juke. We get tagged by something else now, though I'm typically not too good at dealing with it. So I don't know how much our increased melee damage really helps us with that. It still takes about the same amount of time as it normally would. These guys don't fight back. I don't like the shade of the trees, though, either. That adds kind of a... I was waiting for it to be daytime, but we still have to deal with the darkness. Thankfully, most of the big ones are gentle giants where they won't actually do anything to you. Now he's going to lead me into some sort of trap. This is what these guys always do. Gotta get tunnel vision and get too aggressive because I'm annoyed by how tanky they are. But he'll break my spear. And then we'll run into like a T-Rex or something and not even notice it. Look how tanky they are, dude. I have like 200 plus melee damage, which you wouldn't have to like level 40 or 50 because... Or never, because nobody would be so boneheaded with these ones I try to just get without even looking at. Or maybe I shouldn't even get them until... No, but then it might not let you level up. I don't know what all this stuff is, scorched earth and whatnot. It must be just different zones you have to teleport to using those little ARK things or... whatever. Like, I don't know what the whole mechanic with that is, or it could be like some DLC that was added later. I mean, it's obviously some sort of expansion or otherwise, but now we're going deeper and about as far in as we've... If I take one more step, it'll be as far from my base or far from the beach as I've ever been. Kind of scary, too. All the shade is creating a really eerie vibe. And so now you can't really hide super well, because you're going to be drawing their attention with your own fire. Maybe I should try to find a way inland without going into the shade like this. There'll be some sort of weird stealth-type dinosaur that's not even meant to be... You know, it won't be that strong. It'll just catch you off guard. Like, why would I want to go in that dark part? I think stamina just has become the biggest issue, though. Even just in fighting something or trying to get away can be very difficult. I think maybe the crouching idea is not a bad idea. Think about it like it was real life, because you only have one life, or you have to restart at least and not be able to respawn. Wouldn't you go in here a little bit stealthy and sneaky? Like, you wouldn't just be running in like a clown. Now, I don't know what those are, if they're hostile or not. I would assume they might be. Have some bug creatures here. Some enemy variety. That looks a little bit different. I heard some growling, but at least when I'm crouched like this, it's typically not too big of a deal. I don't know if these two will aggro together. Or, see, I can never tell whether it's the one that's going to try to steal stuff from you, or whether it's the one that's going to shoot poison at you. It's obviously the one that steals stuff, but from a distance, it's kind of hard to tell. Go back to the beach, or I guess I can't. Now they'll team up on me. What is all this noise, though? It must have just been him doing it the whole time. Fuck, he got me there. Slows you down, and it obviously blinds you. My favorite mechanic in games where you can't see anything. I know it's blind playthrough, so now we have to go back to the water again. It just seems like you can really get stuck in quicksand with the way that I'm doing it, but it seems like the right way to approach it. Even if you encounter something that's going to kill you, you would see it before it sees you, so then you could just change your mind. That's just a turtle. He's going way too far inland. Or maybe he'll lead me to some other source of water. It's not that there won't be rivers or lakes or whatever, but it just does seem a little bit weird because it'll just be very hard. Or you need like some better version of the water skin. I'm trying to go by the sounds a lot. But there is going to be some big one that's just aggressive and I'm going to die. So at least I'm identifying what could potentially kill me. So the Triceratops is not aggressive. That guy looked like he just appeared out of nowhere. They're not like super great at detecting you though. Speaking of something killing you in a stealthy way, that's literally the trope of this whole experience. It is like I walk 5 steps away from my base and then I die to something I haven't encountered before, or I haven't, like, come on. This is gonna take forever now. That's so stupid. I'd have to redo the whole thing. I don't know, just random names. That's literally all it is. I'm going a few steps away from the beach, a few steps away from base, and I'm already dead. So this is the punishment I should have to face for doing that. So now let's try to speed run and make everything all over again. Or maybe if I make something once, then I shouldn't have to do it again. I should be able to just skip it, but this is going to be a nightmare. I don't even feel like doing this now. Fuck. Something came up behind me that I had no idea was there, and it's some sort of stealthy snake or something, and it kills you so fast. And it was sort of stunning me or something, or my reaction's just not bad, I guess. At least I should be an expert on this part of the game, but it still kind of takes forever. Yeah, I always like that built-in permadeath to a survival game, even though it's not really built in here. I'm just sort of making that happen. And obviously spawning in the same spot could get boring over time, but it's just I shouldn't be kind of jinxed it too at the beginning. This is the longest I've survived. This has been 4 episodes. And right at the beginning, on cue, we die. But it wasn't even because we went too far in. It was something behind us still. Like, how am I supposed to account for that? I'm focused on the guy in front of me. That is really dirty. I don't know. Maybe I'll just wander around a bit. I don't even feel like redoing the whole thing again. This is so like my Don't Starve experience, but... Or sometimes I would make like a second save. There would be a different character, but like you could make 2 at once. So I don't like to do it where I sort of just go in and with the intention of dying, right? Like I'm not going here expecting that I'm going to die, but then it's like you're sort of spoiling stuff. Like you didn't go there to explore with the intention of surviving. You went in just to see what's there, and then, you know, it's like trial and error. I could just do that 50 times. I'll see what's over there, and if I die on this guy, it doesn't matter. So that when the time comes, then it will matter. Like, I could just die to a piranha plant here. But that's almost how these episodes should be. If I die, the episode's already over. That was very disappointing. At the very least, I should try to build back my... Like, I can't even do anything, dude. Maybe I'll try to build on this side of the map, because I haven't typically been here. And you can see why, because even trying to do that, my health value wouldn't have changed over time either. So I guess they would expect you not to be so single-minded. At least we'll sort of branch out and do this a little bit differently. We won't be spoiled by meat. I'm not going to use narco berries because they can make you fall asleep. That is such a classic beginner's trap thing, though. I kind of like it in retrospect. Let's just make all the basic things. We haven't done any farming. We haven't done any taming. Some of the stuff I just don't do by choice, too. Like, I don't really want to tame anything yet. Although that can help alert me to all the bullshit that we're dying to. Let's just make whatever we have here. The first row is note, pick, torch. It almost seems pointless to worry about the order now, but still, I'll honor my format. Whatever. Today's goal then is just get back to where we were, which I might not even be able to do that because that did take a while. You need some stones, and then you're going to need some wood, obviously. You have to just beat with your fist at the beginning. Gotta keep leaving myself notes as advice because I'm such a clown. This is actually relevant. Don't go inland and just sit at your base the whole time. Then I'll have the longest permadeath run of ARK ever for any character because I just won't do anything. Because there's no danger here, at least. It gives you that impression or comfort zone. You can just sit by the beach and you'll be fine forever. Nothing's ever going to kill you. And I totally won't eat my words there because we've already seen that that's kind of the case. At least I made it across the water in a way that normally I feel like I can't do. We'll stick the melee thing as well. We're only at like number 7, but some of them are hard to get, right? Some of those resources are weird. And so maybe in doing this, we'll figure out how to get the crystal stuff too. Let's spare the dodo for now. We want to make the torch, which we could just use this probably to get. Or we'll get some wood as well. I don't know what else it would be that you would need. Try to do the sort of speed run, at least the part that we've done before so many times. You might think it's tedious, and it kind of is, but it's the correct price to pay, right? It's the price I should have to pay for being so bad or dying over and over, which at least we're sort of dying to something new every time, but you can make those. Now here's where you start to run into the hide situation. That one I would say is kind of my fault for being stupid, but I guess I kept picking it up without realizing how I was picking it up. And it just, you got to keep hitting their body once you kill them. The fire, we kind of skipped over, though, or I skipped over the whole row. Using the campfire, we can make our base over here on this side of the water, which is at least different than what we've typically done. The spear, obviously, keep at least 2 of them. You're just very easy to kill, all things considered, because you're... whatever, your health value is low, everything is just kind of low. If I accidentally craft those pants, that could invalidate the whole run. Wait, why are the pants even there, though? Spear hatchet, but the fire didn't... Huh. I don't know what I did. Put it there, so whatever. This will be enough to make them. We need a whole bunch of wood. Probably need some fiber, too. Yeah, by simply going across the water, now it's going to be a totally fresh, new experience. Everything is going to be different. Probably need some wood. I don't even know what I need. What could I need for the spear? I guess just that much wood. Yeah, that was kind of a cool way to try to play it too, which I didn't necessarily do that from the beginning, so I don't really care, but you could turn off the UI tooltips, which is kind of a cool feature that they have. So that allows you to try to figure out how to make stuff yourself. So not only would I have to find something like, oh, where could the crystal be in the world, I wouldn't even know what I would need to make it in the first place. That might make it a little bit too difficult, but it is kind of a fun idea. Yeah, we'll put this on this beach. I don't think I've really been to this side, maybe ever, so that's always cool. Level 4. We were like, what, level 30 almost? How did we level up twice in a row like that so quickly? What the hell is that? We went down just to get some fish. I do like seeing the wildlife fight each other rather than always picking on me, which I can't really complain because most of the time they are. Like, a lot of things aren't really hostile to you anyway. So here you would want to put in the thatch, which we don't really have that much, but... I need the stone hatchet, which I think I've rarely used for anything. In fact, maybe that's what would allow me to get crystal from one of these other... Let me actually read it. A sharp flint hatchet for harvesting wood from trees, stone from rocks, and skin from bodies. But it's not really anything better than what I use anyway, so I just am too lazy normally to do it. Can I make a second one, though, too, is the big question. But, like, that was how my pet died in Hardcore Classic. Like, I changed my keybind, so there'll be one thing that I change. I'll put the stone hatchet here instead. So now it'll be, whatever, the spear will be on 4 instead of 3, and then that'll lead to me getting killed. Something dumb like that, just because you're so used to it. The stone hatchet, campfire, spear, and so now you move on to the clothing. Campfire, stone hatchet, spear. So every row is like a whole new puzzle. How do I get this? How do I get that? So the hide was a bit of a mystery for a little bit. Let's do... You need fiber, hide, fiber, hide. So the fiber part is pretty easy to do, obviously. Let's look for some little dodos, including the one that I spared there. Like, this is the one problem with the whole grabbing at air to try to pick stuff up. is just that you end up get 2 hide, 4 hide. We need quite a bit. You never really have enough of it. The meat is also nice to have. These guys don't fight you back, but they are very tanky and they'll run all around, so I don't know if it's worth it to even try to get them. But this guy's like a metallic one, which I don't know if enough about the lore to really know what the whole story behind those is, but does that mean all the dinosaurs are maybe some sort of construct of some man-made thing, but just these ones happen to show it? Or like how or why did that end up happening? Maybe that was somebody's pet and they sort of decked it out, but then they betrayed them and killed them. Create a whole storyline just for some cybernetic dinosaur. So I'm pretty low on health, pretty low on everything. I was so like on alert and everything too, but I just couldn't do anything there, I guess. It was one of those stupid snakes, I think, but I couldn't even get such a good look at it. Yeah, the water aspect isn't too bad, but that kind of encourages you to start on the beach too. So that's the only hard mode condition that I'm not doing with this is you can kind of spawn in harder locations. Right, we're spawning in just a base easy one. My spear's even breaking on a dodo. That's how you know you're at rock bottom. Now it'll break and some poisonous raptor will come after me and some stupid shit. I think that's the really annoying part, is just going to be the lack of certain resources. Like, you're not going to have enough health, you're not going to have enough stamina, so it's very punishing in that sense. Or they can go 100 to 0 very quickly. What else do I have in here? Raw meat. You know, we should probably just cook the meat. And I did get a decent amount of hide, but I don't really want to take one of these things down, or I should try to take the machine one down. What is that on the rock? Is it like a beehive or something? We can discover a new mechanic from being on this side of the map. I could hit that with my slingshot and potentially get myself killed, or I could throw a spear at it. Speaking of which, I kind of need to make another one. Stop moving, and of course we'll always see that. Like, even at the beginning I kept identifying like, oh, look how little we can run, but it didn't occur to me that it would always be like that, because you're not going to get anything unless you get some sort of supplements or steroids that you can use to increase that permanently. But other than that, you're never going to get any from leveling up. Let's just see how close back to where we were we can get. I don't know what that red stuff is. Are those turtles? I don't know which ninja turtle. You can make a joke. It's that one. Whichever one wears the red bandana, right? Because they all wear different color-coded stuff. I've never really seen anything from the series at all. I haven't seen the show. I haven't seen any of the movies. And you could take this out to try to... well, let me wait. Let me cook the meat. It'll certainly give me a hide, though, too. I wonder if they'll team up on me, though. I won't even be able to run away from a turtle with how slow and clownish this guy is. Let's go here. Starving, like we're kind of working on that, but it just takes forever. I really don't like being on this berry diet. No wire coat hangers as a symbol of being poor or whatever. So now here it would be no berries ever. You'd rather starve to death while you wait for the meat to cook than lower yourself to such a pathetic pursuit in life that you would, you know, ever go back to that. Now this is a little bit annoying because of how easily these can break sometimes. Dehydrated, fine. You guys are not even trying to attack me, and I certainly won't initiate. Maybe we'll take out these turtles. Maybe it's not the best idea. The color coding on the enemies is sometimes arbitrary. Like there's sometimes blue versions of like that one guy we just killed or whatever. It doesn't seem to really mean anything. Maybe it doesn't seem like the greatest idea to do this early on, but somehow they don't seem too threatening. Gotta be careful not to hit the very top of their head, though, because then they'll they'll break your shit. At a slow pace at my backpedaling is on fleek. It could take a while to kill him, but that's okay because I expected my melee damage is low. I'm taking a little bit of damage. Oh, come on, come on. Why you always got to team up? Like, why don't you attack him? He broke my bones or whatever, and I got stuck against a rock. Whatever, at least we showed that we could get across the water. Fuck. It sometimes looks so stiff when you're in a combat situation. Not just because I'm on console, but sometimes it can be genuinely difficult to deal with that. Just like somehow... I don't know. You don't have like a quick way to escape. Let's try to go across again. Damn, I really thought we would make that one last. This is so stupid. We always go like one extra time and then we get hard stuck. There's a lot of wildlife around here though. You can just punch these ones all down, but take out your aggression. They never fight you. You're not even strong enough to take it out. And of course, all these structures are just a reminder of our failures, basically. Even if we do go across to the other side, I should sort of take advantage of all this first, maybe. So it wasn't attacking the turtle that got me in trouble. It was the fact that I decided to... Or it was the fact that that raptor decided to attack me randomly that got me in trouble instead. Completionist thing could get on my nerves, just... But he doesn't identify that I was just trying to kill him or his buddy. I don't even know if it's the same one. Okay, let's at least try to get back to where I was, which is what I was trying to do before, but... Whatever, I don't care. I don't want to be on the side anymore. We've been here too long. We're totally going to get killed by a piranha plant on the way, and we're taking kind of the long route. See how that fire is kind of helping us? We're cheating, even though we can't use it. And how come this doesn't take up any stamina? What even is that? You were killed by Cnidaria. I don't know what that even is. I don't know how the respawn mechanic even works, too. Random name generator, please. Okay, let's try to get across the water, although I don't want to do it like trial and error over and over. Like, let's take the short route. That does seem like a good adjustment to make, at least, because we're taking so long here that I don't want to be in exactly the same spot. Yeah, I don't see how I could have even prevented that first death, because I guess you just gotta have some better way to detect whether there's something lurking around behind you or keep just doing 360 spins all the time. You gotta like ride a turtle's back across. Like, what if I do try to jump on top of it? Will it take that as a hostile act? But there's no way we can determine where exactly it's gonna go either. We're getting like sensory deprivation from the beach now that I just want to be away from it, but I can't even guarantee doing that, because that'll take me another 4 episodes to get to that point, and then I'll fucking die. I did want to kind of take advantage of the hide here, but let's see if we can't hide from all the sea creatures that are gonna come to kill us. Oh, what's that? Did that in the wrong order? There must be some part where there's not a ton of them in the way, and this is the sort of the shortest part across too. Yeah, good call. How did we get across so easily that one time? We still did almost die to one, but they just don't let you get through. I could just go deeper in to try to see what's there, and I totally wouldn't be doing it just to, you know, even knowing that I'm gonna die, just to see what's out there. I'm going to hope that there's nothing going to attack me here, like by the rocks. There's some fish over there. There's like way too many though. How are you supposed to swim around these? I guess we could go up on the rocks, the worst case. So this might still be the best way to do it to an extent. Wait for our stamina. Still doesn't seem like a very good idea, but this little wall hacks parkour. Can I make it from here to there? You almost should be able to, even if something attacks you the whole way. Just because, you know, you can survive that much just by tanking it. Oh, that stamina takes forever. I don't see anything on me immediately, but they give you very little breathing room here. Come on, you can do it. But let's get there without even taking a single hit. World first, swim across the first pool of water without aggroing a fish. There's some sort of, you know, incentive to play stealthy in this game, but doesn't mean that there's actually a mechanic for it or like a stat for it. You just kind of have to improvise. Now this I never built. Giant beaver dam. Oh shit, you can just steal from them altogether. This is the kind of stuff you would find in Don't Starve too. Is a beaver gonna come and kill me while I'm doing this? Rare mushroom, yeah, see you can find something super rare here that you wouldn't find any other way. Or without putting yourself at big risk. Cementing paste. Are they really smart enough to... Oh, that's the ultimate trap by the beavers. They give you so much shit that you can't even carry it all, so then you'll be a sitting duck for them. I guess we can put the wood back. That's not particularly rare. Like, why would we ever need that much of it? Why can't I even move that? A giant beaver put hard work into assembling this. I don't know what's going on. Or maybe you can't transfer it, so maybe I am just stuck here then. What would I even do? I could drop it, I guess. Yeah, it lets you steal from it, but it doesn't let you put it back. What kind of moral system is this? Let's just do everything besides the wood. I don't even want any of this other shit that you start with. Right, like I'm never going to use it because it feels like cheating. Stones I don't really care about. Wood I don't really care about. All the other stuff is just stuff that we got from, that you sort of start with, I'm pretty sure. Beer skin, costume, skin, alien look, skin. Jesus Christ. This is where we sort of saw this, the snakes and the alligators and shit like that, so you probably shouldn't even be here right now, but try to survive off of berries, explore here a bit. I'll make my fire here. This should still be a relatively safe area, but I feel like it's just not. I want to see how far in I can go maybe before I make my base. Is that like one of the trilobites? What is that? Oh, it's a snail. I mean, you probably shouldn't try to fight stuff until you at least have a weapon of some kind, even if it doesn't seem that threatening. Put the berries down here, which I always find kind of annoying to have to do with so many of them. We already found like a very, you know, God seed worthy beginning where we start with this little beaver dam, but I guess that's just a reward for us exploring in so far from where we've been. But there was nothing like that on that whole other side. You just won't take a drink even if you're like right in it there. Now we're gonna have like a bad karma plot choice where the beavers come to try to kill us later in our sleep or something. So here we just want to go in order again. This can get really annoying. Let's make like a whole bunch of stuff on here. Like let's just put all 6 of them there. The note, the pick, the torch. At some point I should stop doing it exactly in order, but just for the integrity of it, I kind of want to do it like this. then the hatchet, then the spear, then 2 spears, basically. It's always when I go out to initiate some kind of combat. Normally stuff isn't really coming to you except for that one disgusting raptor that sort of just, you know, came in when I'm looking at my inventory and my base and stuff. But I guess basically your base can be anywhere, so it doesn't mean that stuff. Normally I have to initiate, by the way. And so that I even called that there would be an alligator on that side. Okay, let's try again. I don't know whether I should even go to that side then. I'm gonna get confused with the structures too, because some of these names are gonna overlap or be very similar. I still kind of want to go to the other side, but it can be so difficult sometimes. We had like 3 different bases too. That one, you know, the one that lasted like 4 episodes, leading till today. There were so many good things about that. I don't know what can you really do to be safer in a moment like that? Like, I have no escape plan. If something attacks you there, you're just dead. You can't do anything about it. You can't run away. You can't. The way the stuff sort of sneaks up behind you is quite interesting, though. Like both in that case and with the snake, I had no idea. They don't make a lot of noise. So there is a stealth mechanic in this game, but only the enemies get to use it. Okay, let me try to swim across, but then we'll go right instead. I guess that is the karma for stealing from the beavers. I think maybe sliding across the rocks here could be a good way of doing it. That was such a deflating start, though. I do love how you can pause at any time you want. I wasn't really expecting to be able to do that, despite the obviously single player ability that you have here. I still thought it would be like somehow always online or whatever. So because it's not even like that, it should be able to be existing separate from what they're about to do with Ascended. Does this slap in the face to ARK players in 2 senses? One, you don't get the sequel that you've been waiting for, apparently, like for a long time. But you also are forced to maybe abandon the old game, even if you don't want Ascended or whatever it's going to do might ruin certain things. Or it's not even whether it's always a negative, but stuff like that. It's just, it might just be different, and you just want to be able to play that other experience too. Or if you're like me and you never got to. Right, it's like the original Binding of Isaac versus Rebirth. There's just certain differences in design. It doesn't mean they're a good thing or a bad thing. Like how you could have infinite spirit hearts in the first one, but not in the second one. Right, like you could go over the max capacity. It's just kind of a little minute preferential thing, whether you like that or think it's good. Or whenever people ask for like a classic version of a game, whether it be an MMO or something, it doesn't mean that it's better even. It's just different. Or maybe they never got to play it. Or maybe they never got to do everything they wanted to do with it. Or maybe just on a personal level they like it more. It doesn't mean that, you know, people always try to use that hindsight like, oh, just play the new version of the game. But it could be completely different. Like WoW is a great example of that. Current WoW might be great and you might love it, but it's very different than how it used to be. So maybe it's just not what you want at that point, or maybe you just want both. You want the option to play every version of the game ever, which with most things you wouldn't have a problem doing because, you know, they just exist. Nobody's going to come into your house and steal your copies of Legend of Zelda and destroy them so you can never play them again. But with an MMO, people will shill for it so much and say, well, you know, because you have to keep the servers up, and these companies are too cheap to do that, then, you know, people will sort of defend that and say, well, you don't really need the older version of the game or this or that. I'm just always a fan of having those kind of options, basically. How do you get so hungry even so fast? Like, we haven't even done anything. We just spawned into the world. You'd give our character some sort of elaborate backstory, too. We have some special power to reincarnate, and we get dumber and shittier every time we do. That explains the whole playthrough up to this point. So I'm just trying to play into the RP. I'm not really this bad. So, not getting any kind of wood at all from that. Or we'll end up killing ourselves just by doing this. Yeah, why did those not drop any wood? Great start weather-wise. Okay, this will be the last life, though. If I die here, then I'm not going to fucking do anything. But all I want to do is basically recover to the point that we were already at. Right, so we'd only have to go like seven things deep in the engrams, which doesn't seem that far. And most of the resources aren't that hard to get. Like, let's actually look at the risk of losing some health along the way. That mostly requires hide. This is all easy enough to make. This is all easy enough to make. The only thing that was a little bit tricky was this, which required like some sort of keratin or something from the anthropod or a turtle. And we haven't had any bad luck with killing turtles. So most of the stuff is not too big of a deal. Right, it's all readily available. Oh yeah, we have to do this first. So it doesn't seem like you could get the engrams without putting stats in there. So even if you wanted to do a soul level 1 type of character where you never put any stats in, it would be hard because then you also can't do anything as far as crafting. It almost should let you do that, one without the other. Make the note, make the other thing. Whatever, I'm running out of creative things to say for that too. Then we'll make the little stone thing, or we'll make the little torch first. I wonder how much time it would actually save if I was doing this on PC, that you wouldn't have to keep going in the menu like that, or you could do it more actively, or maybe it's not that big of a difference, but make the torch. There should be nothing too dangerous here because we're still by the beach, even though I just got killed by the alligator in that same sort of scenario anyway. This we're fine. Give me the campfire thing, the stone hatchet. Campfire, stone hatchet, spear, which we want to make a double. It is very unforgiving sometimes with how quickly you can die to stuff like that. Like, sure, the alligator caught me by surprise, but there didn't seem to be any good way out of that. Your character can just be so stiff sometimes and slow that you can't do anything to get out of that. So we probably need a bunch of wood for the campfire. I can already make it, so make all 3 of those. Go ahead and put the fire somewhere here on the beach, which is kind of where it already was, the other one. Maybe I should use the stone hatchet, though. It might make collecting some of the stuff easier, or it might give you a chance to get more rare resources, even though it probably wouldn't. Just like, I don't know. Maybe you'll get a random crystal from it. So go ahead and make the spears, too. I love how sometimes they're breaking just fighting the dodos, and it's not like, oh, they had a ton of durability on them up to that point. It would have been the exact, you know, we could have just made it and it'll still get destroyed immediately. Now we'll go ahead and make the next row. I don't like sort of trying to speed run it, but this ends up being what it is. And this completionist style gets a little bit annoying, I guess, once you've done it so many times. It's kind of novel the first time, but go ahead and put this down by the beach. Go ahead and put the thatch in there if I have a whole bunch, which I do. Light the fire and then try to figure out what is going to be next. We have the spear, we have the hatchet, we have the campfire. Just make all the clothing and the water skin. I have to do this first. That is kind of weird. Yeah, why would it require you to put a point in here? I understand it would want you to do them at the same time, but... Okay, so let's put all that shit on there. The main thing that we need is the... We need just a whole bunch of hide. So let's just get like 40 hide. Put our life at risk trying to do it. We'll get some meat in the process, so we just need some berries to try to survive in the meantime. Or like, once you know how to get these resources, it's not that big of a deal, but... Dodo's practically begging me to take his hide. So I can put all this raw meat that I get back in there once we get there, but... Let's put these down first. Any berry besides the narco berry would be fine. Or if there's some reason why you want to fall asleep, like, I don't know why you would, just for RP purposes, I guess. It's night, and I kind of did that once with the actual narcotics themselves, I think. Just I wanted to sleep in my bed, and there's no other way to do it. And maybe I always do something wrong with the food that I eat too much at one time, so it ends up not really helping. But it seems to sort of just give you replenishment over time very slowly. That's okay. That I don't really want to mess with, but maybe you should. So I'm basically just looking for a bunch of hide here. And what would I need for the next row then? Let's plan ahead too. That's mostly just wood and stuff you can get very easily. This is also hide, so there's nothing special you really need. And then we're already almost caught up, so it's not that big of a deal. It's just like finding this much hide can itself be difficult. And I don't want to be doing it at night either. This should be the price you pay, though, for dying. Nobody else here, though. Give me some more dodos, or you'll give me one of those stupid poisonous raptors. Which are a lot more dangerous than you might realize, especially two of them together. It's going to be very hard to zigzag through their little stupid... Okay, we're going a little bit too far now, but... we should never sort of sprint into combat the way I'm doing now. It just looks so out of place, and it can fucking fly. This is obviously a bug, but I don't know what the fuck that is. Looks like it's dead, but... I can't tell. It did like one little twirl. It was about to fly up to the heavens to live its afterlife. Okay, let's take out these dodos. Very hungry, which is surprising. We have plenty of meat, but it's raw, so it's a good problem to have for later. Pick up some of these stupid berries. We're going to go too far in and get ourselves killed again. You can't even blame me because I can't see the berries, so how am I expected to pick them up? Which you might think, oh, that's kind of an inane thing to be surprised by, but it's not, because you can see other stuff in the world, like you can see the stones and stuff. There's that one guy who tried to steal shit from me, I think. It's very hard to tell, actually, though they appear so similar. So it's not one that actually tries to... It's not one that actually tries to poison you. Let's take out the dodos instead. I'll hit the rock and it'll break the fucking thing. Yeah, we need just like a million hide, which I think I can figure out here. And I'll walk back to my base at night, make all of this stuff, then we can make the house and stuff at night maybe too. Like, would that be enough? I only have 13, so now I'm gonna put myself at risk here. I don't want to wait all night doing this shit. But it's very dangerous to try to kill anything here either. Give me a few more dodos and I'll be happy. Or maybe I should just go back. Fuck me. You can go put some meat in there. There's a whole bunch of stuff across the water, but now I'd be afraid to go across the water even more. Give me some stupid berries. I never did get that. Raptor was trying to steal stuff from me. I should test how long it takes for stuff like this to respawn, too. Because it doesn't really matter, because food's not really an issue, but... Not like the game is called Don't Starve or something. That almost scared me. Just the coloration makes me think it's something else. I always do it like where I feel like I have to stand still while I'm eating. That's an American's dream come true. Just eating food is all you have to do to level up. Just gorge some berries. I don't even know exactly where the fire was, but... I don't see why I'm so goddamn hungry. Or no, now I'm thirsty too. Now we'll get killed by a piranha plant just dipping our head in the water. Maybe I sometimes try to stay under there too long all at once. possible I passed it, but I think we went pretty far from the base. Which isn't even much of a base yet. Feel so uncomfortable doing stuff at night. Okay, we'll go ahead, level up, get all this. I don't have nearly enough hide to make all this stuff, though, unfortunately. Right, you end up needing like 100 plus probably between all this random shit that I make. I think it must be like around here. I don't know if this is one that I'm... How would I even know, too? Yeah, would it actually say a name in that? Drag a fish to feed. Well, these actually do fight back, too, and they're super goddamn tanky, apparently. Organic polymer, raw meat. Yeah, we're kind of cooking it right there, though. It's no longer raw. Okay, we better get rescued by the fire here. We'll find some more hide maybe in the morning, which means we won't really have much to do at night, though. Or I'll just repair my torch and try to do it over again. Eat all of this. But like, even when I'm crafting, I feel like I shouldn't be allowed to do anything else at the same time. I forget what my character's name even is. We gotta check here. Because they're all like different plays on fucking Yarrow. For whatever reason, I like that guy's name from Anthem. So let's, what would I potentially need to make this anyway? Probably some stone, maybe some wood. Not that. We're playing it on like super hard mode where we have to deal with the darkness in such an extreme way that maybe feels almost unnatural, like it's not meant to be done like this. And almost like a door opening, that sound of the tree falling there. We can have the narco berries, I guess, in desperation, but I don't think I've died once. Of all the different clownish ways I have died, almost everything imaginable, I don't think I've died to hunger even once, though, because it's very forgiving. Like, even if you are starving like that, it won't kill you right away. I don't know exactly how it would kill you. Let's go ahead and cook this in the... Cook the meat in the fire. Make some of the stuff with the hide, even though it's not going to be too valuable. Or it's not going to be nearly enough. That's a good way. It encourages you to almost seek out danger. You go here, and then put the meat inside. And then... what else can I craft here? You can make all the clothing and the water skin, basically. So in this sense, it doesn't matter so much what order. Like, I'll just go head to toes, basically. That, the shirt, the gloves. As long as it's still the same row. It's not like this isn't stuff we've made before, so this is what makes it kind of annoying. I almost shouldn't have to do it, but... Right, like I have to do it once for the whole playthrough, but not for one character, but I guess that's also a good way to punish you for dying, like a clown that I keep doing in ways that arguably aren't my fault, but... Let's see how much hide this actually takes up. 40 fiber, so neither of those took up anything. It's not like this clothing helps you much at all either. Like, as far as giving you armor and whatnot. I think the water skin alone takes up like 15, so that's going to make it very difficult. 50 fiber. Most of it didn't actually take up hide. I can still make the water skin, apparently. That's actually beautiful. Oh, maybe that solved the problem then. I'm going to need a lot more hide later, but at least I can build, like, my house at night now. Okay, put all this shit on. I don't know where my cursor keeps going. Go there, go there. Yeah, this is just the bare minimum. And it doesn't even help stop you from getting hot or cold or whatever. But that's the way that you could really just deal with the heat, is just strip down and be naked the whole time. Water skin is okay. We'll keep it there. And so now we made everything, right? Hats, gloves, boots, pants, shirt. hat, gloves, boots, pants, shirt, and then make the foundation and all this shit. So we just have to get wood and all this. And I'd rather like run up to it here and then do it, because it's very hard for me to see otherwise. I can't see shit. It might just seem like that on stream, like, oh, it's hard to see because of whatever, how you're capturing is a little bit different, but it's really not. I literally just see a black screen right now. You chop down this big ass tree if it even lets you. It does. Okay, go ahead and put that on. So we're gonna need basically just a shitload of this to make whatever we want with the boxes and whatnot. So I'll just go and pretty much till I'm over encumbered. Or maybe now I should eat some of that meat in the fire because I don't want to fuck around with the berries too much more. Kind of lost track of where it is now. Well, we might set a new record today then. That'll be, we'll die of hunger. We'll find a way. I wish cooking was this easy in real life. You just put it on the fire and it just auto does it. Like, no amount of effort or strategy that goes into it. You go here. Almost as convenient as the microwave. We got one raw meat there. I don't know why that's separate from the rest. Go ahead and eat, I guess, all 10 of these, or maybe I shouldn't even be allowed to. I was trying, like, not to, I don't know, do too many at once. Like, there should be some rule like that, but it almost doesn't feel like it would do anything after a while. It has to be realistic. Like, no matter how hungry you are, you can't just eat, like, a million of the same thing. You're not like a Saiyan where you can burn it. You know, imagine how many calories Saiyans burn. That's why they can eat so much. There's so many scenes in the show that are just based around that and that alone. That's the one thing that sort of humanizes Vegeta a bit too, is just like a little comic relief of him just eating. Goku sort of revels in it. Vegeta just does it like, oh, it's just something I have to do just because I'm hungry. And even, yeah, like Akira Toriyama is so obsessed with food as a story plot device. Even Beerus and his whole thing is all about food. Like, you have to cook him certain food to placate him, to stop him from destroying your planet, and this and that. So let's put the foundation, the wall. We're going to need a ton of them. The door frame, the door. The problem with these bases even that you make is you can't stay around there for too long, so what's the point? You don't really want to be in the same spot forever. It's just the door itself. What am I missing from there? Foundation, wall, door frame, door. I guess just the roof maybe, ceiling. And then the sleeping bag I'll have some trouble making. Let's see. Thing is, we have to make like 3 of the walls at least. I doubt I'll have enough for that, but we can go out and get another round of this. But we at least have to be able to put this shit down, otherwise... you know, I'll be over encumbered from this as well. That's kind of the whole hilarity of how when I made my second base on the other guy, it was like I would have like a entire house in my pocket ready to just go and move with me, like a mobile home that I'm just taking and moving over there. Because apparently you can just carry this shit around like it's no big deal. You put it inside of your little ARK thing in your wrist. That's like part of the superpower you have. Thatch, ceiling. Everything is good except we just need more of the walls themselves. Put it there. It's almost like you want to put the bed in now, because otherwise it won't fit. But I don't have the bed accessible because I need more hide, I think, to make it. A lot, too, so I'm not going to worry about it. This is just one of those. We can put the door frame, could be, I guess, on the other side. It seems a little bit awkward, but put the door and then put the roof. So I guess we're still allowing for the bed to potentially be made. You have to, in the morning, go looking for a ton of hide. We can eat the rest of this now. Pick up the rest out of there. You should never try to even eat the raw meat to see what it would do. It might still feed you a little bit, but it'll make you sick. Put that there. You still have plenty of it in there. Okay, so try to make the other 2 walls, and then we'll just have to go find some... Why am I so almost over encumbered now, though? When can we make the box? Or that is part of this thing, but I don't even have it unlocked. Yeah, that much flexibility I'll give myself. Just within the same engram row, you can certainly switch around there. Although maybe the first time through you shouldn't be allowed to. All these rules that would seem random to people, but gives it a good sense of immersion. That guy was a little bit late to come to try to attack me. That does really save you the trouble of trying to go too deep into the water. By which I mean just a few inches to be able to try to drink out of it. Yeah, let's try to make a few of the walls. Or I won't even bother. We can do that anytime. We're just waiting for the sunrise, and we'll go look for some more hide. And then we will be able to make the sleeping bag, which I won't even use. That's the whole hilarity of it. You're doing it for completion's sake, but you're not even allowed to respawn there. So it's insult to injury. You're putting yourself at risk to make something that you don't even benefit from in any way. But like even setting stuff on fire and fighting with this isn't such a bad idea. Better than trying to fight with the pickaxe at least. That's that robotic one or whatever. Just need more dodos. I have a decent amount of meat, so I don't have to worry about that too much. And I'm still sort of hugging the beach, but this is at least a different part of the beach than what I'm used to. There was still one more hide waiting there. I thought they would just despawn if you don't do it in a certain amount of time. Again, if we take 5 steps in towards the jungle, we'll be dead. It's so random sometimes how that happens. I wouldn't mind taking one of these out, honestly. I'm so desperate for hide. They don't fight back. They might call for help, but even their buddies that they call won't help them either. And they presumably give you a lot of hide. I can't really remember. But they're so fast, I won't even be able to do it still. It'd be worth it, but I don't know how I would do it. I have to wait until he settles down. He'll forget what I just did to him. This always leaves you very vulnerable being in a console menu like this. Not that it would be that different on PC. Like, yeah, clearly I've never lost to a menu or reading flavor text on PC before. And before Lord of the Rings, The Burglar, when I'm reading quest text in stealth, even though I'm in a hostile area, I don't think anything will aggro, but then it walks like right into me on its normal movement pattern. So of course it'll aggro then. All the different ways I've died in things become quite memorable because it is obviously everything is permadeath all the time. So in a way, I almost didn't enjoy permadeath that much when I did it just as a straight up thing, because there's a sense that you keep doing it over and over until you get it. So that I find a little bit boring. But when you're doing something for the first time, it's fun. Although here, this series is kind of a mix of both. Because at first I was even saying like, oh, I only get 1 life period, and then the series is over. But that would have, I think I realized quickly that would have been way too short. Like not even an hour into the first episode. So instead we get, okay, we get to still restart the character, but you know, you don't have to end the series necessarily. This will give me the keratin or whatever that's going to be useful later, but I could kill a turtle for that anyway. I don't know if these even try to fight you. He's just like running right into me. Yeah, the chit and stuff, they do give you a lot of it too. So how much hide do I actually have? I have only 3, so I need like 25, and I'm going to need more as we go on further too. So I'd like to spend this day just doing that. And I like all these non-aggressive ones out here. Problem is some of them are so tanky, exactly, that It can take forever to kill them. They'll run away. They'll get you to aggro something else. Let's look for the spear. That's always a good rule. Like, oh, if your one spear breaks, just stop fighting. But then what if both break back to back? Because that sometimes happens. Sometimes it makes sense, like, because you're hitting something that you feel like you shouldn't hit. But other times it's almost just random. So let me try to fight a turtle, because that clearly didn't backfire on me or anything before. Or this is one that tries to steal stuff from you. That's a poisonous one. But I don't think he's aggro to me yet. I just don't want to fight two things together. But they're totally going to do that. Or he's not even much of a fighter, that one clown. Okay. They always hit me on the right. You got to kind of juke them and then go back. That's still fine. We're on the hide hunt. It cannot hide from me. But this guy always just scares me with the sounds that he makes. These are actually two of them. Yeah, just call more to give me more hide because you don't even do anything. That's the biggest strength of a lot of these dinosaurs, is their ability to just run away and take advantage of the fact that my character can't do it at all. Or they'll lead me in. They sound a lot more ferocious than they actually are. That's like the best survival instinct of all. Like, just try to make it so annoying to kill you that they'll just give up. Not that they can't do it. It's not even worth the trouble. Make your opponent think that they're so superior to you that it would be a waste of their time even trying to kill you. This looks like a place that could be ripe with snakes and alligators and all kinds of shit. You know, I haven't been to this part of the map, I don't think, at all. Yeah, good call. Now, what exactly would I do here is the question. If that guy wants to chase me, I can't do anything. Look how slowly he comes up to me, too. Maybe he can't fit between the rocks, so that might have been the one way to get out of there. It does feel like the sort of thing that at some point you just can't do anything about it. Like, how far would he really be willing to chase me, too? Is always like a reminder of the food chain. Every time there's always a bigger fish, as Obi-Wan said. Just, you know, you finally kill something you've never killed before. You're doing so good for once, and then you get killed by something new that you've never even seen before. We would like to take out these. These look like different colors than the ones I was fighting before. Maybe I couldn't see because of the... Yeah, just don't call the goddamn alligator. You sound even more fearsome than them. I just can't catch up to them, so... Their annoying strategy actually works. Just be too much more trouble than you're worth. I do need a lot more hide, though, so we're going to spend the whole century just doing that. And they're a bit more tanky than you'd expect, too. So combine those two elements. The ability to run away very quickly and the ability to be super tanky, but not the ability to actually fight. And it's still a recipe for success. How does he even know? Like, they remember that you were hostile towards them. What if I don't want to fight you now? So I'm still going to need more hide, I'm pretty sure. I only have 15. I need at least 25 for that. I could try to build the rest of the house. I could kill the turtle. That clearly never backfires on me at all. I will do it too, but he will run into something else in the process, and that'll get me killed. That was such a like slow motion escape from the alligator, but I didn't. Well, that's like the first time we fought two turtles together. I mean, I can still do it, but the stamina is what really concerns me. Epic, intense, boss caliber fight. Yeah, give me 2 meat for the price of 1. Or one of them almost looked like it was getting tamed by me. Right, like it, or this does have like the heart above it. They are tanky, which is understandable. At least this is one case where I can't complain about them being tanky. And they're certainly not that fast. Come on, man. It's not like I couldn't get away if I had to. Slow motion epic combat. You get like that whole mud crab music from Oblivion vibe. Now I can't even do anything. I'd have to go craft some spheres in the middle of combat. At least that is the right kind of enemy to try to kill because, or I can actually make one. I never said that there was a rule that you can't craft in combat, I don't think. But just like I shouldn't be able to move in combat. You could make 2 of them. I do actually want to take care of both of those clowns. I forget how much hide they really give you, but presumably it should be a lot. Where did the other one even go? Oh shit. Stealth killed even by that, but then there was piranha plant involved there too. Okay, whatever, dude. Today's just like a cursed episode, but we should maybe try to do it on that side of the water at least. Ridiculous how much of a sound difference there is between the menu and the game. That kind of messed up my perception when I first made. Okay, we had just died. I didn't want to bother to make a new one. I have to keep coming up with names that are going to be... I can make a female character too, I guess, but just something distinct so that my other structures don't confuse me, because they do stay around even though I'm not going to use them. So basically today I'm going to try to speed run through like that basic amount of progress that I did in that longest stretch that we had, which was like 4 episodes where I got to like just the bar 9 or something in the engram. So this is both the plus and the minus of doing it in such a completionist way, is that I wouldn't defend the fact that I'm dying, but it's the fact that I go through that same thing and I'm safe the whole time, and then I'll try to make some progress outward, like, oh, I'm going to go search for some other resource that I've never seen before and go deeper into the jungle, and then I'll die. So we keep wasting, like, you know, a lot of time getting to that point and then dying. So I don't know what I could do to solve that, really. There'll be a decent amount of hide here, but I kind of want to get away from this part. Like, I went across the beach, and of course I did die there, but I think I'm feeling a little bit adventurous for that. That guy looked like he's standing on the water. I don't know whether that's actually hostile or not. I mean, that part does look a lot more dangerous, but I'm kind of sick of this part of the map. Right, like, I've done this too many times, as you can even see here. Dodos would be good for hide, like, I don't know. Whatever, since I am speedrunning it, maybe I could deal with it, but then I'll end up basically building my base here anyway. But you can kind of do the whole mobile home idea in this game. That it was kind of a funny moment where, like, I build an entire house, not to put it down, but I build it to bring it with me to where I want to go next. So, like, I'll rest the night and I just have a house in my pocket, all the means to craft it, like the foundation and the walls and everything, and obviously you're able to carry it, otherwise you wouldn't be able to build it in the first place. So I'm only getting melee damage, which might seem like a mistake, but it almost doesn't seem substantial enough though to offset the downside of it. Just the fact that, okay, let's just go in order. It almost shouldn't matter now as far as going in order, but I still kind of want to do it like that. Oh, whoops. I'm running out of ideas to put in there too. Okay, so we do the campfire, do the hatchet. Yeah, it really shouldn't matter at this point whether I do it. I don't know. Getting annoyed by my own format at this point. So this you would probably just need. Where's the pick though? Wait. Or do we not have it unlocked? Yeah. No, it's the first thing. Where is it? Oh, it's obviously there. Why can't I make the pick yet? That's normally something pretty basic. Maybe I have to pick up stone still. Come on, come on. There have been some pretty amazing learning moments in here, which I know most people wouldn't value. Like, they'll say, oh, well, that's obvious or something. But like, oh, we died to torpidity because we fall asleep in the water because I didn't know that the narco berry was making me fall asleep. That's kind of a good beginner's trap moment. Or I died to what else? Or like I don't know how to get hide. The fact that you have to hit them once they're dead. So sometimes I was doing it by mistake. Or even not knowing that where the berries are because you're, picking up invisible berries. And that's even inconsistent with some of the game's own logic because like when you pick up stones, you can see those. So like it wants to show that there's a quantitative amount that can run out and stuff, which is pretty intrinsic to a survival game, of course. But that aspect, I guess they never updated. Maybe like just the fact that you can see whether there's berries or not. But I guess it doesn't matter because there's so many that starving in that sense is not really something that the game wants you to worry about. Like surviving is the easiest part as far as just like, hunger and stuff like that. At least this is a very early area, easy area, I mean. Which that spawn point I'm not really wanting to change, but like all the formats are unfair and maybe difficult, but that's the one element that's actually relatively easy, is just where you spawn in exactly. So here I just want to make the torch, which we'll obviously have to get some rock to do. I don't really understand how stuff respawns or doesn't. I guess the one problem with this run is that I keep doing it on the same server, quote unquote. You get to see all the past structures and all my past failures and stuff. Like, look how many characters' bases we've died with, or like, that we built and then lost the run to that. So we just get a constant reminder of it. But the reality is that I think I need more wood for this. I'll still play it super safe. And then I'll basically come in next time and die immediately because I'll try to go in deeper. We were looking for the crystal in the rough, basically. Our next sort of completionist subquest goal, right? To be able to craft like the spyglass. Doesn't really seem that daunting that it's only the engram, the 9th thing. But the fact that I forced myself to craft all these unnecessary things is both a good and a bad thing. But it's nice because it lets you sort of flesh out stuff that you otherwise might just ignore because you don't think it's going to be useful and such. Let's do the trees, though. Pretty sure it's just a crazy amount of wood. That was the one element that I didn't do with this that I thought I might, which is like try to figure out how to craft stuff without actually looking at the thing, looking at what it tells you you need to make. And the reason why that's relevant is because, you can turn off the UI and stuff for it. Yeah, I sometimes don't understand where you're going to find water as you go further in. I guess the assumption would be that you would try to have like water skins and stuff on you, but it's not necessarily going to be enough. The piranha plants can sometimes be vicious, but they seem to be much more so at night. Look at all those chests that go to waste, triggers my OCD here. So if we go in order here, we made the note, we made the pick, we made the torch. Now I'll make the fire, and I'll make the fire, hatchet, and spear. And of course, I like to make 2 of the spears just in case one breaks. One of my many survival tricks, but then it doesn't end up actually helping me. So, I think there are those combat situations where the biggest problem is that what the hell else could I need for the campfire? Like, I was getting attacked by like 3 things at once, and you couldn't see 2 of them going in, or maybe I'm just blind, but it was a very odd and unfair situation to be in. We'd gotten to like level 30, so it's not like that big of a deal, but I can excuse anything, right? Like getting stuck or, being stupid and not knowing how to do something and figuring it out. But I can't excuse dying. As a permadeath player, that's just in my blood that I never accept that. But this is the sort of series that I've modeled now that could go on forever, because even if I keep dying, it is permadeath, but it's also not... each run is permadeath, which you might say that's intrinsic to how a survival game should be anyway, but technically it lets you respawn, I guess, just in a generic spot, maybe like where you first start, or at the base in a bed. And so here's where I troll myself, just because I sort of, like, let's play super safe just on the beach. The problem is I'm going to have to go and find some hide, which forces me to go out in combat, and I just want to go across, but you can't, because the piranha plants will kill you. Let me really think hard about where I want this base to be. I'm really bored of this area, I'll admit, but we've been here for so goddamn long. And I don't mean like the whole beach, like the other sides we've been to, but those start to get more more dangerous. Like even you go across, there's alligators and all kind of shit. There's like a really weird slow-mo escape from an alligator. Like I didn't have enough stamina to run away, but it didn't matter because he was just kind of looking all menacing and chasing me very slowly. Okay, put this in here. Light the fire. Now next is the stone hatchet and the spear. Hopefully I can make 2 spears right now. Got to keep my hot bars consistent because then I'll forget or do something. That's how my pet got killed in Hardcore Classic, because I changed men pet from like F3 to F4 because I got some other new ability that I want to put in there, and then he's about to die, and then I go to men pet, and then I hit the wrong thing like feed pet because I moved it 1 over, so I fucked my. That's unironically kind of why it happened. Maybe he would have still died even if I did men pet, but it would at least given him a chance. I feel like I never used this hatchet. Maybe I should. It almost seems like it'd be better as a weapon, but it's meant for, you know, skin from bodies, but at least dead bodies. I don't know if that means it gives you more or just... Yeah, maybe that would preserve the spear a bit. Like, since I have it on me anyway, but then it's going to weigh me down and stuff. I've literally, like, never used that, even though I've made it, like, every single time, which would apply to the bed and other shit, too. So here we have... Campfire, hatchet, spear. Did I make a second spear? I did. So now it's just a question. See, that's like just a simple, you know, good little tidbit to follow. The fact that you can break them means that you should go out of your way to... I wish you could craft them from here. Or you can, actually. I've never done that. But yeah, like, why bother keep... Oh, wow, I'm really fucking stupid for that. This whole time, it's like, why put it on the bar and then craft it? Just craft it. Craft 5, craft 1. Yeah, this is how I should be doing it. Okay, that one I will legitimately say I'm a moron for, because even whether I have the materials or not, I keep putting it on my bar, then I'll put it on my bar again, and it'll just take forever. So those 3 I made, so now I need the gloves, the boots, and the water skin, all of which require hide. Like that much you don't have to do it exactly in order, as long as it's in order by the row, right? So I'm not allowed to craft stuff in the 4th row until I do that, and so I'll keep progressing like that. And we've done this a number of times before. I think I've gotten as far as like 8 or 9. I forget now what it is. Basically, wherever the spyglass is. And I don't like doing stuff at night, but then it becomes kind of annoying because it's just kind of a waste of time too. Let me try to use the... whatever, the hammer on his body to see if I actually get more hide from it. Although I won't necessarily be the best at measuring it. I don't know if it matters where you hit them either. Like, I'm headshotting him, but... Or now he's going to actually be able to swim away. How far can he go in here? They're just way too goddamn tanky, even for a character that's focusing on melee damage, which means if I wasn't, then it would be even worse. But he's so tanky that he doesn't even care. He's not even trying to run away from me. Or yeah, now do it here. Or what? Do it there. 9 hide, 16 hide, 20 hide, 24 hide, 31 hide. Oh, shit. Unless they normally give you that much, I feel like they don't. That is quite favorable. The turtles can sometimes be a little bit dangerous, but they are slow. There was a bunch of stuff here, which is why I decided to stay despite my strong desire not to. I guess all the UI in this game is so visually, like... I don't know, it's just kind of clustered in a way that makes me just not even want to pay attention to it. Right, so whatever, I just kind of face roll it at the beginning, but now I've played it long enough where I should know all this. We wait for the stamina. This guy can be really annoying, as we just saw. They'll get you killed because they'll run you into something, like into the water, and then you'll get killed by a piranha plant, not because they're actually that strong themselves. And there's no other more efficient way to do this. I guess you could say just don't even kill these, but they don't fight back, so it's kind of the best opportunity that you're gonna have. It kind of made me jump on top of him there. At least that's one thing I haven't died to is, where'd he go? Is fall damage. Okay, I actually unironically lost him. He just dematerialized. That was weird. We haven't really had any opportunity to get a ranged weapon either. That would be such a game changer. So I want to build up towards, like, we're playing like humankind. I like the premise of that game, at least. Like, you start off as a caveman and then you work your way to modern society and even beyond. So what ends up happening is basically you here, we're gonna have like AK-47s and sci-fi laser guns and all this kind of shit. But at least we have to work our way up to that point. That could be one of the key mistakes I was making, actually, is that you don't get maybe as much hide from just killing it with your spear, hitting it when it's dead with your spear, as from the hatchet. Because otherwise, yeah, what would be the point of it? I guess just to save the durability on your spear, on your weapons and stuff, but I don't think I've used that like once, and we got such an insane amount of hide from it that I guess I wouldn't know off the top of my head, but I feel like they don't normally give you that much. You can deal with the dodo. This will maybe tell us, because these don't tend to give you that much at all. Like, he's not going to give me 50. So if it does, then that means it's obviously helping me. 412. That maybe seems like more, but now I'm not even going to be sure. It's going to be a placebo effect. I don't know if this is the one that I was hitting. I'm just going to pick on these things all day. I don't even know what they're called. Just the tanky clowns. It is kind of nice how they make it so that even though all these intimidating looking dinosaurs like Triceratops and stuff might be like real life authenticity, like they won't actually attack you on sight because they're herbivores or they just don't care. You're not even worth their time. Like we haven't seen our first T-Rex or something, or is that the one we were fighting? But he's running back in towards me. Why? He wants revenge, but he doesn't have the balls to actually fight me. He runs towards me just so he can run away from me. Now this is kind of a rule that we shouldn't keep hitting it once our spear breaks. He broke 2 of my spears. That's how tanky this guy is. Like, what the fuck? As a melee only, strength only build character. It's just like you don't have enough stamina to keep up, and that's what keeps happening is I don't have enough stamina to run away. So if something really strong chases me later on, I have to stop getting hit by the element of surprise. I have to like sneak up and crouch and shit. Or here, I'll even make another one. This guy is very, like, how's he gonna go that far out? They can swim, but I don't know how well or how far. This guy is the fucking god. They should give you 50 hide for all this trouble they put you through. 8 hide, 17, 25. It gives it to you like a greater rate, so I guess it must be more. Like, yeah, there's no way I would have gotten 100 from just 2 of those. So that saves me a lot of trouble. It took me a while to figure out how to get hide in the first place. Now it takes me a while to figure out how to actually get the optimal amount. Yeah, that has been one of the most annoying resources, so that should help. Triceratops going for a bit of a dip. The game is buggy at times. It'd be okay if it was like Hollow Knight, a game actually about bugs, but it's about dinosaurs. We did see some bugs on the other side there, or that was maybe the other side. It's not like a game where everything has to be a dinosaur, or maybe it's, well, it would still cop out and say, well, like that's a prehistoric, whatever, you know, it's a prehistoric bug, so it technically counts as that era or something. You're dehydrated. Why aren't I getting hungry? Seems like I haven't been eating berries much, but it's still not really punishing me too bad. Or you should have to turn off those prompts and pay attention to it yourself. So I'm just on a hide binge here. We'll just get as much as I can. This guy's at least a little bit smaller. It'll still be tanky as hell. I don't see what it is that I could be hitting specifically that's going to cause it to, you know, break my thing. Okay, that only gave me 6, but maybe that's commensurate to his size. I was planning on doing actually a longer episode of this today and trying to make progress too, but I guess I just can't. I'm just worried that if Ascended comes out, I won't be able to continue this, or I'll have to restart as, you know, it'll be sort of its own fresh series, but I kind of wanted to have this authentic experience to the end, just to get to max level like this, or beat the game like this. Okay, here's another, like, they're giving me a lot, so. Oh my god. I have enough to still make another spear. I may as well do that where I get my stamina back. Keep him in my sights. You can move all you crap, but I tend to sort of want there to be a rule where I almost can do that. Yeah, the slingshot was my only ranged thing, and it's meant more to stun them, but on bigger stuff, I don't know how well it would work. Like in getting killed by a crocodile or something. Water is actually the most dangerous thing in this game, surprisingly. Because something will just come out or jump scare you or whatever, like... They're very good about doing that. Go in the water for like 1 second and it just completely wrecks you. That's never really going to change because my base values aren't going to, change much. Maybe if I just hit them faster the whole time, we'll have enough hide to last us pretty much the whole run, the whole playthrough. I mean, not even just like today. But what else is kind of annoying to get? We'd have to kill at least one of the turtles for the keratin slash whatever it's called that you get from like the anthropod or something. We put down the fire on the other side there. Let's just sweep the beach once more. And then we get to basically make the rest of the stuff here. And then it's going to probably become nighttime. And then I could jump the gun and try to get that now. But you would just think this melee damage would show a little better. But look how tanky these things still are. It's almost like you're not meant to kill them at all. But or like our difficulty setting is on 1, our slider. Which might seem like, oh, that's not a big deal, but that's the max I could put it at. So maybe I'm underestimating how much of an impact that actually has. I wouldn't know the difference because I've never played it, any other way. So, so what is next on this bar? We need the water skin, gloves, and boots, which we can craft from here. I'll start doing that now. Okay, that is an unironically stupid thing. So gloves. Water skin boots. You could obviously queue them together, but yeah, RP restrictions. You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to move. You're not. I mean, you are allowed to craft during combat for whatever purposes, but since you're not really going to be able to move, it's a good trade-off that way too. We have plenty of meat here. That's always been so just nice to have in general. Like you don't have to worry about having all the berries on your hotbar. Not because it's actually more nourishing or anything else, just to, reduce the clutter, basically. Go ahead, put some of this meat in there. Maybe the one that's about to spoil the soonest. We'll save the rest. We'll obviously get more. 165 hide is very nice. So what comes next now? We have the whole set there. Now it just comes to building the house, building the bed, which I can do because of our excess surplus hide. In fact, that might make this whole thing very simplistic for me. So just gonna need a lot of wood and stuff. I'm gonna need some sort of storage capability, which we're about to get pretty soon too. Of course, we don't need hide for it. We need fibers for it. Yeah, that's obviously giving me a lot more though. We need the foundation. We basically need yeah, let's just get enough to where we can make all of them, and then I'll do it from that menu instead. Wait, so that wasn't even a console sort of issue. It's more just my own stupidity that I didn't realize. Probably what I need mainly is just fibers. Yeah, see, now our food consideration is set for like the rest of our whole existence because, or whatever, like you're always going to get more meat. It's the same thing that keeps getting me killed, and it's just going out looking for some other exotic resource, I guess I could call it. Like a crystal or just something weird that I don't really need, but that spyglass would have helped me, would have saved me from dying for me trying to get the material for it in the first place, right? If only I had a spyglass here, I could have seen that snake that was hiding in the bushes and all this kind of other shit that was out there. So this should at least allow me to make the foundation. It's almost like when you make a structure, you should have to place it down right where you make it. But instead it puts it in your inventory, so it leads to that comical sort of notion that you're able to basically put it, bring it with you and put it anywhere you want, which is convenient, but I almost wish you could get the engram slots without getting the stats in case you wanted to do like a soul level 1 character, but you still want to craft, basically, so you would never put any stats in. Or you could put it in something useless that's not going to help you, like weight, and then you would have like a pure experience where the combat and stuff would not be benefiting you from being a higher level and such. We have the foundation, we have the... This will make my crafting life a lot easier. This is one of those moments that makes you appreciate being a small streamer. I wouldn't want somebody to have told me that because, like the Obra Dinn, it would have just ruined it. Like anybody can just... I don't know. Those are all part... Or no, those are not part of the same one. They just don't make the slope stuff, basically everything else. Make a wall, which I need to make like 3 of those. And so what else am I going to need here? It's not the wood. Or no. Wait, how do I cancel? How do I cancel? Oh, shit. I mean, I would make 3 of those, but I wouldn't want to make that many. Make the door frame, make the ceiling, make even the sleeping bag if I have enough to do this. Then I'd have to make a couple more walls, actually. Fibers are always that resource I just forget about because it's so innocuous and easy to get. In fact, you can't even see it in the game, just like the berries. The 2 arguably most important things, at least at the beginning. We need like maybe 1 more wall. Sounds like something's coming to get me, but it's just a turtle. It almost feels like bad karma killing some of these things, but you kind of have to do it. Or I should put some of this down, or I'm going to get over encumbered, obviously. We haven't moved like 5 steps from not only where we spawn in, so I'm playing it very, very safe. Or here you could just go straight to placing it too, which that doesn't save you too much time, but okay, I am kind of a moron. See, on PC, you would expect that to, oh no, I guess I did make enough. You would expect that to happen, but I just didn't even look for it because I'm like, oh, okay, you got to do everything in the most tedious way possible. Oh, and in order to put the bed, you would have had to... In order to put the bed, you would have had to do it basically... Look at these weird angles. You would have had to do it before you build the walls because otherwise it just doesn't work, right? Which is a very weird thing. Or maybe you have to do it from the outside. It can fit inside. It doesn't matter, though. It's not like I'm going to be using it anyway. But just for the RP of it, it feels like that. And you might think, oh, now I can respawn there. But if we did that, we would have already beaten the game because it doesn't matter how many times you die then. But at least for this genre especially, it seems very fitting. We made the door frame, we made the foundation, we made the door, we made the wall, ceiling, bed, so just need the storage box, which you wouldn't even need to tell me twice because obviously that's the most intrinsic thing of all that I would love to have. And there's no limit to how many I can make. It's not like, oh, I can only make 1 of each thing. So let's get rid of the stupid berries from the bar. And then I decide to... Yeah, I shouldn't even really blame console in that regard because so much of it was just, you know, a lot of it is just me being dumb, but maybe me expecting it to be that way too. I just assume that it's going to be as inconvenient as possible. So that's the extra hard mode, the hypothetical console playthrough, not even literally what you would expect it to be. So this does take up a lot of wood. So like, what if I just don't move from the spot the whole time? Then we'll be in such a beautiful spot because you're able to... I should have that water skin filled up too. I'll get to the point that I need to get to because there's nothing else I should need that requires me to go out too far. Even the hide problem we've basically solved. It's amazing how many layers there have been to that. We struggled to find hide in the first place because I didn't know you have to keep whacking their body. I thought you would just get it when you kill them. And sometimes it appeared that way because my last stab would be after they're dead just because I'm spam attacking, right? So it seems like, oh, I got 6 hide, but that wasn't from killing it. That was just from hitting it after inadvertently. Because it almost sort of tricked myself. And then even now using the hammer is pretty obvious that that should work better, but I guess I didn't really understand what the point of it would be otherwise. Or maybe it's a placebo effect, but I definitely don't remember getting this much hide before. Let's make actually a couple of these boxes, I guess. And just sort of clear out my inventory, including all that bullshit you start with that maybe doesn't weigh you down too much, but I just don't even really want it in the first place. Yeah, this is a good way to showcase like how much have I improved and learned and gotten better at this game and this experience of playing it. I would not vouch for this playthrough as being particularly, you know, impressive or anything, but then again, it's not like I'm doing it to show off. This is just how I would play something anyway, but I always would say it's okay to get stuck or not know stuff, but it's especially on the first playthrough, but it's not okay to die. So I shouldn't have died even a single time. That I would always stand by. This is almost where we were anyway, right? We just got to the spyglass one and then I couldn't make it. So as far as at least unlocking stuff, we were a much higher level before though. Am I actually over encumbered or just tired? I guess I'm over encumbered. So make a couple different boxes. We're sort of RP walking like that, or this could be a Seinfeld comedy moment. The caveman is over encumbered, so it looks like I'm mocking his slow walking speed. So then the Triceratops gets mad, right? Like, are you making fun of me that I RP walk all the time because I'm just so casual and I'm grazing around? I don't know if there's an auto walk button, but there almost should be. I'm too lazy to look for it. I do love how you can pause it, though. This is one thing that I almost didn't expect because I thought, oh, it's always online. Even though it's, you know, this is a single-player server, I still would have expected. Yeah, I still move faster than a turtle. You should have to fight a turtle like this to actually prove that. Now, we build a box. I'll build a whole bunch, actually. I'll have to keep going back, stockpiling wood. And the good thing about this is that we don't really have that much stuff anyway, or at least not too much heavy stuff. But yeah, I should just start doing it directly from there now that I've unlocked this mechanic. Put it there. I can make another one, so I actually will. So just clean out my inventory as much as I can. There's nothing really I need to hold on to right now. Or just like something invaluable I'll forget that's going to go bad. And like some of the crafting stuff is going to go bad in that way too. That's the real problem with it. Do that. It always made it seem like some of the stuff you can't put in a box because it was always just filled up before I could do that. I want to make yet another one. For which you basically just need wood. Wood and fiber. I'll make even more than that. I don't really care. We had like 6, 7 of these at each of our bases because I'm just the old don't starve technique yet again. Just have like 50 chests with rabbits in them for the winter and then kill them when you're ready to eat them so they don't go bad. It was a very cool sort of realization that I came to because I could not figure out for the life of me in a blind playthrough of that how to just get through the winter. It was way too difficult. You couldn't get food. And of course, there's, oh, just use this, you know, whatever, wiki method to make a fridge that'll keep your food good or whatever. But I guess I just don't respect how people do things like that. Like, the whole point, at least with a genre like this, is to not do it like that. I don't know. Like, I'd rather just not play something at all if I'm not going to... But that's just my style. I'm not saying other people have to do it like that. Okay, wait for your stupid encumberment, or, I mean, being tired. So how much wood do I have? 41. Let's get like 100 so we can make like 4 more of them. Then I think the only other thing that you need is fiber. I wouldn't be able to carry 100 really. Yeah, even like using thatch. This is a bugged out tree. No wonder this game is getting the re-release, makeover, whatever it's going to be. Remastered 1.5, whatever you want to call it. Of which the community wasn't too happy about, and you do have to buy it outright. That's fine. I can't actually make that. You're probably gonna need like some stones and stuff to do it. There. Very subtle, the color change when you can actually make See, doesn't it seem like I could survive forever if I just stayed here? And I guess I could over level and shit, but again, the one thing that's going to force me out of my comfort zone is the pursuit of other resources. So that's, again, such a fun intrinsic nature of the... Okay, that should be enough, I guess. Of the sort of completionist way that I'm playing it. I did maybe jinx that. Oh, I've never died to fall damage, at least, of all the clown behavior I've put on display here. This is a game without character classes, but I'm still playing as the Jester class. That's just my specialty. Now we would need like fiber or something to make the rest of it, maybe. 10 fiber, 20 thatch. Yeah, so just make 3 of these, so 5 would be pretty good. The problem is we're still in that same place that basically we started. I was so like dejected last time because I started off in such a beautiful spot. Everything was going good. My base is great. And then I take 5 steps out of my base and I just die like every other time. Like there's no, I need some like, just some fallback option. It's very strange how that feels. Everything can be going perfectly, but then Oh, and this is even convenient too. Build it right in between the feces, I guess. Let's see. Not really going to be organized particularly well, but whatever. A lot of this is just bonus stuff. Yeah, so now these two you can't put away, or one of them you'd have to rip off your goddamn wrist to do it. And then, what was I going to do? Made the storage box, so what comes next after that? We have a sign, we have a slingshot, we have a saddle, so what kind of peculiar stuff do we need for this? We need hide, we need fiber, we need wood. So should I pursue more hide? There must be something out there that's going to be pretty much... let's handle the meat for now. Getting close to nighttime. Doesn't really matter because there's nowhere particular that I intend to go either. Raw meat's at 15. Oh, there. See, now this is the problem. There is going to be some meat, but I don't know where it went. It's not in there. It's nice to have this reserve, though. Okay, here we go. 36. I guess I could keep the hide on me. Although this shit's going to weigh you down, too, just because of the absurd amount of it that I'm going to have. To combine these two, it's a little bit confusing how the sort of spoilage shows. Because, like, now this bumped the spoilage up, even though that was about to go bad. So I don't know exactly what's happening with it. It seems to, like, average it out, but it also doesn't even do that. What did I need for... thatch, wood, fiber, hide, wood. Same thing. So just get a whole bunch of fiber, hide, and wood. Let's do the fiber for now. Or see, like, even here, it's inconvenient. Like, what if your playthrough really did come down to this? I want to pick up fiber, but nothing else. But I can't do that. Now, the berries might not weigh you down that much, but what if you're doing some particular crazy run where that's actually going to be a factor? I don't know. Like, that's going to weigh you down and get you killed in some high-pressurized, hardcore, hard mode, weird format that you're doing. Like, because I would never do such a thing as that. And then even this is kind of a good meta thing. Don't go to where you have to dip your head in the water and potentially get killed by a piranha plant, because that's happened a million times, or even damaged by one. Just instead decide to... What's that sound? Oh, that's like the ARK itself, which I don't know what these do. I don't think you can go inside it. If I get killed by it, then so be it. Supply crate. Do you have to hit it or something? I won't use that mechanic, and I also haven't tried to really tame anything for what it's worth. Okay, let's try to get a bunch more wood, and what else did I need? Wood, thatch. You're tired. Always the calm before the storm. Just like there's nothing that's going to come after you. There's nothing that's going to kill me except for those random raptors that aren't really all that threatening, but... What was it? The 17, 5, 5. Should be able to make basically all of them. You should almost be like you craft it and then it immediately assumes that you want to be able to place it down. But that could get you in trouble sometimes if you don't want to do that. But that almost should be the default way of doing it. It's almost like we want to build a second house now. And I almost use it as like my workshop house to be able to put like the mortar and the pestle in there. It's like my little laboratory or something. So if we look at the engram slot, then does that cancel my crafting actually? We would make the 3 walls, but then I need something to kind of do with them. Wall left, wall right, and then I guess the sloped roof too, right, is on the same one? Yeah. So for that, you would primarily need, I mean, at least that's a good source of light. Who needs a fire when you have that? Basically just more wood, I would assume. Probably a lot, too. In fact, I need way more because I need, I basically need it for the foundation and whatnot, too. Or why is this stuff even on my bar now, like the berries? Eat some of this meat. Yeah, we're doing that to acquiesce to them, too. We'd rather kill stuff and eat the meat rather than eat the berries, because what if these Triceratops want the berries? Then we'll be stealing it from them, and then they'll come after us. We're actually accounting for the ecosystem around us. And if something's a carnivore anyway, it's going to come after us regardless to eat us. So it doesn't matter if we try to acquiesce to its desires of like, you know, oh, we won't eat any meat so you don't come after us, but then we are the meat. Multi-panel flag. So I basically am almost at the point anyway, which is kind of nice. What else could I need? Maybe just fiber. Now I am just legitimately over encumbered. I blame the berries for it, which I have way too goddamn many, but I can always dump it in there. And this is at least a reasonable time to be doing this because nothing is going to come after me. Maybe after a certain number of days, stuff will start to come and attack your base and whatnot. But for the most part, it hasn't really been like that. You can put your base anywhere in the world, just like in other survival games, but it would know where your base is, and it would specifically strategically send stuff there just to, you know, make it more punishing for you, basically. Like, don't starve. You could build your base in the middle of fucking nowhere, away from resources, just some secluded spot. But those hellhounds will come and find a way to hit you, or just some other, I forget what else would come after you, but combat is such an afterthought in that game that it's actually, you know, you'll do it if you have to, but it's not really going to get you anywhere. If too many things come after you, you just have to kind of run away or just deal with it. It's like a last resort. How did that go out so quickly? That normally lasts for days, literally. Like in, you know, I even come back my next session and the fire's still going, like a week later. Not that that really matters in terms of real lifetime, but I'm trying to see what I can make first. Or you almost shouldn't be allowed to craft when you're over encumbered, but then again, that's kind of the whole point of doing it. What did I actually make? I made the left wall only. I made the sign and the wall and the saddle and the slingshot, which some of the slingshot should always be on my bar. That's the left wall. This is the right wall. Then we'll make the roof. Then we'll make the foundation. We don't really need to make the door frame because the way I build the second house is kind of weird. Like, you got to hunch over to get in there. So the foundation's the only one that actually has relevance. We'll just build two houses right next to each other. How about that? What if we built it like right where the turtle was about to go, and then he would like, I guess he would just like walk over it or something, but yeah, this could be like our little workshop. Is he hurting himself on the fire? Then he'll blame me for it and then come after me. That would be such a stupid way to die. Yeah, see, now you put like the roof up, and then that kind of constitutes a, whoops, a house, even as weird as that seems. Or maybe it won't let me. I did it like at the wrong angle, or yeah, now you put the mortar and pestle in there. At least we satisfy the condition of putting everything to use. Not that I really did anything with the blood, whatever, the blood extraction thing. But at least I made it. I didn't really even understand how to use it. Now we can do the mortar and the pestle, and we can do the, need a ridiculous amount of stones. This hide has carried me for a while. So we have that. Let's see. Put down the sign. But yeah, this is actually a good use of the sign. I'll put it like here and say like, okay, this is my workshop. Just even for my own memory. Kind of mark what each building is meant to be. Basically like your crafting station. And then the text is kind of too small and you can't really customize it beyond that. I bet you could on PC though. So we'll put this down where the, maybe where the water skin is, then move the water skin down one. This is gonna get me killed changing keybinds like I just talked about. But none of these are really combat intensive anyway. And then what comes next? We made this sloped everything. Did I make the saddle? I did. Not that I'm going to use it because that's meant for like taming stuff anyway. But did I actually do this is the question. Transfer everything for now. Transfer the rest here too. And again, even if I have enough stuff to make other things, I don't really care for now because it's going to be like, I can just always get more, like if it's stones and stuff. Give myself something to do. Cooked meat can go here. See, now that didn't increase the spoilage meter, even though it should. Like, what are the chances, or reduce it? Like, what are the chances that they were at the exact same level of spoilers. So it's almost like they dragged each other down or something. We did make the saddle, right? That was just in there. Or I'm looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, Fiomia saddle, primitive. Let's look for... I've never even made an attempt to tame anything, or every time I do, when they have the little hearts above them, I just kill them instead. Cooking pot, compass, none of that I could do anyway. We have slingshot, we have saddle, we made all of that. Let's do mortar and pestle, bark powder, and we're gonna basically need we're gonna need the keratin thing, so we may as well just kill a turtle, I guess, as much as I maybe shouldn't do that. Or I don't know how comfortable I feel like doing it at night. Maybe I'll wait till the morning. I'll just get a little bit of flint, a little bit of stone. Or I need a lot of stone, so I may as well just try to get like 65 plus of it. My fire's right over there, but it still gets so goddamn dark. The only time I put this away is just to actually gather something, I guess. The only thing that's really going to come after me in a scenario like this is just one of those random raptors that spits like poison stuff at you. That we would barely even be able to carry 65 of these. In fact, we'd have a lot worse chance because we're going to end up dealing with a lot of flint. Or you can pick stuff up when you have the torch out. That's always something good. But see, this does always physically pick them up from the ground, unlike other mechanics we've spoken of. At least represent it in the world somehow, so at least I know what I'm looking for. Even if it does over-encumber me, I guess it's fine. 22, 23, so how many do I have total? 36. So this is going to be the same nightmare situation, or maybe next time I'll play it safe too, but we got to go find the crystal. That's got to be how we do our objectives and stuff. This isn't going to be nearly enough though still. I guess I could use some from inside my base. This makes it deceptive, like I've built way more bases than, you know, like I have one around every corner. What would be the point in doing that? But obviously it's just the fact that you're trying to, like, I don't know how those go away. I guess it does say you can demolish them. I don't want to waste the time and effort doing that. And also it's like, I assume it would happen on its own, basically. Now, these ones look like you can pick them up. Maybe it is still deceptive that way, or it does let you at least interact with that. So that should invalidate the run right there. Just the fact that Okay, so we're very close, actually, and I'd be satisfied with just doing this. It's sort of like a short speed run session just to show, like, okay, whatever. It wasn't that big of a loss. And so now we can just recover from it. So basically make everything up to the spyglass, which shouldn't really require me to do anything. The only thing I need is the keratin, which these turtles are looking pretty juicy for that, but I can't do it because, or I wouldn't feel comfortable doing it at night, so let's just wait. Something else will aggro or catch me off guard or something. Yeah, we'll accidentally hit the Triceratops or something as we're doing that. 53, so surely there must be some stone in here. That I couldn't have used every single one of them, but it still won't be enough. What the fuck? Oh, wow, are you serious? Even with that, I can't do it? Or yeah, there's a few here. Wow, it was barely enough, though. Still, that does take up an insane amount. Practically begging for it, but I don't want to do it yet, dude. He's offering himself up, and don't let the level there deceive you. Level 4. Right, like a level 10 will kill you in one shot. Like the one we found on the beach when we went like 5 steps in the wrong direction. One of the many times that's gotten me killed. Pretty much the only thing that has. But then you'll kill like a level 150 or something that won't even fight you back. So it depends more on what the type of what it is. Okay, they seem to really be attracted to my base, but they shouldn't really do anything to me. Let's see. Next thing would be mortar and pestle, I'm pretty sure, but now I've kind of lost my train of thought. This requires stone and hide, so let's just take the hide out of there. Flint and stone we have. That we'll have to get. Narco berries spoiled me, but let's not worry about that now. So just get the hide out of there. I thought I did have it on me, but then I must have put it back in. I just keep doing that to reduce the clutter here. 119. So this we just got from a couple of those things at the beginning. That's been very fortuitous. It didn't seem to matter much on the dodo and stuff, but for stuff that's a little beefier, like those big guys who I always call tanky, whose name I'll never commit to memory, it can be a factor there. Some of these things you have to actually make in the mortar and pestle itself, which I'm pretty sure is like this. Flint, stone I have. I have to put it down first. I'm gonna put it in more so you can kind of crouch down and work with it, even though that seems very devastating to your back. Spark powder I should be able to make, no? Or you have to put them in there, and I have exactly enough to do it. Or whatever, we'll do it in excess and then bring that back. Use spark powder. Created by grinding flint with stone, mortar, and pestle. I actually don't even know what it does, but it'll obviously be used to make other things. And then now we're looking at the whole spoiled meat narcoberry thing. But we do have to wait for the turtle. I guess I don't have to wait because, yeah, I don't have to do it in that much of an exact order. Now look for the narcoberries and then look for the spoiled meat, of which I have a little bit. You waste nothing. That's the true essence of a survival game. The fact that even stuff like spoiled meat and your feces are going to be used for different crafting purposes, which is kind of nice. I can't believe I lost to a narcoberry, though. That is a really good early game moment. Like, it does say it on there, but if you're not really paying attention and you're worried about kind of other things. Drugs. And now this is always good to make a lot of, actually, because this is going to be like my only healing item that I have. So how many can I actually make? I should be able to make 3 of them, which is good enough. Even when I was getting overwhelmed by those 3 enemies at once that came out of nowhere, or like I was fighting the raptor in front of me, but the other 2, I should have just used them anyway, but then it'll put me to sleep in the middle of combat, and then they'll feel bad for me and stop attacking me, which actually did kind of happen at some point. Let's actually switch those, and then we have the narcotics. So what am I missing from this row? Just the blood syringe thing. Then the rest is pretty easy, right? None of these resources are particularly complicated. I should have enough hide, or maybe I won't now because that requires 40 itself. This you can just make anywhere. You don't need the mortar and pestle for it. Yeah, the only thing we're waiting for is just the morning so I can kill the turtle. Everything else should be fine. I should have enough hide even, all things considered. Or I'll get even more hide from it. I mean, it is what it is. Like, we have to do it because nothing else gives you keratin slash... whatever. Kind of slow pace him. Your stamina's never going to run out because he is so slow. You gotta be careful what you're going to back into, though. Which this beach has been pretty safe, so... oh, please. Where did the other one come from? I'll take both of you, but I can't because you're just too too menacing, clearly. Way too tanky. They'll never be able to catch up, so it's not like that big of a deal. But now I'd rather make another spear, too. What would I logically need to make a spear? How far would they really even chase me? Probably I would just need either wood or something like a mining material. So we'll make the second one. They're slow and you can hear them coming from a mile away. That was a good experiment that we killed them just to confirm that. Although I had killed them before, but I guess I didn't really pay attention to what I got from it. But the keratin slash the other thing. Or I guess they only give you keratin, but they kind of are required for the same things. The other one I got from the anthropod. Yeah, now he's going to be stalking my base, waiting for me to come back. Now, will he attack me on sight or what? As long as both of them don't do it. Got to get him low like that. See, if you hit him right in the head, it's going to break your spear. And the other one is going to come after me, or now he just doesn't give a shit anymore. It's only fitting that these should be tanky, but At least they are slow, just my style. Our character is slow as shit too, believe it or not. Or you just can't maintain any amount of speed here. Oh my god. It's understandable that that would happen, but it's still annoying. Okay, we'll go get some more wood, get some more stone stuff. Yeah, that wasn't too bad, at least as far as the pace of how we did this. The main thing that sped it up was the hide, I guess. Trapped myself in a corner, but he seems to have lost sight of me or lost motivation to try to catch me. Now here we're just unlocking this as a bonus, but we're obviously not going to be able to do it, and I don't know what all these other things are. Those I'll skip just because I don't know. Although it could give me a, you know, that could treat as a quest, like, oh, you have to go do whatever it's saying, but either that's DLC or something you're not meant to do or whatever. I'm not going to force that aspect. What exactly could I need for the spear? That is almost something you should have on your bar, just the ability to craft the spear, because it's going to break so goddamn often. I should have to make 2 of them, too. Turtles just kind of give up and lose motivation, though. Okay, what else could be needed here? Fuck's sake. Without even moving from the spot, I've managed to do reasonably well, although there's nothing really special that you should need either. Like, you know, crystal is the first thing that seems like I have no idea how to get that, and we just got to go out blind, and that's good because it makes for like a little mini adventure. Every single resource along the road is going to be some level of experimentation and just like a little mini quest. Try to find it. This is the same one I think that I was hitting. Maybe it's not. Almost looks like he's just running away. As long as we don't fight like 2 things at once. Although going closer to the beach could just cause another one to come to his aid like it did there. Music is maybe too intense for this, but then again, you can never take anything for granted here. Keep doing a guerrilla warfare style like that. I don't know if this is the same one or not now. I assume it is, because nothing else was this far out, but people would even say, oh, you shouldn't even fight these, period, because he's just given up trying to even fight me, or that's just what he wants me to think. Lead me into his trap. We get the point, dude. You're tanky. It's insane, dude. I just have to kill one of them, or assuming he at least drops what I want him to drop. For now, he's got a second win. We better be careful. I have no stamina either. Stepping over my feces. Will trip over that and impale myself with my spear. That would be a nice way to die. Surprised I haven't heard about ARK, at least in that sense of the meme that you're constantly defecating. Like, I don't know how you would stop that. You'd create like a designated spot for it, but you wouldn't be able to actually, I don't know, just carry like a wastebasket with you. There hasn't been anything so far that's really like that, though. I'm kind of hitting him in his head armor anyway, but I can't. Jesus Christ, dude. Just give me whatever that shit is. Keratin. He's gonna give me a crazy amount of hide too, so that makes it worth it. Jesus Christ. So now I should pretty much have everything for the rest of the way. I shouldn't even have to move from my base. And I'm not going to. And maybe I won't next time either. I'll play it even more slow paced than you could imagine. I should kill that other turtle just for his affront of trying to 2v1 me. Very dishonorable. I could do the same too if I wanted to tame a dinosaur, but I'm choosing not to. Out of a sense of honor and just freshness and stuff too. I should feel like I have to get to a certain point before I earn that mechanic. Or it just seems like it might make it too easy somehow, even though I am complaining about I just need like some sort of escape option, and there's nothing that's really going to do that. The slingshot could maybe stun something, and the narcotics could maybe heal me and keep me alive for a bit. But if I run out of stamina and something's chasing me, I just kind of get screwed. The next thing was simply the blood extraction thing, which I never even used, or I don't even know exactly how to use. That'll go in my bag. Then basically all the rest of the stuff is just like the flagpole and whatnot. Simple bed, flagpole, and torch. Single panel flag. Fiber, hide, like, we should pretty much have everything, but maybe not. Forge requires wood, bed requires wood, and flag requires wood and fiber. So it's just a simple matter of going out there. Yeah, that wasn't too bad as far as like how long it really took compared to what it took the first time. Obviously, then you know what you're doing even less than I do now. 25. See how I'm picking up all the stuff I don't necessarily want to pick up because, you know, you don't have a choice because it's invisible berries and invisible. Like, that's generally not a big deal as a mechanic as much as you might think, but you can see how that's a little bit weird that they do it like that. That should be enough there, and we just need a lot of wood here. I'm getting pretty close to being over encumbered, but even if I am, so what? Nothing here could possibly pose me any threat. Never could jinx it or eat my words or anything of the sort. It always is that you're seeking out danger. I'm never, you know, just sitting in my base and chilling and have something happen, or very rarely it gets me killed. It's always like I'm out looking for adventure, trying to build my house somewhere else, trying to explore a zone I haven't been to yet. This is insane, actually. See how hard it can be if you actually... That's like some expression the villains say in movies usually. Like, see how easy it can be when you be all cozy and nice and play along, like give us what we want, like when we're holding somebody hostage. But this, I say the opposite. Like, look how hard it can be when you don't look up advice and don't take advice from people and just play it completely blind. And like, I enjoy that, like in some sort of masochistic way. It's a good thing that it's so hard like that. Or at least it feels natural. Whatever you do or don't do is a more organic, raw experience. Training dummy, more like me in this run for the dinosaurs. Okay, let's do... We should be able to make it now, everything. To make the basic flag, make the bed, and make the standing torch. If I craft something out of order, the whole run is invalidated and I have to delete the character, though. How about that? Which, I mean, it shouldn't happen anyway, but... Yeah, now we're back to the spyglass, looking for the crystal, but I'm not going to put myself at too much risk right now trying to do that. Single panel flag, which you can't really decorate or do anything with. I'll put this to sort of signify just that it's my house. Not that you can write on it, but... Or that's kind of too eerily close to the building, so it looks kind of scuffed, but whatever. Simple bed, we could put... And that one's even bigger. We'll put those right next to each other. Requires placement on floor. Now that is really annoying because I don't think I can do that then. Fuck. I guess I could build a foundation just for that. These beds aren't designed to fit in a tiny little house that you would make here as a base thing. Okay, 6 wood. Oh my god. So stupid. So I'll make the base just to be able to do that. One's like my crafting station, one's my sleeping station, I guess. 8 wood just from that little dinky thing. The one bed is on the floor. Now we can upgrade to the stuff of royalty here. Go ahead and put the foundation down, then go here. At least one thing I like is that I don't really feel under time pressure here much. Kind of like, you know, whatever I'm dying to has nothing to do with that. We put the bed down. Put the torch down. How would that look? That kind of looks okay, I guess, but you would still want a roof or whatever for when it's raining and shit. Like, what is the point of doing it like that? We'll put the torch maybe next to here just to signify as like a little night light maybe. So this you could keep it burning with your little thatch. Everything here looks pretty much beautiful. Go ahead and eat a little more of that. So yeah, this, if I craft one more item, it'll be the longest run I've ever had. The best run I've ever had. You. Didn't it say your name there, though? Or no, it says in the middle. Yeah, we made the standing torch, single panel flag, simple bed. That's multi-panel, just make sure I didn't accidentally craft something that seems similar. Yeah, this is what got me killed, whatever the hunt for the crystal, which even if I knew how to get it, it would probably be something a little bit less clear. It might be super hard to get. This instrument, while primitive, is quite effective at long-range reconnaissance. Okay, so that's all pretty much good. Let's just check the fire one more time. Let me kind of clean out my inventory actually too, just to show that I have, see now that didn't recover the spoilage much at all. So the fact that the one that was in the fire wasn't spoiled at all. It was like 100% fine. And the one that I had in my bag was like 1% fine or 10% fine. So now they combined and it's like 11%. So like how that just kind of dragged it down. You have a little extra keratin from that too. So definitely using the hammer is very good. But that's just kind of like easy mode. That's why I was choosing not to do it. I clearly couldn't be that dumb. Keep this nice and clean. We have a decent amount of resources here, I guess, now. The next time will be the hunt for the crystal again, 2.0. And basically, I guess that was a good productive run, though. If I can do that, then dying doesn't seem so bad, but I shouldn't die is the whole point. I have to figure out some sort of way. I'm gonna practice at the beginning next time. We'll do like a little whatever training montage session. We'll practice with the slingshot to see how does it stun stuff, because I haven't really had much success with that. We'll test out the narcotics to see how many do I think I need and how many does it take to put you to sleep, so that when we go into combat we'll be ready for some escape plan at least. What is that green stuff in the water? So yeah, we got to definitely take some time to figure that stuff out, because those are the only two defensive options that I seem to have besides just running away, which running away doesn't really work in a lot of these cases because you're kind of just, I don't know. They can obviously, wait, I didn't mean to do that. But whatever, it doesn't matter. We'll obviously do those in the meantime. Why did it let me unlock that but nothing else? I was spamming A. Just make sure we did indeed craft everything. I crafted those. I made that. A lot of the stuff obviously is useless or just cosmetic. Yeah, we're not allowed to progress past that Engram row until we decide to... Why am I even so encumbered now? Look at my weight. I guess it must be accounting for what's in my hotbar, basically. Okay, so all things considered, that wasn't too bad of a session. Okay, so last time, basically, I speed ran basically my longest survival streak, and this is like 4 episodes, not that they're super long. So I kind of speed ran that same amount of progress. I discovered how to do some sort of thing in crafting that I didn't know how to do before, like you can just craft it directly from here, but I never looked at the menu at the top, so I would place it down here, then I would do it again. So that's not even a console problem. This is me being dumb. We kind of built this flag too close to the house, so it kind of cuts in, which is, you know, now we not only have to be a completionist, but we have to do everything aesthetically too. So we're still on that same fucking beach that we've been at the whole time in this entire playthrough. So today is the moment of like, let's see if we can make progress beyond the same point, because I always get to the same thing. And now I need crystal. And then as soon as I take like 5 steps further into somewhere that I haven't been, I started using the stone thing too. It's not even like I didn't know this was there, but I didn't know how good it was. Like, it gives you like way more hide from stuff. So that solves one of my major problems sometimes, is you go out hunting stuff and then you get yourself killed just because you want to expedite some crafting thing. So the next thing we have to make is the spyglass, and that's going to require crystal. So I could just sit here forever and I feel safe, but, you know, just stay here. I'm never going to starve. Nothing really comes after you to try to attack you. Everything's just beautiful. But my lust for adventure and trying to do that is going to get me killed. Yeah, you go 5 steps into an area you haven't been, and you just get destroyed by like an alligator, 3 snakes, a crocodile, just all kinds of shit. And what's so disturbing is that was like the episode before last. We go into like a little, I forget where it is. It's like on the other side. And like, there's nothing there. I'm looking around like very carefully. I'm in, you know, sneak mode. And then I see like one little poisonous raptor. So I go to fight it. But then there's like 3 snakes that come up behind me and kill me. And I had no idea they were there. So there's got to be some escape route that I have planned. There's 2 things I wanted to test. So let's make as much narcotics as I can. Not to deal with the stress of this, but to see how many can I eat or drink without falling asleep. because then I'll know that going into combat. And then I also want to test the slingshot to see like how much, how well does it stun stuff, basically. Those are the two mechanics that I haven't really used, and those are like the only defenses that I really have right now. Just because everything is so tight, basically. You know, I don't have any ranged weapons. The slingshot isn't even really a weapon. It's meant more to just incapacitate them, basically. So I need a bunch of rocks, which I'm sure now look at my OCD number of boxes. Just the sheer amount of, even cavemen had OCD back in the day. Stacking rocks like that's how you get like Rapa Nui type formation. Standing stones. So we'll take as many rocks as I can. Although I don't want to encumber myself too much with that either. We don't really need like 60. 15 is okay. Problem is we'll be in one encounter that requires like all of them. And that'll just fuck me over. We have a lot of hide. I like to keep my inventory nice and empty like this though. So we'll test out the rocks. And then what do I need to actually make the narcotics? I can't remember. You basically need like the... In fact, you can't even see it from there. You have to see it from the mortar and the pestle. This is like my little workshop. Going all RP mode in this event. The world's first ever RP run of ARK. And it's not even like a true first playthrough permadeath, because my original intent was if I die once, it's just over. And I just move on to the next series, which is normally how this format is. Like the series within a series, Xbox Game Pass Gauntlet. But each game gets a little mini-series, but it's meant to be... I kind of broke that rule in Anthem too, where I got a second try. Just like, it's meant to be if you die, you just have to move on to the next one. Narco berry, spoiled meat. So we're still at the letter A after like a year. So that gives you an indication of how long this could go on for. But the only way I would like that is if I was actually completing some of these games. The only game I beat was Anthem. And even that I got like a second life. So we need narco berries and we need the spoiled meat. Which I should have a little already, but... Let me double check in here. It's not like these are organized in any particular way. But I basically want a ton of narcotics. I'm basically just going to stall the whole episode today. But at least this is like the gearing up episode. Before Batman leaves the Batcave, we got to make sure we are all ready to go. We have to like really slow pace it. Because I'm sure people would say, right, who are experienced with the game, like, oh, all you have to do is use this AK-47. Just craft this crazy thing that you don't have yet or something like that. Which I'm sure I could go out of my way with the engrams and, you know, maybe do something better. Like skip ahead. But the core point is that how do you deal with it under this circumstance? Like, if 2 or 3 things attack you, my stamina's not very good, it's never going to get any better. I'm not going to be able to run away. So, like, what do you really do in this situation? Be right back? Okay. You know, I have my spear, which isn't really good enough to kill too many things. I don't have a ton of health, and it's never going to increase. I don't have a ton of... what do you call it, stamina, so I can only run but so far, because I'm doing a melee only run, or not a melee only run, but a strength melee damage only run. I can't put my stats in any other category, which you would think would help in a way, because you're able to presumably do a lot more damage, but that only helps so much too. Let me see how many I can make with this, but we're going to need more. Spoiled meat isn't necessarily that hard to come by, but the problem with spoiled meat is it spoils too. So it's like the old joke about... you know, if poison expires, does it become more poisonous or less poisonous? But obviously it becomes more poisonous. It's just, or I mean, it doesn't work anymore, basically. Wait, why doesn't that work? Wait, what the hell happened? Oh, it took this back because I left the page. Yeah, it obviously just stops working. So it's the same thing here. If your spoiled meat spoils, does it become regular meat again and actually function properly? It becomes edible again. So that's fine. We got 2 more narcotics. We got drop, take all. Yeah, just take the narcotics, even though it's just there as a placeholder. The spear is not particularly great, but the hammer is not meant for combat either. It's meant for just harvesting, which of course I wasn't using it for that purpose ever either. So where are we going to get more spoiled meat? I guess I should just carry the... I don't know, actually. I could just keep checking the fire for it. Or did the fire actually go out? Fuck. Go ahead and put some of the thatch in there. We have a lot of cool stuff in reserve just to make my life easier, but a lot of this is going to go bad too. This is totally how it would be in Don't Starve. I would have like 50 chests around my base, and it would just keep everything so nice. And okay, only one spoiled meat. This is gonna take a while to actually save up. Like, we'll keep cooking this, but it'll never really spoil in there unless I make it. So let's see if I have any maybe in the chest. Welcome back. So that's fine. I can't remember what I had to use the little excretion for so far, but I like how even that becomes a meaningful resource. We'll use it as manure to start farming. Like, it lets nothing go to waste. These berries are kind of pointless, just a waste of space. Yeah, see, like, this 5 raw meat should always spoil. At least if we get like a stack of 20 narcotics, that would be satisfactory with me. Not the first time I've said that. This is kind of cool. You could make like a little, I don't know, put like a animal's head or something on it to ward away attackers, but nobody really seems to attack you in this, and they don't seem to really damage your structures ever. Even if you piss them off like right next to your base and you run away, they won't try to take revenge on you by destroying your house and stuff. I literally haven't moved 5 steps from where you spawn in. Going in the water can be suicide. Like, everything can just be so dangerous. And the further inland you go, you get fucked. But even if you don't go inland, you just go further onto the beach, and some parts of it have, you know, a lot of those snakes and stuff. Every time I see a snake, it's like an omen of death. Like, I've almost never escaped from them, because so much shit goes on then. It's not just a snake. It'll be a snake and a raptor and a crocodile and all this kind of stuff at once. So I guess we just have to wait for that to go bad, which could take a while. 6 minutes. Okay. So in that much time, let's pick up some rocks, even though, again, I barely have space for it. Let's get up to like, or let's actually practice using them is the point. It doesn't seem like you can really retrieve them, not like arrows in some games, like where you miss a shot or something, or even if you land a shot, then you pick it up off its dead body and reuse it. At least sometimes. Like, sometimes they might break or whatever, but would you say you're an introvert or extrovert person because you're very talkative? Well, actually, as my name suggests, I'm much more usually quiet, but just like in this whole, I don't know, this like last year, I've kind of been a little bit more talkative for sure. I'm more like a Let's player now, whereas I used to be actually a good player, as in I would do like whatever. I wouldn't talk much, but I would have maybe better performance at certain Permadeath things. But I was both quiet in terms of how much I would talk, but also just my voice itself. ASMR gamer. Because that's the spoiled meat. But now that's going to fuck me over. Actually, I need the narco berries. Because, yeah, in that 6 minutes, then this will go bad too. So how the fuck do you do that? These two will sort of even each other out. So I have to use them before it gets to that point. Yeah, I don't mind the stones, but we definitely just need narco berries. The best beginner's trick in the game that totally fucked me over because I like fell asleep in the water and I didn't know. Let's player syndrome. As much as somebody who like mocked YouTube in general, and I never would really upload stuff, but how many do we need? Like 5 each, I think. So 11, let's get like 20 maybe. Of course, here's where it doesn't really let you cycle out and choose which ones you're picking up. So if it was actually some relevant thing, which might happen later, where it's going to weigh you down, you're just kind of screwed because there should at least be like a wheel. Like you hold it down and it says which berry do you want to take. But it's just one of those like infinite resources that they spoil you with. Like you can never starve. You can never have to worry about running out. They'll always respawn. I guess the reason why they don't show them is because there'd be so many of them that it would actually slow the game down probably. It wouldn't be able to handle the immense number of berries. But like it's the same logic as there being so much grass and there being so many rocks and stuff. Yeah, the stamina issue is never really going to change unless I decide to get some sort of narcotic for that as well. This is the only healing I have in the whole game, which is the narcotic, and that's the only ranged weapon I have in the whole game is the slingshot. So between those two, I should clearly be invincible if I use them correctly, but other than that, it can be very hard to get away. What was that? There are like a lot of visual bugs and glitches in this game. Whether that's because I'm playing on console or whether it's just it is that kind of game, like where the reach exceeds their grasp. Just they tried to maybe do so much with it, but then they never caught up with it after it became so popular. So the fans of the game would just be apologists for every little thing, but obviously it's very impressive nonetheless. I didn't expect it to be so much of a survival type of game, though. Even just in potential, like, sure, I'm sure, like, the way they advertise it, too, is like, oh, just ride this raptor, and you, like a chick riding a raptor with an AK-47 and just go shoot other players. Like, that's the way they would present it, but it does have a lot of depth in the survival area. That I kind of just got by mistake, but that would be my next ranged weapon, supposedly. But we can't get it until we get the spyglass. This is my whole curse. Which is a good way to do it, because it forces you to really flesh every item out, but I'm sure it's far from optimal. Let me make as many of these as I can. Hopefully the spoiled meat didn't spoil, because that would be really stupid. It's very close to, actually. Narco berry. Okay, so we have more than enough of those. We have to keep waiting for more of the meat to spoil, which is going to take a while. The problem is I don't even want to have some to take with me. I want to also test them, even just frivolously, because I can't afford to use like 5 of them in combat and then pass out. I have to get just like right around the sweet spot, which could take actually more trial and error, because I'll try 5 and it won't put me to sleep. Well, that's actually the better way to tell. If it doesn't, then I know it's safe to do that, because there's nothing else that really gives you whatever, torpidity. Okay, we go like that, and then I almost thought that had to do with like your ability to throw stuff, like you're throwing a torpedo. Like, what does it even say? You can't even level it up, so it doesn't even tell you. Yeah, there's no tooltip for it. But it would always go up like halfway, and then you would fall asleep, so it was very confusing what exactly the break point is for it. So we'll have those going well prepared. We learned that in hardcore WoW. Like, I had so many resources potentially available, but I was just being too lazy about it. And that was my first failure in that ever out of 4. The 3-1 record now. What else did I want to do? Wait for the rest of the meat to spoil, so I can certainly make more of it. I can always get more narco berries. Let's test the slingshot on something. I don't know how, though. There's not even anything here that's going to fight you back. But, like, where would I even want to go? You have to play it kind of stealthy, which there is no, like, stealth stat that you could potentially get. That should almost be more of a playstyle. And just we have to be very careful. If I take 5 steps in a direction I haven't been, it'll be the farthest journey I've ever had, but also imminent death, because it gets so dangerous so fast. You know, you go over here, there's all kind of crocodiles and shit on that side. There's like a little beaver encampment that I stole from, and then that's almost like bad karma. The beavers didn't come back to kill me, but it just felt like, you know, a wrong thing to do. Like, the beavers will remember that and send an alligator after you somehow. And of course, the game isn't like only dinosaurs, although you could say, I almost thought that going in, it's going to be like Hollow Knight, except with dinosaurs, where every single thing is some sort of weird hybrid of a bug and something else. But here it's just more like, it could be like a prehistoric alligator or bird or something. It doesn't really seem like it, but everything's just bigger. So this area I have been to. The higher you go and the further inland you go, it gets more dangerous. Those are sort of the 2 criteria. So I am trying to make progress with this, because I don't know when the 1.5 comes out. And assuming it'll upend the whole ability of you to play this, you need like some heat-seeking vision thing so I can actually see what's going to creep up on me. Or sometimes stuff will sort of just spawn in out of nowhere, which is possibly what happened with those snakes. So you can see that guy, but that's not a hostile one. It's really making me play scared, because it can go 100 to 0 so fast. My stamina's fine. My food's fine. Although that is about to spoil too. Yeah, but at least in the whole Let's Player aspect, I'm still more like an old school Let's Player then who didn't do face cam before that started to become all the rage. At first, people used to make fun of it, but then everybody started to do it. Oh, I guess it's raining now. We better go back home then, because I'm too scared to actually keep going. There's nothing even over here. So logically, where would Crystal be? Because that's the main objective that we have, like a little side quest. I just need like 2 crystal. It would just be deeper inland and maybe like some kind of a mine. Maybe some higher end dinosaur might drop it. If you kill them, we haven't really seen a T-Rex, not to jinx it. We've seen some of the bigger ones, but most of them are sort of passive. That's the whole sphere of a T-Rex or something like that. It'll be a huge dinosaur like some of these we've seen, but it's also super aggressive. You know, there'll be some snake coming up behind me just randomly. That's the part that pisses me off. Like, I'm going so carefully. I should see them before they see me. And they don't really aggro too aggressively either. Like, we were sneaking up on that one raptor, and it was fine. That's pretty much the only enemy that we fought consistently, is the raptor who spits poison at you. Those guys must just be really good at hiding in the grass and stuff. The snakes. We haven't seen any like sort of too many insect type enemies in this game. There were some across the water there, I guess, but mostly it's just, you know, I expect to see some big hairy spider from Australia. It's like, oh no, this is a prehistoric thing. No, they still exist in Australia, somewhere in the wilderness. You just have to go find it. I'll make a Cthulhu monster movie and I won't even have to pay for the props and the monsters. I will just shoot it in the northern Australia somewhere. So I have 9 of those. I guess I didn't even test it. So the idea here is you would stun them, but then you would run away, or you would still try to kill them, because that I can't decide. And the rain doesn't seem to bother me too much. The rain never bothered me anyway, haha. Like, you would think you'd be getting cold or something, but it's actually okay. Now, I already sense death in the air. This is a very gloomy thing. I definitely don't want to die at this stage, because we put in so much time to get here. Even though it was just like a speed run 1 hour session last time, it's more like, you know, I'm going to fall off the cliff somehow. Is that a little blood trail to give me a clue that I'm in danger here, maybe? I doubt they would be so, it could be like 2 animals fighting one another. There's just nothing here, which I don't mind. Or even if you look over here, you'll see all kind of shit, like a crocodile. And kill it with my slingshot from up here. I'm sure the slingshot does do damage too, but I don't want to go too far in, and I don't really have a great incentive to do so. Could be dangerous because you're going up a hill, so you don't know what's going to be in the distance as well. If only I had a spyglass, which is the exact thing that we're working towards making in the first place. I sort of turned up the game audio a little bit too, because sometimes it's too quiet. It's always hard to measure that because, you know, you're like measuring it against, this is how you're meant to play, I guess. You're measuring it against when it's like really quiet versus like when it's on the menu, which in this game is super loud, or when you're in like a combat situation and the music is going and your gun's going off or whatever. Not that we're at that stage yet, but I kind of like it in the sense that it goes from low tech to high tech later on. Yes, you know, you start as a caveman and you'll get all this high tech sci-fi shit. There doesn't seem to be much reason to go in any deeper, but it also feels relatively safe. This is turning in from a survival game to a horror game. Like, you really feel the presence. If something comes out now and attacks me, I'm dead. Like, this is how weak and pathetic I am. Yeah, see, okay, so we get the jump on him. But now when I hit him, something else is going to just materialize. That's what I don't like. Or you would think he would at least notice that. At least I got the jump on him. It did seem like he sort of came out of nowhere, but, you know, losing to draw distance. I'm sure the arrows would be actually more damaging. Now he's going to bait me into some place that I don't want to go. You're hot in the fucking rain, dude. I see if something else attacks me, that's the nightmare. I don't want to go too far or get baited too much by doing this. You got to be very alert, very aware. He might call for help. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they roar and call for help. That's why so many other things come to attack me. Because it seems to always happen together like that. That was a good kill. We got to play it like a stealth horror game. This is Outlast or something. Except I wouldn't have this much combat here. The right way to go about it, but I just don't trust this. It's always good to like almost hug the cliff because then you know at least nothing can come from behind you. Well, at least not like back right here. They'll only come from like directly behind you. Like this is the worst thing to be doing then as it gets towards night. And I do love the fact that you can pause it. Hang on, my chair is always so uncomfortable when I play on console. Everything is console's fault. I don't know why. I guess it's because I'm not used to holding the controller. It's the exact same setup, but somehow I have to like lean in more or something. I got like this little 1 terabyte card for my Xbox so that now I can do 2 console series at once because I can only fit like 1 game on here, especially when it's so big with the base storage. And so basically, we're going to still keep doing this on Sunday, but then on Thursday... okay, strange. On Thursday, now that we failed that WoW thing, I'm actually going to do the original Destiny again, which I started that playthrough, but I didn't play it that much, really. Turn Destiny into a single-player game. The game that Anthem obviously took after so much. And so those are 2 games that I heard like really negative things about. The original Destiny and Anthem, but as single-player experiences, I actually enjoyed them, so it's hard to say. I'm sure people just like speed run through and then complain about the end game. There's not enough to do and this and that, but just getting to max level is itself a game in and of itself. You could almost judge the 2 separately. Now we're sort of following a path, which could be either a trap or now we're going to encounter some enemy type that we've never seen before, basically. And so I won't know how to react, but that's part of the fun. I think I've gone way too deep. And the problem is, what if it becomes nighttime? Then how will I get out of here? I think I know when to turn back. I'm just sensing a bad omen here. Wasn't it about to turn nighttime or something? I don't get it. Well, it sometimes does it very suddenly. We killed only 1 of those things, but I swear, that looks like where you could get crystal. I'm going to get baited in. We'll go and do like a little mine. They clearly wouldn't have enemies or some shit in it. That's half the fun is, though, on one hand, figuring out what you need to make something, but also, but you could like turn off the tooltips and all, but also, how to get it in the first place. So we're mostly doing that second part. My stamina's good, everything's good. The problem here is you might dehydrate yourself. Or maybe this is how you're meant to play because I haven't lost any hydration by doing this because I'm not moving very fast. I think it's a bait, but it would be fun to go in there. It's quiet, too quiet. I don't think you can go in there, but maybe it's just like a special kind of rock. Crystal does sound like a very rare resource. Or maybe it's the sort of thing you have to make from some other means. Or you can't even do anything with it. I should have brought my little mobile home idea with me. Like, you bring the foundation for a house, and you could do one of 2 things with it. An alligator's over there about to come rush you, so you put the base of the foundation of the house in between you and them, so it has to run around it, like we're playing Fortnite, building during combat, like some dumb shit. We'll build a house by the time he gets to me, and then get on the roof, and he won't be able to get to me. Or you could just put it down so I don't have to go back to my base every time and rest at night. I don't like to do anything at night. Not that it's especially dangerous, but the biggest thing that seems to change combat-wise is the piranha plants in the water and stuff. Not plants, but they start to become way more aggressive. Because if you go in the water now, they'll still be in there, but they kind of back off more. I don't get why. If you dip like 1 foot in the water for like a millisecond, you just get destroyed. So I'm trying to basically make my way back now, I guess. I didn't really find anything of too much interest. Might be a long journey to try to figure... Oh, is this the same guy that I was even saying that I saw earlier? It must be. He's like a little landmark. This is how you have to play it, though. Just take it slow, and it does seem like this would be the sort of thing that could be fruitful. Like, you go in here and just... There's nothing there. It's kind of a bait. But not even in a dangerous way. It's just like, does this work on stone and stuff? Or maybe that's what it is. You'd probably just have to... Imagine if that's the answer. Just hit the same rocks you've been hitting, but if you use this to get it, you'll get crystal from it. And I'm just too stupid to have known that, I guess, till now. Okay, we better get back to base before it's night. Play this is like the M. Night Shyamalan's The Village. Don't go too far from your little encampment. Clearly, nothing would be of danger to me here. There are all kind of good RP things you could do with this. Make like a horror movie thing, like The Thing, where it's taking over everybody and everybody is like Among Us style. Because like it is meant to be a multiplayer game, so it'd be like 10 people in a map and they all have these different conditions going on. Something will corrupt you and then turn you against everybody else, or whatever. You have all these sort of internal politics going on. That's one thing I loved with some old school MMOs like Tibia, where the highest level character, there was no level cap, and PvP was like very open-ended. What the hell is that? So if there was like a level 500 on the server, and I actually saw something like that happen, and the next highest level is at 300, the 500 becomes like a god, where it's like he was asking tribute from people. You have to pay me taxes, and if you don't, I'll kill you, and all this kind of stuff. And then a bunch of people ganged up together and tried to kill him together, like the level 300 and a level 250 and this and that. So it creates this dynamic of like, I don't know, it's just like a great thing that you can't experience in a lot of other games because there's a level cap and there's a limit to what you can do. I don't know if that thing's aggressive. And look how he just despawns. Like, how am I supposed to deal with that? I don't know what this thing is, though. It's just a jellyfish, but it's kind of too high up. So here we just have to figure out... I guess I don't really have to do anything. I'll just make as many narcotics as I can. Or this is a good time to test it. Like, we could sleep through the night, literally. Just to try to... You know... Test how many it takes to actually make you fall asleep. What do I actually have? I have 3 spoiled meat and I have 19 narco berries, so I should be able to make at least a few more. Imagine if I die by stepping in my own fire somehow. I guess pausing isn't even that big of a deal for me now because I typically don't have to go AFK abruptly like I was doing in the past, but we should be able to make 2 of them. Oh, did one of the spoiled meats spoil while I was waiting to do that? Who would have thought that would ever be such a valuable resource anyway? Get 3 narcotics, so we have over 10. I kind of want to go out with at least 10 of them, but you're never going to be able to use that many together anyway. Despite that ominous music, you're actually pretty safe. It's just like there's nothing to do at night. It gets kind of boring, actually, in a lot of survival games, actually. I remember that in the forest, like, I wouldn't be under danger most of the time, not to jinx it, but you're just kind of sitting there and you don't feel like going out, so you can't really do anything. It's a good time to craft and whatnot, but it doesn't mean you can always just do that. Like, you're always going to have enough to do to last that long. We put this in here, we're almost running out of meat, but it should be fine. I guess I don't need too many more than that, so let's actually just test this, and clearly this will be the one time they actually do send something to attack me. We don't even have the bed in here, though. Where is the other bed? It's on the ground. Because it doesn't fit in the base size house. even though those two go together. Like the base bed doesn't work with the base house unless you don't put the walls up first, then it works. Let's do like 4 of them. So at least if we know we can drink 4 of them during combat, or consume them, however, that won't make me fall asleep, or it will. It will. So we can do maybe a max of, well, now I have to test that too. So 4 is too many. Or maybe it's just the fact that I do them all together like that, but that's kind of the point too. So maybe you can do a max of 3, or even that might be too much. Or just space it out, but I'm assuming I'm in like a near-death situation where I just have to spam it. Or maybe they heal more than what I'm giving them credit for. Yeah, and if that star bar reaches the top, you just die. How about that? Which could be the case if you... Imagine how much you'd have a heart attack if the door opens right now, like some intelligent dinosaur is capable of doing that. I like how the light sort of penetrates the walls because it's completely closed. The house. Or of course this would be a great time for a player to get you, but you don't really have to sleep like this. I'm just doing it as an RP type of thing. Or like we'll overdose and die because of that. The whole beauty of this is we know now at least that we can do 3 of them. Sort of takes your inventory away too. So we went out into the jungle and we killed 1 random raptor, but we didn't really learn anything as far as the big mystery of the crystal. Now we'll spend like 100 episodes trying to find this, but as long as I don't die, I don't mind. I don't want to keep resetting because technically this is like a very hybrid series. It's not over if I die, but it just means I have to restart from the very beginning. But it's not like my usual first playthrough permadeath thing. So obviously that you can't do in the middle of combat at all. Now I almost want to do it again, but let's see how much meat is going to have spoiled. I guess I don't have enough raw meat for this to matter, but there wouldn't be any more in there either. I guess I was satisfied with as many as I had, but now I can't do it because can you trick the creatures by drinking those? Oh, like by playing dead? I think that did happen once actually. Not with that, but with the narco berry, which puts you to sleep. That could be like a last resort. Yeah, that would be epic. Where you're trying to drink it to heal in your desperation about to die, but you actually fall asleep then from drinking too much, and then you pass out and they think you're dead, so they leave you alone. But I don't think it's reliable. One time it happened by accident, and the guy did leave me alone eventually. He like kept hitting me like 4 or 5 times, and then he stopped, so I couldn't really tell. It's like he just got bored of it, basically. That would be like a next level strat. I assume 3 would be doable. In fact, I almost just want to test it now still. We shouldn't need more than 1 set at a time. Could be worth, yeah, I guess if I'm in a really desperate spot. But I kind of don't want to test it now, otherwise it might not go that way. Okay, so will that be enough to put me to sleep? Because if it is, then you basically know that I can't use them at all. That should just be like almost enough, but it shouldn't be. And you're not going to get fuck off. Or it doesn't put you to sleep, but now you're in like this comatose state where you can't move. Now I'll have to test it again. Use 2 of them. I guess I don't need so many after all because it's going to last me a while. That's kind of dumb. And now we have to wait through this whole goddamn thing every time. Aren't you supposed to lie down though? He's just asleep standing this time. Not like we have anything to do at night anyway, so now I'll try it with 2 more, maybe. And see if 2 is not. I mean, clearly 1 shouldn't put you to sleep. Like, what the fuck is the point of it then? And I think it's the fact that I'm using them so quickly that it doesn't expect you to do that. That's why I was eating so many narco berries at the beginning. Not because I was too stupid to know that it did that, but I was trying to build our character's resistance to falling asleep. But clearly that didn't work because it's a different character anyway. I should keep track of how many times I've actually died in this series, but it's been quite a lot. What? Oh, what a scary moment. Wow, the avant-garde filmmaking here. The light goes out for our hero because our fire goes out, so it makes it seem like we're dead. Or you don't know what could be happening there. So you should make sure you keep this well lit. There's so many cool moments and stuff like that that just happen dynamically. Actual scare. Okay, put this shit back in there. I still have 5 of them, and I only need presumably 2. I'm gonna test it with 2 at least. Wait, what happened to the meat though? I guess I took all of it. Yeah, you're not supposed to eat on it at full stomach, so now if I do fall asleep, it should just kill me. You're not supposed to swim after eating, and you're not supposed to sleep after eating, or at least lie down. But this guy sleeps while standing up anyway, so he doesn't care. Let's not burn down our own house here. So 2 of them is also going to do it. So basically this guy is a light sleeper. I think maybe in this phase of it, if you get hit, it'll wake you up, but maybe not. Yeah, you can only use 1. In fact, I'll test that too, since this guy's so much of a clown. The fact that maybe it's just my commentary is so boring, that's what's putting him to sleep. It's just a placebo effect. It's not actually the narcotic. So stupid. I swear I tested this before too, and it didn't put you to sleep that fast. Or I guess I just had like 5 of them, so I assumed that was just because it was so many. So let me try once more. I mean, it doesn't put you to sleep for long, but it's not going to do me any good. This is meant to heal me in combat. 1 of them surely shouldn't do it. If 1 does it, then it's just useless to me. Makes no sense. What's going on? Okay, yeah, that barely doesn't do it. And now you can just watch till it goes back down before you can use it again. That's actually kind of a good mechanic though, because it stops you from spamming it. It's not like Skyrim where you have like 100 carrots in your bag and it's like you're in the middle of combat about to die and you can just put it to a hotkey and spam it, plugging like 100 potatoes while fighting something. Very immersion breaking. I think your commentating is perfect, thanks. So yeah, 1 of them works. And so now we got to test the slingshot, which I guess I tested it on the 1 raptor, but it didn't really do much for me. So there's nothing left to do but explore. Now very free roam. I have no objectives, nothing to craft. Everything's beautiful. I should make like 1 more chest just to empty out my bag maybe. Can never have enough of these. Now it'll cause some chain reaction of creating a fire. Like it'll spread from each one by putting them so close together and destroy my whole base. Okay, so we'll get some wood and stuff just to make the whatever. Make another box. And of course the stuff on your hotbar here doesn't take up space in your bag. It still obviously weighs you down though. Don't want to go too far though either. Supposedly the hammer is meant to be used for stuff like this too, but I guess it's not. Oh yeah, I should test that theory too. Will it give me crystal from this potentially? Something better than it normally does? You're encumbered. Oh, fuck. It's giving me more stone than I'm used to, so it just makes everything way easier. Right, like whatever you would get, it just doubles and triples it. Well, I got too much stone, although I do like the idea of having so many things for my slingshot. It's not really all that useful either. You know how the freshness went back to full on the meat, but was almost empty, so I don't know how he keeps track with the average of all of them. It could just be showing you like the most recent one. When you combine like 2 stacks, it can be actually very confusing. Let me put away some of the stone. Or what if I don't want to? No, not drop. Oh, there was enough room in that anyway. How perfect. Is there any of that I really need? Or I should have enough stuff to make a box. Okay, see you later. I need some wood. I need like 25 maybe. Or I even have that on my bar to show you how many times I have to make it on demand. Fiber, thatch, wood, 25. Good night. Let's see, 16. Okay, this should be enough. Gets to the point where you have such a surplus of stuff that you're just spoiled and you don't even have to leave your base to make stuff anymore. Okay, that's more than enough. Gonna be all this junk in here that I don't even need, but the solution isn't to empty it out and organize it, you see. The solution is just to make another box. incredible. Or we don't even have to do this anymore because I learned this mechanic last time where you can just place it and do stuff directly from there. Which again is one thing that I'm not necessarily going to blame console for. Transfer all that. We'll keep the stone just for the heck of it. And then I'll decide to basically explore a little bit more in the daytime. But now I'm sort of just stalling because I'm afraid. Or I could keep testing this theory of what happens if you hit stuff with the stone hammer now. There's nothing else that we've made that would sort of have a relevance to, you know, giving you like special pickups. Everything is just very, I don't know. There's only like 2 things that are used for gathering purposes. There's still stone, flint. Maybe there's like a 1 in a million chance that you get a crystal. So I'll just spend all day doing that in the same spot. Because other than that, I'm not really sure. I haven't seen anything that would indicate it. It could just be deeper inside the land at a place that I haven't been to, obviously. How would you exactly split this up? Split 1. Or here we go. Split half. That's more what I want. I think around 40 is probably good enough. Go here. Go out again. I think it's worth a try, though. If we just decide to break a bunch of rocks and maybe we'll get lucky and get one out of it. We certainly don't get it normally, or if you do, it's super, super rare. I just feel so safe here. I never want to leave, but who needs Minecraft when you have this? Just beat resources down over and over. How satisfying. You can't really build freeform as much here. Or at all, really. Every game should sort of have that option, just even if it's not very useful to you, you know, just for creative purposes. Like you can just build with this one resource that's like Play-Doh and just build like any sort of structure or shape you want. It might not be very durable or very useful for other purposes, but actually I should go back now. As far as I can tell, at least I'm not getting what I want. Look how much easier this makes it just to stockpile resources. So this will just be like my stone chest. Go ahead, split that in half. That's about good too, 57. You'll never run dry on this stuff because at least that doesn't go bad. That's the beauty of it. That could be like some sort of NRP character quote. Like, unlike hunters, they have to worry about their meat going bad and their berries going bad, hunters and gatherers, but us miners don't have to worry about that because the earth never betrays you. The stone never goes bad. Or even like wood versus stone housing, right? Like the wood is never going to abandon you, but the stone will. Or I mean, the opposite of what I just said. This area isn't that dangerous, but I have died here like a million times too, so I can't really say anything. Shouldn't I be like one-shotting these because my melee damage is so on fleek, and it's the only thing I put any statting into? We're gonna just end up over-leveling to the point where, why can't I do this? Or it becomes a joke, or we're hitting like something else instead. We can take out these 2 clowns just for the sake of getting more hide. Not that I really need to do it. It's not enough to kill them and take their hide. I have to insult them too, call them clowns while doing it. Who's the real clown when I've died so many goddamn times in such a short span of time? They're the ones laughing at me. Get all passive aggressive towards dinosaurs. That's how you know you've lost it, like the fucking Castaway thing. He's just minding his own business and you're taking out your aggression on him. This can be really annoying to deal with because they're very, very tanky. And of course, a lot of my old structures remain, which I'm not allowed to use, or it doesn't even really let you use it. But it still serves as sort of a landmark, so that sort of can benefit you for sure. But this is a good chance to try our slingshot, actually. Can we stun the guy so we can stun him just to kind of see if that'll help us slow him down because he's too goddamn fast. You'll never catch up now unless he slows down. It's up to him because they're just the fastest things ever and they never get tired. I better do a little more exploration now. Got to eat a quick bite as we're in the middle of this epic chase. He seems to have slowed down a little now. Gotta hit them in like the head for that to work, I think. Or it almost seems that it does a suitable amount of damage, but we have like 1,000,000 stones, so I don't even have to worry about it. We'll hit him there once just by mistake, but it doesn't seem to work on him, really. I always think I'm reading Machops, like in Pokemon. But doesn't stun him, and it doesn't seem to do much damage to him either. I like that first hit breaks it, too. You guys are so fucking annoying to kill. Holy shit. You're tired? Stop moving for a moment. He even breaks my goddamn pickaxe thing. Stone hammer. I don't... Yeah, that's never broken before because I never even use it, really. So... what do I need now? I have to be able to repair that, and I have to make another spear. You're tired. I'm thirsty. I love you, darling. How many times have I made that reference? Because this guy is so finicky that he has like something always wrong with him. But also that's my fault, I guess, for the character choice. Like, by choosing to do a one-stat only character. But I guess it wouldn't matter so much what that stat is. Maybe if it was health or something, that would make you invincible over time. But you would think melee damage isn't so bad either. We're just like a big burly caveman who doesn't have any outlets besides, oh, we're just big and strong and we just, you know, we don't need intelligence or charisma or any other stat. Like in Fallout, whatever, it would just be like the original Fallout. If you don't get intelligence, it's not just a gameplay thing like, oh, you won't be as good at combat-based things like scientific research and stuff. You also won't be able to communicate. Like if your intelligence is below 2 and everything starts at 1, then you can't even talk. So you're just speaking gibberish to them. So that's a very cool defining moment, but it's also not something you would see in modern games. Like it's too like player unfriendly that they wouldn't let you, they want to let you play like however you want to play, but with no upside downside. But that's like one of the dumbest things about Skyrim, as much as I love it. How like the skill tree doesn't have a secondary and primary page. So basically, like, who's going to get lockpicking on level 1? Like, hooray, I'm going to get a perk for lockpicking. It's one thing if you want that to be your playstyle, but you'll get a combat-based thing like, whatever, one-handed or archery or something like that. So the fact that you have to trade that off is stupid. You could say, oh, just wait before you get it. But there should be, like, 2 separate trees that work there. One for the combat stuff, one for the even healing, and obviously you might not think of it as combat, but one for actual real abilities and one just for the rest of it, like whatever, blacksmithing, enchanting. So we didn't get much done, but I at least explored that part of the jungle. Now I know how dangerous the part is over the side there, but at least this daytime I should spend. Maybe I should bring my house somewhere else, but I almost don't even want to. I'll just stay here forever. Wait, this isn't even it, though. I'm, like, saying it in, like, the way that Jack Nicholson says it in The Shining. Like, I just want to stay here forever and ever and ever. But that's not even my fucking house. A bunch of dodos here. We have all the hide I could ever ask for. Now it's just a question of... I like how we have that bed on sort of a pedestal there. We're not allowed to use the beds, of course, but we still have to craft them. The ultimate irony of my whole existence here. We can make that. Nice. Or fix it. And we have to make another spear, too, which apparently I can't make. I can't imagine why. Oh, we need some fibers or something stupid. I'm just kind of burning through the resources I have here in reserve, but I guess there's no big importance to doing that because... whatever I have is not that big of a deal either. A lump of unrefined metal ore mined from the rocks usually found on mountains or caves can be refined in the forge. But let me guess, you have to make crystal by refining that, and I'll never be able to do it because I'm sure that's not how it works, but yeah, we got a lot of meat from that too, more than you would normally get at least. 85 hide. Yeah, it definitely spoils you, this fucking hammer. Haven't been this excited about a hammer since MC Hammers. Can't touch the single hit. Haha. What do we have here? Hefty chunk of stone. So what was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I gotta figure out how to make a spear now. You would think I should know this by now. That shows you how many times my spheres break and how many boxes I need because of my OCD tendency. Just the fact that I, you know, have them here always to be crafted. Fiber, flint, and wood, which I certainly have in here. It's also not that hard to get. Like, I should just suck this area completely dry. But no, unless I'm doing it with this, there's no point. I'll just spend this whole day of in-game time seeing if this will give you a crystal eventually, because if it does, that'll save me a lot of trouble. Crystal in the rough, diamond in the rough, that's what we're looking for, but... Oh, look how it pushes it back like that. Nice physics. I just can't think of anything that would sort of stand out. Or maybe you have to destroy one of the arcs itself, as if that couldn't possibly go wrong for me. Melee damage, obviously. Now, it doesn't matter how far we get in this. I'm not allowed to actually make anything there still. Or it's almost like I shouldn't be allowed to level up until I catch up to where I am in the engrams either. I'm guessing we mainly just need fiber for it. Couldn't be flint or stone or anything. Okay, there we go. I always like to keep 2. That's kind of a good survival guide idea. And the reason why is because it allows you to... If one breaks, you can still keep fighting, or at least you know you can defend yourself as you run away. Yeah, I guess I'm never in a rush when I play games like this. The only reason why I rush to play it in the first place is because of Ascended coming out. It doesn't really give me any special, you know, comfort either, because of the fact that, well, if we're going to limp our way back, we may as well do it like this. Clearly, nothing would attack us now. But if it does, we're very much a sitting duck, or it's even worse now, because I don't really need the stone, but it feels like a waste if you know... We could store everything and then come back, because it's not going to grow back, or maybe it does. Of course, this game gives you no feedback on certain things, whether they grow back or not. Even the amount of meat that these give you is pretty nice. You can just live off the dodos forever. Trying to temper my adventurous spirit a little bit because it keeps getting me killed. So I'm playing it with the adequate amount of respect and fear for the wild here. Okay, so put this in the fire. You could have like multiple fires going at once just for cooking purposes, I guess, if you're really that spoiled on food. Put this back here. Whoops. Okay, put the meat there. Put the cooked meat. Or now we're gonna die to the whole thing, like where I'll have a keybind where I expect something to be, but then I'll change it. So then I'll hit it like, oh, I'm gonna hit my narcotic, but then it's somewhere that's not meant to be. We can use at least one of them without falling asleep, but not more than that, which is very unfortunate. Okay, put this shit away. Some of this stuff is just not particularly valuable. I could just eat the berries, I guess. You can even eat them out of here, right? I just never do that. Consume, consume, consume. And then try to put this, I guess, in the fire, assuming that we have need for it, which we do. You only have so much room in the fire, or sometimes it'll expand itself based on how much stuff you put in there. But generally speaking, it's a gloomy day, so I just kind of want to stay by the fire and not go anywhere. I'm not really seeing any payoff by... Oh, I put away even my stones that I want to keep on me, though, for the slingshot. I don't really know, yeah. I'll have to just go deeper in and figure something out. Or let me try my one theory of just... What if I decide to hit the ARK itself? Like, that couldn't possibly get me killed. It'll summon some, like, raid boss to punish me for my insolence. The ARK is what gives me life and this little sexy gem on my hand, on my wrist. Yeah, the graphics on that are bugged. It's showing me the light, but it's not showing me the structure around it, right? Or maybe something's happened to it. Maybe that would be a way to indicate, like, the level of difficulty at the time. Like, X number of days have passed, so now the ARK starts unleashing more and more horrifying stuff at you. Wait, I thought where you start, like, here, there's supposed to be one. Or there's just, like, a light up in the sky, but... Isn't there normally one here? I guess they spawn in different spots. I guess the one thing I really should do is have a house at my disposal to... It wouldn't be that hard to do. Let's just get enough shit for all of that. right? Like all the foundational stuff. There's going to be fiber, thatch, wood. For RP purposes, we should almost need a bed too. Let's have this with me just ready to go. Look how quick, man, that almost makes it way too easy mode, but it also encumbers you a bit too much. And of course I need fiber, so that's not even going to work. Only thing you can pick stuff up with is a torch, like in your other hand. Okay, whatever, we'll just build a house where I stand here and then carry it with me halfway across the world. Still need more thatch, which is kind of silly. Let's drop, maybe split half and drop it, which is a horrible waste, but I'll still do it. And we'll end up needing it like very shortly anyway. How about now? Still can't make, oh no, you still have to hit the stupid thing to get it. Sometimes you'll deliberately not use the hammer just because it'll give you too much shit. Like, I just want a little bit of that, so I don't even have to worry about it too much. That is insane, the kind of difference it makes, though. Make that, make the ceiling, make the walls, and I just have to have them ready to go. It's not like it's going to encumber me more because I'm using up so much resource to do it. You would think the weight should actually be the same as, like, the materials you use to make it. Then we need, maybe the door frame and the door. It's going to be a lot of the same stuff over again. Maybe I'll use this to get it. We're encumbered again, but it doesn't make sense because I could just start dropping stuff, which wasn't something I wanted to do. Goes against my whole RP principle, I guess, in, like, WoW, what we were doing. Just, I was able to do this before. It's kind of weird. What could be weighing me down so much? Split this in half and throw it away, even though... What was that sound? Oh, it was that stupid pterodactyl, but those aren't really too aggressive. But the only thing that hurt me was a bird or something. Like, from the sky. And it was, like, protecting its little buddy, those annoying things that are so hard to kill. Oh, fuck. Yeah, so we should almost have enough to make the door frame and all this kind of stuff. I would hope. Wall, door frame. So you do have enough room to carry all this. Maybe you can't have the little 40... You can't have the 40 of the little rocks to shoot out at the same time. I can still move, though. That could be a hard mode run, too. A fully encumbered run where you're not allowed to do anything else. I can make a box, too, so what a perfect solution. I mean, I guess I could have one ready to take with me, too. That's why you would have a little dinosaur pet just as your pack mule, the way that you do in all these Bethesda games and stuff. You just have them to carry shit for you. And sometimes they just let you put an infinite amount of stuff there. Isn't it such a nice, beautiful sightseeing adventure? Even those jellyfish are bugged out over there. It's going to be an insane number of boxes that I have here. I always love these sort of inventory management aspects of a game, though, because it's so, like... It's not only that I would spend so much time doing it, but it makes you feel like you're, you know... It's just a collection of your progress in a little vacuum there. Transfer everything and then just pick up the stone. How do you pick up one thing, though? There's only a take all option, not take one. Or take what you're currently... Move selected item to... Yeah, that's weird. Even as much as I missed some of the options before. Oh no, I still need a wall, though. Shit. What do I need to make that now? But can you even craft it by looking at it? Like, craft another? I guess not. We literally have the mobile home meta here. Just go from place to place and do it like this. Okay, fiber, wood. We should have enough from this. 7, 19, whatever. 1, 2, 3. So anywhere we go, lollygagging about, going through the jungle, we can always build a house there, assuming I even want to do that. You don't need any of the other fancy stuff. I was almost making it where I want to make a mortar and pestle everywhere I go. But that's like trying to make a science machine and all kind of voodoo shit in Don't Starve at every base, which is not something you can always take all drop. I don't want to take it though, I want to transfer it, or I'll do it the other way then. It's still not like super intuitive all the time with these menus, but that part was at least my fault, where like I didn't read the options at the top here, so I was doing everything very manually, like where I would drag it down to the toolbar to craft it and then have to replace it and then do all this shit. Like I would go here, then I would put the thing down there, then I would make it, then I would have to go back, then I would have to put it back on the toolbar again to place it down. But you can just place it directly from here with the right trigger, and then you can also just make it here too with like Y, which is pretty obvious, I would think. Okay, foundation, ceiling, wall, door frame. So everything's good to go. I don't really need anything else. I have the rocks for the slingshot. I have the narcotics to try to save my life under duress here. The big question is, where do I even want to go? And I have no idea because it's very scary. We're going looking for crystal, and I can't think of anything that would sort of indicate what would even give you that. There might be a small chance you get it from, like I could just keep busting these rocks, and then if it doesn't give me that, I'll just drop everything else. So I'll never be encumbered. It's just seems like a waste of a non-renewable resource. That's the biggest reason to, as much as there's all this climate hysteria and stuff, as it starts to rain as soon as I say that. What did you say about the climate, the game says? The real reason why you shouldn't want to use fossil fuels is because they'll run out. Not anytime soon, although at least the known reserves are set to run out soon. But the hysteria like, oh, we're going to save the planet, that's a stupid mindset. Because before you do it, first of all, it's the human arrogance to say that, like, you couldn't destroy the planet if you tried. What you really mean is it won't be inhabitable for you. But beyond that, it's also a case where you'll run out of fossil fuels before that ever even happens. So that's the bigger, more imminent threat. It's just that it won't be sustainable, not that you're going to cause some sort of environmental damage. So I kind of don't like that that's the framing of it, but everybody always needs some sort of reason to feel self-righteous about something. Like, why couldn't that be a cause to get up in arms about? Fossil fuels will run out in the next 50 years, so you'll be fucked in energy, so you have to find an alternative for that reason. Not because, oh, you're such a good, amazing person trying to save the world from yourself, basically, anyway, and the machinations of modern society. Footsteps can kind of scare you there a little bit. We haven't really had that much combat here, but somehow, whenever there is, it can be a very decisive outcome, like... You know, you just get completely gangbanged by, like, a bunch of snakes and shit. And I guess I could try to follow the path. Maybe that's a mistake I'm making by not doing that. But anywhere I want to set up camp here, I guess I could. Okay, that I don't actually know whether it's hostile or not. I'm certainly not going to initiate it if I can help it. Hang on. Okay, so the only big goal here is just don't die to anything stupid here. And try to find maybe another midway checkpoint. Of course, we won't have all our chests in reserve and stuff. But you do have the ability to maybe defend myself a little better. Like, what if this guy attacks me and he has some crazy abilities and he's too fast? Not aggressive. I haven't really seen this kind before. Maybe he drops a crystal. Fuck. Got to be one of these structures that you can actually enter into and just... At least along the road, it doesn't seem too dangerous, but who knows? The road could be paved for the dinosaurs, by the dinosaurs, slaves like me, which they'll make me one coming up soon, make a whole RP scenario. They do have some that are like entirely machine and stuff, so I don't know where the lore factors in. The only bit of the lore that I've seen is that one little reading about the saber cat that I discovered, and where the woman voice acts it. And then there's that one little tidbit at the beginning. Where it almost reminds me of Breath of the Wild, opening like just wake up, Link. It's like you're the chosen one. Maybe you'll be the one who can, whatever, do what I tried to do and failed. Always gonna be fucking tired. You really do have a little bit too low of a starting stamina, but I guess it wouldn't bother most people because they just would keep getting more of it. One stat only ARK character. That's got to be a unique format at least. Even saying it's permadeath maybe seems redundant because it already kind of is, but oh, this is like, looks like farmland almost. Or what could be used as such. Means it's also probably pretty deadly. Wide open area like this where you're easy to spot, but then they should be too. They're a big target for me. Maybe this is a little different tint to it, so it could have something rare, but it's really not. Remember, I can always drop it if I feel like it's going to take up too much space. It's always annoying in games, but maybe a good mechanic too. Like where the amount of stuff you have determines your speed, like Dark Souls. It's not just a question of being encumbered or not. It's a question of, or there'll be like some kind of creature that looks like a rock, is like a camouflage. All these kind of random things that could get me killed. I gotta be super paranoid. I don't know what that is. The way he was moving there, it kind of concerned me. I don't think it's aggressive, but it's like coming right for me. Anything that's that big, I don't want to really fuck with. By the fact that most stuff like that has, look at his claws and stuff. He looks like he's meant to kill. I'm basically just seeking out danger at this point. I could make a house here. What an amazing spot that would be. Maybe killing one of those would give you crystal. But not that, but this guy. That could be a very suicidal idea too. Yeah, I don't really have any good ideas. I was trying to even think about hitting the ARK and breaking it down. Maybe one of these big chunks of rock, but I don't even think you can use that. That's like where that little boss area was where you could like teleport out. This might be a good guess actually though. Kill the robot dinosaur and I'm sure it'll give you crystal from it. And as far as I can tell, this is the type that wouldn't fight back. But I also don't want it to chase me around or anything. Yeah, I don't know what that is, but kind of don't want to find out. His arms are kind of freaky. That scares me more than the entirety of Five Nights at Freddy yesterday, because that wasn't scary at all. What's scary is how incomprehensible the guy's voice was on the phone, because you can't learn what he's trying to say, and also just how stupid maybe the way you're going to die is going to turn out to be. We need like a little trap mechanic, like you place little, bear traps and stuff to catch them. Now he's going totally the other way. I'm at least assuming that guy's going to be hostile. Look what a wide open space it is, too, and there's nothing besides those two. Now I'm going deeper in at my own peril. I'm just trying to think logically, like it's a resource that you would think is not super rare. What do I even need it for? The spyglass. Where is it? Maybe for the compass and stuff, too. Or maybe to make it, you have to use the mortar and pestle. No, it's right there. 2 crystal, 10 fiber, 10 hide, 5 wood. That kind of keeps you honest as far as progressing, just the fact that where logically would it expect you to have gotten it by now? Not saying it has to be a common resource, but it at least has to be a resource that you would have come across by now, which is relatively early in the game still, because it's only like level 9 in the engram, so most of the other stuff is pretty easy to come by. The hardest, or at least most rare resource that maybe takes a little bit of figuring out is the chitin and the keratin, which you have to kill like an anthropod or a turtle for. Possible that one of these might have a what the fuck? Wait a second, he might not be aggressive, but how did he get here so fucking fast? Okay, I'm getting out of here. What was that? It's like he was lasering in on my position 100 miles an hour. He wants to be like that fox, now that I mentioned Five Nights at Freddy. That's his favorite game. Don't talk shit about it in his presence. That's his idol, just to sneak up on you 100 miles. Like, I saw him too. That's what pissed me off so much. It's not like, oh, I had no idea how I died. I literally saw him on the camera. I checked for whatever, like for somebody, and then I'm back there ready to hit the thing, but I'm just too slow. Like, everything was moving slow. Like, the animatronics, Freddy is like a freeze frame still image of the guy. I was making fun of the game, like, oh, it couldn't even afford to animate. Small indie company. At that time, especially, they couldn't even afford to animate Freddy moving. He would just be on the image or not, like standing still. But instead, like, what here would give me a crystal? I don't know. I'm just obsessed with it. We're obsessed with crystal and narcotics here. What does that tell you? But it's a different kind of crystal that I'm looking for. And if I fall down there, it could be very dangerous. That guy kind of crept up on me, though. One of these rocks is going to be, like, somehow different. And that will lead to it giving you something better. This is so big that you would think there'd be something special about it. All it's going to do is take away the cover from you, though. And encumber you just in time to get killed by this guy. Jesus Christ. It didn't seem like he was going to attack me, but sometimes they're not too good at detecting you, so you might not know the difference. Like, why does he keep slowly chasing me that way? He's not really after me, but he just keeps moving in whatever direction I'm going. So my only other theory is to attack the ARK itself, like one of these little, you know, the structures that's creating the light beams and stuff. Be prepared for whatever is to come, but I don't even know where I am now. But I guess it doesn't matter because we can just build our little... Is this the same spot that we just went on with the raptor and stuff? It might be. So we've been through these woods twice. It doesn't mean there's not more enemies here, or I even see one there. But that fucker's gonna be behind me and still aggro somehow. I don't have to even fight him. Make a pacifist ARK playthrough. Try to survive and beat the game and get all the resources without killing any dinosaurs. But that's basically impossible because of how much hide and stuff you need. At least if there is a way to turn them on each other and stuff. I really don't have to seek out combat, but it almost feels appropriate to do something here. They clearly aren't very good at detecting that level of movement and noise, though. Let me guess. The snake's gonna come up behind me and fuck me. You keep kind of stopping just to make sure that you're able to not run out of stamina there. I don't know. Leveling up doesn't like fill up your health either, so you can't do the whole Grotus idea and the old classic tactic. If you know, you know. You're fighting like 2 boss battles back to back, so you make sure the first one levels you up in the turn-based game context. I don't know what all that stuff is either, but can't do it yet, so it doesn't matter. I try not to even look ahead at what we're missing out on because I'm, you know, just trying to do it methodically, so I want everything to be sort of a surprise. This is that same area as before, so we had the one raptor there. Maybe it works in such a way that there's only X number of enemies in an area, and they only respawn. Like, that area will only have that one raptor ever. But that's not true because stuff kind of wanders around so much. It's kind of oh shit. Yeah, I like how I'm playing like at least more stealthy, where nothing's getting the jump on me, but one of those stupid snakes or something could. I don't think I've ever seen one of them ahead of time. I always see them after they get me. So they either just materialize out of nowhere and it's like a bullshit mechanic, or they're just very sneaky about hiding in the grass and stuff. So let me try to find one of those ARK things to beat on, I guess. Because other than that, I can't figure out how to get this. Or I'd have to go, like, super far in. Which I don't want to do either. But I also don't want to stay here forever. What? What the fuck? I'm not gonna die to a fucking bug, am I? Oh, wow. Wait, but how? How? Wait, I'm playing dead. I'm playing dead. Wait, so it wasn't... I went too far, so we found some bug shit. Come on, man. Anytime I go anywhere, you cannot take this guy anywhere. Like, the narcotic put me to sleep, but it shouldn't have, because I only had one of them. Whatever they were doing when hitting me, they must have been applying a torpidity count themselves. So how am I supposed to account for that? Maybe I should try like some different spawning location too, but I kind of wanted it to be authentic to that. I don't know. That's really fucking annoying. I mean, obviously I'm not allowed to respawn. Let's play as like a female character maybe next time. Hopefully you'll still be able to play this because of how laughably slow this series is. Hopefully you'll be able to continue it even after Ascendant comes out, but you should almost have to do it like this. You only get that many tries as like, you know, one in each spawn zone. Maybe that should be the rule. Just to sort of mix it up too. But like however many times I've died now, I'll use that as an arbitrary number. I'm kind of bored of it too, but we gone to an area that we hadn't been to before, basically to, you know, and then we discovered these bugs and whatever. They were probably applying some torpidity stack that made the narcotic put me to sleep. So even the one time ever I use it, it didn't exactly help me. But like, why would it let me respawn there? Dead? How could that be so close to where I was? I don't even know where that was that I went. As I always say, this game is in the running for like the most annoying title screen ever, or at least just the amount of noise for my purposes. Because it's so different with what you hear in the game, right? It's not, oh, I had to reset my system for to play Destiny on Thursday, so now we're doing 2 console series at once. But that's why I had to do that. Everything else should be the same. So of course I died to the bugs last time, so at least I learned something. The idea that using the narcotics, I keep wanting to call it nicotine for some reason, using the narcotics is bad because a lot of stuff will tranquilize you and that'll increase your torpidity. So think about the little science experiment I did last time. This is like a caveman discovering fire. We test the narcotics in the camp. We test 5, it puts me to sleep. We test 4, it puts me to sleep. We test 3, it puts me to sleep. We test 2, it puts me to sleep. Then I test 1 and it doesn't. So I'm like, okay, now I know something. Now in the middle of combat, if I need to heal, I can use 1 narcotic and know that I'll be safe and won't put me to sleep. But then the first time I'm called upon to do that, I'm fighting these bugs, which that was like my first time. Wait, what is this? Did I redo something again? I thought I died at the end of that and just stopped. Huh? I don't know what this character is. Maybe I'll have to watch the end of my last stream to make sure I'm not cheating somehow. Or maybe I sort of was just speed running all this shit to... Huh. I actually will double check that because I'm not sure. But the point is that the first time I encountered something, oh, I'm fighting these bugs. And I'd seen like some moths before, but I've never really fought any bugs. So there were a whole bunch of ants and stuff. I used a narcotic, but because they tranquilize me or something, they increase your torpidity naturally from attacking you, and then it put me to sleep. So there's so many moments in this game. This is very typical of survival stuff, where like you think you know something, but then something uproots your preconception. That happens a lot in Don't Starve. So, like finding the crystal in the rough here is going to be the equivalent of surviving my first winter in Don't Starve. Like it's this very storybook, long-winded, elaborate, crazy thing that... Even there, we had the benefit of the touchstones, which I was using. Here, it's true permadeath in the sense that if I die, I have to restart from level 1, whatever, from day 1. So no matter how far I get, that's going to maintain, which kind of means there'll be no end to this series until I beat it. It makes it inevitable, kind of like the PvZ thing, where there is no failure state. So I don't know what the hell happened. How did I get so much stuff? Did it, like, not save what I don't feel like this is right. How could I have done all this shit? It's like I'm cheating somehow. It didn't save my last death. And it's just reverting me to some previous thing. Right? I swear I ended off. I'm actually going to check my VOD. Hang on. Yeah, see, that's the amount of integrity and honor I have. I went back. The way that episode ended is I died to one of those drones, like an ant. And so what is this character? How did we end up here? It managed to reset everything. I almost have half a mind. We should just be allowed to continue because... You know, somehow, whatever, we're just gonna speed run the same thing again, but I won't do that, obviously. That is so weird. So it actually let me cheat and revert to a save that no longer existed because that character should have been dead. Let's go to here and then create a new. Wait, how do you even do that? Then I don't want to die on purpose. That just seems like in poor taste. This beginning part is going to get annoying, but that's kind of part of the punishment. The way I wanted this to be originally is if I die once, period, the series is just over, but that didn't feel like enough for a game of this magnitude. And especially with the 1.5 coming out, I mean, I should have already beaten the game by now by my standard, but how do you just delete the character? Play single player. ARK rules. What does that even do? Restore default settings. You got to be a way to like reset the whole server though, in terms of all these structures and stuff. I don't really want to be there. I guess choose a different spawn point, but I don't even want to do that either. I should have gone through some sort of permanent thing with that. Like every spawn point gets 1 life, but it doesn't feel right to just randomly do that now. Yeah, see how much I could enjoy this just by doing it this way. I'm sure a lot of people would say rush to the end game. I'm probably enjoying this more than that I would enjoy that, or at least this is a whole game in and of itself. Just try to get to max level or just try to survive. And the best story sort of quest objective I have is my engram sort of format, right? You don't have to do it like this, but like if you get up to the spyglass, right? Where is it? Now it's like, okay, before I can craft anything in row 8, I can have it unlocked. I can't craft any of this or anything further. I have to craft the spyglass right now or whatever on the next character, and I need the crystal to do it, but I don't. Well, it makes it seem like you have it when it shows it there, 1, 2 crystal. Like it's not in red, but I have to craft that, otherwise I can't progress. Now I have to search the whole world far and wide for that one resource. There's going to be many moments like that I don't know how to get it. I don't know where it comes from. You might have to go deeper in, and every time I try to go deeper in, I die. So I guess I do have to kill myself. I'll try to do so in an uninstructive way that it doesn't feel like I'm cheating. Might be the first time actually we've drowned. I don't like to do it this way, but actually I don't know how you delete the character, so. And I also don't know why it reset. Like, that's so weird. Or I guess it respawned. That's what it must have done. So I wouldn't have chosen to respawn, but it did, because I didn't create a new character at the end. But it normally doesn't do that. It just leaves you on that screen. Or maybe I don't normally end off on that screen. I don't even want to look too far here. Yeah, this is actually the first time. We'll see. Suffocating, get air immediately. Kind of a degenerate thing to do too, guys. We can test how long you can actually stay underwater, which is a really long time. Holy shit. This guy is a regular David Blaine, this one. You're injured. I don't see why that's really injuring you in the movement sense. This is the longest I've been underwater without the piranha plants. So that technically doesn't count even for anything because, I'm just doing that. Now, how many really are there? That's how many lives I should have had. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And it would get harder every single time that you do it, but somehow I don't mind it. We just have to be a little bit sharper here. I almost want to play a female character too, but reset to defaults, randomize, load a preset, save a preset. Make him look a little different, I guess. Some of these are quite silly. The big head one was pretty cool. Gotta make ourselves a smaller target so stuff doesn't see us. Some of these are kind of disturbing looking in a way. Give me like a small body, big head. But that's disgusting with his arms. Holy shit. This is pretty unique. Most games wouldn't let you change all these kind of weird aspects of it. Oh yeah, like that one was good. Fuck. Fuck. Yeah, you would think making yourself a smaller target would be kind of sensible somehow. Or you could actually pass it off in RP as like some sort of he's malnourished or he has some problems because he's just a mere dinky caveman who can't fend for himself or something. So let's make the name sort of unique so the structures don't confuse me too. What was I using yesterday? Oh yeah, we could do this one. One of my old RP names. See, in only 2 tries, I got a unique name in that game. How the hell was that taken? It must have been me who made it. One of my old ones, like Arson Zypher, an RP name. How would you get it not only right in terms of the first name, but in terms of the surname too? That's impossible. That happened in Albion Online too. Like, it was really hard to find a name because I guess it's just like there's not too many servers, so everything is just shared. But that's still weird. Like, who is taking my RP names? Nobody knows who I am. Or I guess I was just that famous back in the day, even though I obviously wasn't. It's just, let's try to speed run through this part. It's possible if you punch this, you'll get some crystal. Supply crate. Requires level 3 to open. Like, maybe it would have that, or maybe it would have a chance to do it. So you see how this one resource is going to dictate my whole playthrough, because I can't really do anything without that. The combat is kind of very unfair at times, because even with me getting all this melee damage, it feels kind of like, I don't know, it's very, I kind of like it because the survival game is not meant to be about combat, but at this stage it's been very hard to do anything. Like, you can die very quickly, I'm not getting more health, you can't run away sometimes because your stamina is so limited, so it does force me to sort of, I don't know, it's a very high stakes situation. It can end very quickly. We haven't even encountered that many different enemy types. Like, the alligators killed me a couple times, the snakes killed me a couple times. Or no, I don't think the alligators ever killed me, but... Or no, it did when I was running away from the snake. So, this we shouldn't have to do in such methodical order like I do, but... whatever. I learned how to craft from the menu, though, by simply looking at the prompts, which often I don't do stuff like that. Yeah, this is the one we just had. So, in a way, this is almost cheating, too. Not because I'm going to use it or something, but simply because you're basically able to you're simply able to have it as a landmark, which wasn't particularly notable. I should have to come up with a different RP creative sort of message here, a note of inspirement, which has great value in this kind of context. That's why that dude in Castaway is talking about Wilson and stuff. Wait, why did it go away? Or did I... Oh, I made, like, multiple of them. Consumable, don't die. The way you write text is not particularly good in this game, though. It's, like, very... Maybe we should go around to the other side. Kind of sick of this area, but we kind of have to start here because I want to keep that kind of pure. I don't want to give myself an advantage or disadvantage by going somewhere else. Or rather, you could just walk over to wherever a different starting area would be anyway. Right, in the course of... You don't have to just stay here, but... Yeah, we can unlock these however I want, but you do have to craft them in a particular order here. Putting them on the taskbar would have been really annoying if you actually had to do that. And only a moron like me would assume you had to do it. That's one thing I won't even blame console for, necessarily. You need that, and then you need... pick and the torch. Let's see. That is the whole core condition, that you have to craft stuff in order. Again, more so by row. It doesn't matter as much if you know, you're on row 9, but you craft the second thing before the first thing. Like, that's not that big of a deal. Mainly because I've done that a few times by mistake, but generally, it wouldn't be that big of a problem. Okay, flint. We have to obviously use our little thing here. And, of course, I like to make a ton of those boxes because a lot of the stuff you start with just takes up space and kind of annoys me. I'll try to keep moving in the direction of whatever, that other side across the water, because I don't want to be here forever. And now we'll make the second thing, the torch. It wasn't the note like somewhere else, or was that on the first bar? Oh no, it is there. Yeah, that's one of the core mechanics, the first item you ever craft, so clearly it must be super important. People probably just use it to troll. I wonder how they moderate stuff like that even. People will get banned for writing a mean note to somebody. Now we need a fire, but we want to put the fire, let's say, on the other side. Fire, hatchet, spear. You think this should be burned into my brain by now, but it's not. And of course, I started using the stone hatchet. There's a lot of things at the beginning that I either just ignore or I underestimate how impactful they're going to be, because it's not really that important to me to... I mean, I guess I normally do, like, read through everything and look at it, but this game does have a fair amount of tooltips and stuff, so it's not so bad to play blind like that. I think some games are especially shocking for that. I'm not sure how this is with that, but like you try to play WoW Classic or maybe any version of WoW, and people are so annoying with like their borrowed knowledge desire to just like. I don't think I've ever killed anything with this actually. Yeah, these structures just stay here like forever as a reminder of your failures. I thought some of them eventually disintegrate, or it said like after a week. Because it's not like we're on the same character either, so. So campfire. Whoops. Campfire, hatchet, spear, and of course I always like to carry 2 spears. But mainly I think I need wood for this. I don't even know why I felt compelled to do. Well, I guess it's because of the whole format within the Game Pass, but there's no reason why I couldn't do something like this on PC. Maybe I should, but I wouldn't use that against it. I've actually been enjoying it, and it's sort of like maybe gives me an excuse to do it. I don't mind the controller aspect. I just mind if there's other issues like performance or something, which for the most part has been fine. I don't think it's too big of a deal. Graphically, maybe it'd be a little better. I mean, it couldn't exactly be worse, but... Okay, so make the fire. You even have enough for the water skin, so how much hide did I get from that? You're trying to tell me you get more hide from a pickaxe than from your bare fist? It should only be from the hammer, the hatchet, that you really get more. Wait, why does that say you can't make it? I thought I had enough to make the spear. Oh, because I'm stupid and I keep making... What the fuck is going on? I was making like 1,000,000 of those. The Y is to craft all. Why did I think Y was to craft 1? I guess normally because I can only craft 1, so it doesn't even really come into play. I was doing it again. What the hell is going on? I've made like 5 hatchets, which I'm certainly not going to ever need. Put that on the 3rd one. So after that, we want to do the whole clothing. We got a decent amount of hide even from that alone, which is surprising. I don't think I've eaten anything so far either. Our dude's on a diet here, I guess. Or no, I keep doing that. Fuck, I gotta keep using X. No, it doesn't let you stop it in the middle. Jesus Christ. Okay. We made the shirt. We make that. It'll still make 2, though. Why is it making 2? Wait, this time I did hit X. I don't know what's going on. Just wasting my precious hide that I have. So, what did we make? We made the shirt. We made the boots. I definitely hit X that time. Probably not the most important part to make, just from now there's no limit on how much I can over level myself necessarily, but it's just more a case of I don't know, like it's unlikely for that to be too beneficial. Like we've been a little ahead in the engram of what I'm doing, but certain items are just gonna hard stop me. There's a good sense of exploration. Like you would just be content. You could just stay here forever, live forever in a hut of stick and stone and mud, and just be happy and don't try to adventure out and risk your life, because you don't really feel under threat here as much as I might be made always to eat my words in a lot of playthroughs. You're never really going to die here. I could just stay here forever. So I'm not saying I'm going to try to do that, but in fact here I'm almost trying to speedrun what we've already done. So at least we go across to the other side. I guess last time I felt so compelled to stay on that side because of the simple fact that I guess... How am I not over encumbered either? I made like 1,000,000 of those stupid hatchets and stuff. There were a lot of those little tanky guys who drop like a ton of hide. Like for example, even here I'm in desperate need of hide, but maybe only because I wasted it on crafting multiple things. I don't know why the hell I did that. So we can make the hat, so let's test it. Craft 2, but why craft 2? Oh, you got to do RT then. Why is craft 2 even an option? It's craft all or craft 1. Just craft some random variable amount. So we need the pants, the gloves, and the water skin. And I'm going to need a box to put all this shit in it, or I guess I could just drop a lot of it. And again, all that stuff you start with isn't even important to me. We go ahead, drink some water, get killed by piranha plants. Those tend to be a lot more aggressive at night. Whenever I go in the water at night, that's why I even use the water skin. I'll dip it in here and drink from that rather than go like a few inches in. What if I just drop everything? Like, I don't really need any of that shit. Right? Like, that's one way to do it without having to worry about the storage aspect. We don't need those. We just need one hatchet. Is there a button just to take? I guess not. Wait, what is that? Oh, did I take the hatchet from there and then throw it on the ground? The fire we need. The wood I could use. The hide is good. I don't even have... Or no, I should decide where to put the fire now. We need to start cooking some meat. Make it like a no-berry run. Like we've managed to not eat anything so far. How is that possible? I guess I haven't been moving a lot, so... That was one good thing I discovered at night. Like if you're able to... Surely there's a faster way to do this too, but if you're basically in a position where you're standing still, I didn't have to drink for like a super long period of time. It was kind of faded in. We don't want to forget that. Yeah, you know what? Fuck the berries, but it'll take forever for this thing to actually... Uh-oh, now I'm going to risk my life trying to do something, as usual, that I don't even have to do. And even all this stuff I just want for the fuck of it, even though I'm not going to ever use it. Look how they try to start you with some sort of bullshit. You really think I'm going to use that, dude? Sure, maybe if I get it on my own. Which I might get confused in somehow that way, but... Like, what is the point of that? You obviously didn't start with that when you played the game originally. This dude just is on an absolute fast right now. So all that shit I can leave, so I'll go ahead and put my fire here or somewhere around here. And the reason why I feel so compelled to do that is because... Where'd it go? Here. At least it's different from the other side, so like we made such a big track. And I'll cook my meat, and then I'll decide to kind of go deeper in. So that was like the first little bug base that we discovered last time. Let's do it like under the shade of the tree. That's kind of a nice spot. Go ahead, put the thatch in there, put the meat. So we'll just try to get there, get that going as quickly as possible. There doesn't seem to be a keybind to bring it there, like to put it from one screen to the other directly, but there probably is. That's good. So now what comes next? We need a lot more hide. Can sometimes be a problem because... There's just not a lot of stuff here, or then you put yourself at risk trying to kill it. That is actually the greatest accomplishment so far of this whole thing, is like, or just the greatest sense of danger in a survival setting. Even without, I've encountered like very few different enemy types, but yet you still feel so under danger all the time. Like those poisonous raptors, or like, whatever, the snakes and stuff. Like there's been very few things. I'm sure there's way more that we haven't encountered. So like that was the bug encounter, which I did like a 360 no look thing on the fucking, on one of the bees. That was kind of cool. But then the ants got me, but only because I overdosed on narcotics, I guess. But that's only because I was tranquilized by them, so I didn't know that. So I won't rely on those in combat. So how many can I use after my experimenting? 0. You can use 0 narcotics unless you know exactly what you're fighting, because if you don't do that, then it can just put you to sleep and you're just dead. So that was I could have just run away, or I could have probably killed the ants. Yeah, it is very scary with the low amount of health that I have. There's no sense of... That just wasted my energy and made me more hungry. So let's just wait. The meat's going to be done. We need to find some hide, and this wasn't a very good spot to put the campfire then, because there's not much on the beach. We killed like one dodo, and then I wasted the hide on the other. So it's right trigger to craft. I don't know why I thought it was Y, and then I thought it was X. I think I was using Y, though, like I said, because you didn't really have to... Okay, put this here. You didn't really have to worry about it because you had the ability to... you had the ability to only craft like one anyway, so it wasn't really a problem. I don't know how far I expect to go or something. I could kill the turtle, which would give plenty of meat and plenty of hide just to prevent myself from having to go further in. but that could be also a very bad idea. You're cold. You're such a cold caveman for killing a defenseless turtle, even though that's their whole shtick, is that they're so covered in this shit that'll break your spear a million times over. So in this case, at least, I did want to craft 2, but I maybe did that by accident here too. You kind of look like you're hitting his armored part. Yeah, trip over my dung, dude. Fuck. Presumably that would be pretty good for kindling the fire too. I wonder if you can use your own as fertilizer. You haven't met like a prehistoric cow or something like that yet. They can be very tanky, but they're also very slow, obviously, so that can be taken advantage of. Simulation of me versus my opponent in chess in a classical game. That's why they call it turtle mode in unlit chess. Wait till you see the 90-minute format or correspondence. Correspondence is like a paper airplane symbol. This could be a problem if you... Okay. So wait for your stamina to come up, which it comes up a little bit sort of on its own anyway. You'll chase me halfway across the map, and at this point you normally should stop because you won't have another reserve spear is the problem. It almost seems random sometimes when it breaks because it's not like you're always hitting exactly there, but... Yeah, we can do it later. Then just remember this guy is here. What is that? Oh, that's the same Triceratops. This music's a little bit different. Where'd he go? Huh? Oh, you just can't see him. He's got camouflage in the shade there. So this is kind of a bad spot to have even put the thing because... Is he really going to even pursue me much that way? What would I need for the spear? I guess it won't even show you there because... It's going to be right there. Wonder if it would interrupt if he hits you there. Or he just gets kind of discouraged by the log there. Okay, we only have one still, so maybe I should have made a second one. Your health comes back very slowly, too. This is kind of a cheese way to take him out. I've never used a tactic like that until now, actually. That almost seems legitimate. Like, he was really genuinely confused by that. So even the keratin was kind of a hard thing to come by for certain resources. So that's only 43 hide, though, still, from such a... beast. Or maybe it was stacking and that was just the most recent amount I got. No, that's not bad, obviously, but main thing is we can use the meat. Very worth it. Okay, fill this shit up and then let's see what all I can make, because obviously I'm not coming by enough hide is what I really need. That was kind of a cool moment, getting him stuck on the log. You could use that against... Some people would look at that as like, oh, bugginess or something, you know. Oh, you can exploit. You could do that to a T-Rex maybe. He'll just run in a line. But that is kind of still a cool moment. We use the log as our trap because we're still too primitive and stupid of a caveman to be able to make one of our own. So, let's see. The keratin's going to be good. Biggest thing is what was next on the list. We have... We level up just by looking at our goddamn inventory. I don't know how that actually happens sometimes. Like, what is happening then? I'm not even crafting anything or doing anything. Idle, passive, mobile, clicker game style leveling system. Let's look at... Okay, what is next? What is next? We need another spear, and then we need what piece of clothing? Legs, hands, and water skin. Legs, hands, water skin, and... Wait, why can't I make any of this? Oh, you need the fucking fiber. Already almost nighttime. This has been a really weirdly paced sort of run so far. Just because, I don't know, like we're not moving at a bad pace. It just seems strange. So I'll try to get back to where I was and then I should try to progress. But every time I try to progress, meaning like outward into the jungle or higher in elevation, those are the two danger zones that you can't allow that to ever happen. And we're like on a no berry diet. I could come up with like a different format for each of these characters. Like, this run, that could be fun, like a randomizer element on top of everything else. This guy can only eat meat, or this guy can't eat meat. He can only eat vegetables and berries and stuff, on top of just trying to survive in general. To punish myself for dying so many times in the first place. or even occasionally in the middle of the run that could start to happen. So we need to make only one. We'll make the water skin. We'll make the gloves. We'll make the legs. Where's the legs? Here. Still need more fiber for that. And then we can start to make the... So we're going to need a lot more hide still coming up. Of course, fiber is one of those invisible things that you can't even see. Well, that's what invisible means, but it's not something that you can... You know, there's just an infinite amount, so they sort of treat it as a trivialized resource, but still... Kind of a pretty good justification for wanting to make clothes, too, because it's raining, but... Of course, I do it out of sheer OCD completionist. Like, cavemen had OCD, too. They just didn't have the luxury of being able to satisfy it. It's one of those first world privileged modern problems that even I may suffer from at times. Like, you want to do things in a particular way. Well, you'd be lucky to do them at all. You'd be lucky to even be alive because you can't find food or shelter or deal with all the harshness of the environment and everything out to kill you and wild animals and shit. So here we have a situation where you could just make the foundation, because we do have all this, right? Hat, gloves, boots, pants, shirt. Yeah, we could make it here. I almost have half a mind not to do it. Maybe I should just make another fire and build it further down, because there's nothing here. Like, what's the point? Oh, I should get my... There is something here. Actually, I'm wrong. Is the meat. But basically, you know, there's no hide around. There's no resource that you're really trying to work towards. You go like 5 steps in the wrong direction, though, it can really fuck you over. You know, we can still leave it there. It's not like that's unusable to us. You go ahead and eat like 5 of those. Fill the sucker up. Or like that could be what could pose a problem too that I was almost worried about. If you go a little further in and there's no lakes and stuff and you're there for too long, you'll start to dehydrate. And even if you bring like 5 or 6 water skins with you, there'll obviously be a better way to do it later. But if you bring like 5 or 6 of them with you, they'll start leaking, so they won't last that long, actually. And so this was one good run where the base lasted a long time, but not really too long. None of these runs have lasted too long because I always go out there and seek my own demise, which I guess there's no rule saying that I have to do that. But like even here, you shouldn't dehydrate because the guy will just stick his tongue out and like, what if I face the ground here? Now he logically wouldn't be able to drink. And so you should start to dehydrate that way. Yeah, even if we build it like here, which I did do one here as well. Look how like every 5 steps we make one, but they're not part of the same run. Because otherwise you would think that's nonsensical. How long have you been on this one character that you've made one like every 5 steps you go? And what purpose would it possibly serve? So we need to make basically the foundation and stuff, I guess. Foundation, door frames, or basically I wanted to make the fire first. Again. You want to push it like basically as far as we've been, which means we'll probably die in like a few seconds. Or we made one even on the other side here. But now I'm sort of pushing my luck maybe. And I made one like in the middle of the jungle too one time. Or that was like a run where I made like 2 in different spots. So I keep building further in. You bring like a mobile home in your little backpack. Like bring the foundation and the walls and everything that you can carry. And just run halfway across the map with them. Be very unexpectedly dangerous though sometimes. Like it looks so barren sometimes, like, oh, there's nothing here that's gonna get you, but they designated in very specific spots, like I don't know. You go like a few steps in and it just suddenly goes from 0 to 100 on hostile whatever on the danger scale. There are usually some turtles here. It almost seems like we're in some weird flux, too, of, like, if you kill something on a previous run, then it won't be here the next time. So that's why there's, like, no hide to get in that starting area because we've sucked it dry. Whereas here, see, immediately we get some. At least that's a good sign that maybe this area is worth staying in. Too slow to even keep up with the dodo. Yeah, that's not really what I wanted, though. Just need a lot more hide coming up. You could make another spear. Oh, yeah, see here, this was one of the best ones that we made. Yeah, why don't we cross over and then kind of play around in this area? I should try to remember what got me killed in this vicinity. And this was like when I went in the woods a little bit, and then I sort of... What do I need for a fire now? I went in the woods and I died to like unexpected bunch of snakes and stuff behind me, which is a little bit surprising. So I don't know. I haven't been to this part really. Looks like an okay spot for it. I just want to, yeah, it was like right up here. And then you see some moths and bugs and stuff too. I can't believe how they snuck up on me like that. I was scanning the whole area. They hide in the grass, I guess, pretty well. We'll put that thing down. Okay, it's getting pretty late. Clear separation of day and night, like clear separation of biomes. So go ahead and make that. Go ahead and put it down. We can put down some meat as well. Give it some thatch. Only have 31 though. What the hell? I guess I could go get some. Clearly, I wouldn't get killed by like walking 5 steps into the grass. The snakes are like the harbingers of death for me. Every time I see one, something bad happens. And I've never been able to like get in a situation where I can kill them because there's always other stuff going around. They're just like always bullying me. They only fight a battle they know they can't lose because they have other like alligators and shit, you know, as the main focus. Yeah, that's not a big deal. We can finish the rest of what I have here. And then basically now you would be able to make the other spear, and then we can start to make the foundation over here. Need like one more piece of wood, and we need like one more I don't know. All it takes sometimes to get yourself killed. Need a little bit of that, and you need a little bit of fiber, which you just get from literally swiping at the air or in the grass. But again, they don't give you very good feedback. There must be a good reason actually why it's like that too. Probably like it would be too many assets and it would cause the game to lag somehow. We have the meat. What was I even just gonna do? I needed wood for something. Foundation, I need like one more fiber. I'm gonna need a lot more wood actually too. There doesn't seem to be like any, again, could be made to eat my words, any like great danger at night just in and of itself, but you don't want to go too far out in there, or you always have to rely on the torch or something. It seems almost maybe darker than what it's meant to be, but and I wish you could put stuff into a stat or into the engrams without putting stuff into the stats, or vice versa. So in case, well, I guess you don't have to put stuff in the engrams, but in case you want to do like a soul level 1 run, but I guess like I said, I could just put it in some useless stat that I'm not gonna benefit from anyway. So now what else can I do? Sleeping bag is unlocked. The box. Just make 3 walls. I just can't get even to the point. I guess I could do it more like these ones. Take me a little longer than it should because I'm such an expert on this early game part. At least I should be speedrunning it. But I'm so scared of walking like 5 steps in there. I'm gonna have to. I was even crouching and sneaking up on the raptor. That's what made that moment so stupid. I'm going full incognito stealth mode, and then all of a sudden, you know, there's like 3 things behind me. Like, how the hell did I get there without noticing that? Or how did they not notice me until right then? They were like just buddies with that raptor and they had it all planned out. It wasn't even like one snake. It was like 2 or 3 things behind me. And the slingshot isn't particularly useful. We get to the point where we can make arrows and stuff, but we can't for my obviously other condition. This should be enough to make the whole foundation. Or I mean the whole house, obviously. Go back. At least it's like in a sort of different part of the map, although this is almost a cursed part of the map where it didn't go so well, at least the last time. So it's almost important to make the bed first, let's say. And the reason why, it's always fiber that you need. The reason why is because you're able to only fit it in there. It's one of the weird quirks of this game, actually. You can only fit the base starting bed into a base starting house if you either make it bigger than what it's meant to be, like you make too many, like you connect 2 foundations and 2 walls and stuff. But if you make it like this dinky size, like what I'm doing, then you have to put it in before you put up the walls, otherwise it doesn't fit, which is very strange. You do that one, do this one, do the ceiling, do the wall, do the door, and then I have to make multiple of the walls as well. 1, 2. You need 1 more, which is going to be actually surprisingly fiber that I need. And then there's sometimes a scary moment at night when your fire just goes out, especially if you're at a distance from it. It's because you mismanage your thatch. But that's always what I've been using for it, but it's possible there's something better. Although it doesn't seem like that big of a deal. Like, it's always enough. It's just so abundant. Okay, thatch 4. So let's put the stupid bed in there first. Hide sleeping bag. This is unironically true, too. Did you know in ARK, the game you probably played for a decade, that, or even now, it'll fuck it up? God damn it. Because it won't let me put the wall, I bet. Ah, that would be so stupid. Or no, you can build it over that. It's just not aesthetically very pleasing, I guess. That's fine, that's fine. Or I guess I could have made that the door frame, so at least the door would open out and have the bed sticking out of it. The ceiling, and then we make the other, like the... I make the other house that's like with the slopes is like sort of a workshop, not so much an actual house. But I guess I could do that for my second house if I'm building outward and stuff like that. Let's refill the thatch. All these little things that people would skip over. Right now, I don't have any extra meat. Gotta wait till daytime, I guess, to do anything about it. That should be just about 200. We don't need that in there. I haven't eaten a single berry this whole time, so let's actually keep it that way. Drink that, fill it back up, or I don't think there was anything in there. Alright, so here, let's see what's next. We made the entire house. We made the... Okay, we got to make a ton of storage boxes. Not that you need to ask me twice to do that, because obviously that's my biggest obsession anyway. So we'll put all that starting stuff that I don't want anywhere in there. What do I need to make more? We need wood. There isn't actually a lot of stuff around here, period. At least not directly. So even though this is a better spot than where we started, just because it's somewhere I haven't been as much. Okay, let's... Oh, you know what I don't have on my bar is actually the torch. Changing my keybinds can never get me fucked over. Like in WoW, that happened in such a conspicuous way. I go to mend pet, but I'm actually trying to feed pet like a moron. So I guess the spear should be the third one. And then we need a second spear as well, don't I? You need the stone hatchet, which I still have 2 of them for some reason. Then we'll put the water skin. We can put the meat, I guess, after that. Or we don't even have any meat to put now. If I can make another spear, I can't. Need more wood, and I don't want to go too far out to get it. Damn. When you're in that grass, who knows? It's not even like tall grass. It's just these snakes are experts at hiding, and certainly at night, I'd be very scared to have that happen. That's why we could be like 100 days in, and something will just catch us off guard, and that'll be all it takes to kill me. I'll be looking into my menu. I'll be letting my guard down. It's been a bad tendency of mine lately, at least. Just a lot of the time I'm kind of get too lax or too comfortable. That even happened in chess. Like I got that 50-point cushion and then I just tank it from there. You can try to say like, oh, you know, I'm not going to get overconfident, but it's very hard not to do that. Okay, so we end up making like 1 million of these, but hopefully I won't need that for now. Transfer everything. Kind of transferred all the wrong things though. The keratin we're going to need very shortly. And all this stuff doesn't matter too much. Actually, that was fine. Wait, what? Oh, we would just need to make another one though. I can't do probably till morning, or maybe I can now since I just got some. No. Fiber, thatch, wood. I'm just kind of scared to go too far out now. There's no wood at all, or 7 isn't enough. Man, the nights last as long as the days, so it can be annoying in some of these games especially. That could be sort of boring in Don't Starve in the Forest, despite how, you know, obviously that's when you're meant to craft and do all sorts of other stuff. You kind of are just sitting there sometimes, and you could say, oh, well, then take a risk and go out, but I'm not going to take that chance either. Here we can still go get some fiber. Getting too many stones, which I don't need, but hey, guess what? I can't choose that. But I have 0 interactability with that mechanic because you're just picking up blindly whatever's in your vicinity. You have no choice whatsoever over it. Really can't see shit. I mean, you can even hit it with your torch too. I don't want to waste it. Yeah, we're a little bit short on hide despite still using this basic cheat code in the hatchet. Just using a base mechanic that probably everybody takes for granted, but I still didn't even want to use that. All these little things I do to make it harder, although I guess I just was too lazy to even try to do it. Wait for that. That's my biggest pet peeve, is just how quickly this fucking guy gets tired. That's why I gave up trying to run away from stuff. Like, oh, you aggro a T-Rex and you're just fucked. You're just dead because you're never going to be able to do anything. Or you can try to hide from it, I guess. But we need like some sort of smoke bomb or escape artist type of item. That's my biggest thing. Not even a weapon. Although we will be getting arrows at some point soon. So how many more? We need fiber for that. Yeah, I've never been too far deep into the... what is that? See, that can be so scary at night when you can't see, but it's probably just a turtle or something. A lot of the big ones so far are not very hostile in the first place, so it's all very comfortable. But they arguably could somehow protect you, because if something comes to try to attack you, they might... They usually won't butt in, but it almost feels like it's a peace of mind. You know, they're kind of around your base and just acting as almost a bodyguard for you. No, if anybody messes with me, they'll mess with them just because we're in the same vicinity, and not because they actually really care about you. We bring some thatch back. A lot of these are just fucking berries that I'm picking up inadvertently. What would I need now to make another chest? 10 fiber and 8 wood. There are plenty of trees here, but they're kind of skinny, so it made me think this wasn't too ripe of an area for them. We haven't seen too many weather events in this game despite just rain. But how the hell would I get crystal? That's really the big mystery that's been getting me killed. Is just the idea that... Wait, could I get even more than that? No. The mortar and pestle is obviously like a crafting station, sort of. At least for certain things, which are completely useless to me anyway, because the narcotics were of no value. What is that weird coloration there? If only I had a spyglass, I could actually take a closer look. Oh, it's just on the leaf. Wait, can we make the box now? We still can't. Probably need some fiber. Fucking always fiber. It makes me think I'm missing something else more valuable. Too many stones. At least this makes sense because I'm out like on the beach. I mean, I can use this at least. It's gonna be a random snake. Yeah, that's been one of my biggest differences in a lot of my Permadeath series, is that something will go wrong, and I used to be able to at least deal with it or it wouldn't bother me too much, and then you overcome it. It's not that stuff doesn't go wrong and you do everything perfectly. It's the perseverance to deal with stuff going wrong and not falling apart. But now I kind of just give up, or I get disinterested, or I do sort of fall apart. Like, oh, I panic. I think The Last of Us showed me that pretty well, like grounded Permadeath. It's not that I would always do perfectly, but one little thing would go wrong, and now I'm just like, fuck it. And you wouldn't be able to do it like that anyway, which of course I didn't do it all the way, but still. That was a very productive night. We made like 3 chests. I definitely need some more meat and whatnot here. So I should keep that as a condition for just this character for whatever reason. Just the fact that I don't want to... Damn, we're still going to need to make even more, though. That we're not going to eat berries for whatever random reason. Okay, which of these things would I want to use? Rare flower. Even the smell of this flower makes you slightly angry. Why? Just because it's so rare and you know you'll never see another one, so it makes you feel... I don't get what the point of that is. Move this here. Can we just get rid of all the shit that I don't want? We still need another one. At least now I can go in a little deeper. Dude, what is that thing? And is it hostile is the question. I assume it wouldn't be, but... You got to think, we're not that far from the water either. That little tooltip at the beginning was deceptive. Like, oh, you know, the further you go in, the more dangerous it gets. But I'm still right on the water. It's not like I went that far just from my starting point. This could be another, you know, this could be another spawn point for some other... I don't even know what that is. I'm assuming it's not hostile because a lot of things aren't. I'm going to be more paranoid about the ground. But see, I'm listening. You can't hear anything moving. Everything feels so peaceful. Okay, that made it. No, that must not be hostile. Not that I want to test my luck. Or I'll accidentally hit something like that at some point. Just to... Wait, at least it's daytime. Pick up a stone. There's got to be a loose one here somewhere. Like yeah, at least these you get visual feedback on, or I spoke too soon. You actually don't. Fuck's sake. This could be a finite resource that you actually run out of at some point. Because if you don't have a pickaxe, how can you get stones aside from picking them up on the ground in the first place? Okay, we'll make one more of these. And then finally we can move on and... make the mortar and pestle and stuff, and then we're almost caught up there already because the carotene was the one mystery of that episode, and I already had some on some other character, but I just didn't know how I got it, I guess. Or no, I had like the other thing. There's like two interchangeable resources, carotene and something else, I can't remember. Like a chitin from the... Okay, that's at least good because some of the stuff we're going to keep no matter what. Just switch it out with the fiber or something. Wait, what? Yeah, like the hide we're going to need. Oh, the rest of it is fine. I don't think I really ever had to use the metal for anything. Yeah, I've never come across crystal in everything I've done. I was thinking almost you can get it from one of these ARK things, or you can get it from like I don't even know. If we go down all the way that way, then we scoop around and we end up at that, which is like some portal that takes you to like a dragon or some other bosses and stuff. Which is more like endgame stuff. Maybe if I try to whack it with my little pickaxe here, it'll give me what I need as far as the... Okay, what is actually next? As far as the crystal and stuff. It could be some of those robotic dinosaurs that might give it to you. You made all this. All I have to do is make the sign, slingshot, saddle. So how much hide do I have to really do that? It's not going to be enough. Sign needs fiber, slingshot needs fiber, saddle needs, or maybe I do have just barely enough. There's just nothing around here, which in a way, you know, you normally would like that, but I just need some... Okay, see, now that's going to be one of the poisonous ones that gets me killed. It could be the same one, because this is even on, theoretically, the same server. Just the idea that... Man, this grass can be very deceptive. Get through there. Give me some goddamn fiber. Okay, that you could use to harvest. Your footsteps can be very daunting. Sometimes this looks like a swampy area, actually. How much you want to bet there's an alligator that's just going to randomly come and fucking kill me. I seem to be able to spot them better from a distance. Like when you're right here, I can't really tell. Okay, this at least is a little slightly different biome than what we're used to. Feel bad for picking on the turtles, but they're sometimes so easy to kill, or they're so fruitful for what they give you. So I saw one poisonous raptor out there. Somewhere. Now, let's just make the sign. Also the slingshot, also the saddle, which I should be able to do, and then I'm very low on hide. Need wood for that. which of course I haven't made any effort to tame anything, or I don't want to do that yet. Sometimes it'll happen automatically, but I'll just interrupt it by attacking them instead. Like those little ones will come at you with the heart over their head or something. Let's take down another tree here. Yeah, these all look a little bit different, right? Like even the trees and the grass and stuff. Always got to be extra alert. What is that? Like a saber cat or something? Or no, this is one of those big dinosaurs. It looks like a different color than the one I just saw, though. Like the dream come true resource moment. It's like a stone that has a tree growing right on top of it, or vice versa, where you get 2 for 1. One time it was bugged out like that, where you basically, I can't tell what that is. Like a bear? This is fine. Yeah, like literally that's how the game works. If you walk anywhere off the beach, you just get fucked. So just stay here forever. Okay, let's go ahead and do the saddle, which we're not going to use. So that's the completionist sort of salt in the wound that, oh, you get to, not only do you have to not only am I not using so many of the things, but I also have to make them just for the sake of making them. Okay, so go here with the slingshot. What else? Slingshot, hatchet, water skin. We could put the food on like B, I guess. The only other thing is that I'm low on hide and what comes next. Made the sign, made that. Now we have to make the other house, basically. Give some purpose to the stuff. That'll be like our workstation where we put maybe the mortar and the pestle. Or I'll put it like maybe this. I like to use this to signify actually where the workshop is, basically, but now I'll say, like from this angle, keep out, even though there's nobody obviously on the server. There's so much to appreciate with a game like this that you don't need multiplayer, where it almost dilutes it and makes it worse. Right? Because then people just rush ahead and focus on only specific types of content instead of just embracing all of it. I'm not saying you have to play it like this at all, and I wouldn't expect anybody really to, but it's just more like you can, and there's a lot of in-between stuff you can do that people would just skip over. You see how hard it is, despite I'm sure people insisting it wouldn't be hindsight bias and all that. It's so hard to even do the most basic things because even with all the tooltips and stuff, because yes, okay, you're bad on one hand, ha ha ha, I just suck. But also in reality, they don't expect you to play it like this, or nobody does play it like this, like truly blind and just try to figure everything out. Okay, we'll make another box. Maybe I'll take this guy out. He came like out from the woods, it almost looked like. Or no, there's another one there. You know what the problem is? I'm already kind of hungry, so fuck. I'm gonna break my berry rule of not being able to eat berries because I kind of am gonna be in trouble. If you're starving, find something to eat fast. It's actually gonna be pretty slow, just like this turtle, because we're going to have to first kill it and then, oh man, if I die because of this, that's totally unfair, because fuck's sake, it takes so long to kill them even with only melee damage. Okay, dude, we're almost taming him, or the other guy's coming to our aid. Let's go get the thing, get the meat, and then just make him watch that, but he can't do anything about it because he's too fucking slow. Yeah, how will the hunger work? Man, if that kills me, I'll be very upset. Just because of my desire not to eat berries for whatever reason. This is what you get for being a vegetarian. Go here. We just need like one of them to cook, and then we can just let it cook. Okay, that guy just spawned in out of nowhere, so sometimes that is how enemies will end up killing me. Of course, it's never my fault. He didn't even run there. He literally just spawned in. I don't know what that thing is. I don't know if it would be hostile. Try to eat this very quickly, I hope. Could be costing me health, but I'll just deal with it. Okay, do that. We started to get a little injured there too. Go ahead, drink the water. Try not to move too much, I guess, when you're hungry, because then you'll only get hungrier. That guy kind of gave up. This guy's encroaching almost onto my territory. I think that is something we haven't really seen or fought before, so I don't know whether I want to mess with it or not. Probably not right now. Let's just keep getting the meat for now. That was kind of a clutch way to save the run in terms of the no berry run. Or maybe nothing. Well, it shouldn't be nothing besides meat, period. But what was next? You got to make the other workshop. Let's put the slingshot. Or no, we already did that. Okay, so make the foundation, make the thatch walls and stuff. We don't really need a door for that. Just more like here, foundation, and the maybe like one wall, because you have to put it like on the or no, I forget now. You were always ahead in terms of the level, like we're over leveled despite. Yeah, I tried to get the bed, but it sometimes doesn't let you. Okay, so we'll put this down on the other side, or like behind it, I guess. I kind of want to mess with that guy. I just don't know what he's going to be like. None of this stuff is aggressive on its own. Guess I'll take my chances. Or he just runs away. See, they look a lot more intimidating than they are. I was just doing that on purpose, too. I didn't even miss him. Just trying to shoo him off my property. So now we'll do the slope stuff. We do need one wall, I'm pretty sure. Or no, with the roof. I can't really remember how this works. Sloped wall, sloped wall, sloped wall left. You don't need a door. And then we want the mortar and the pestle coming up, which is going to be mortar, pestle, spark powder. Some of the stuff is going to come from it. Not the blood syringe, though. What do I need for the pestle? Probably some spoiled meat, which is going to be hard to get because, you know, most of this I am just cooking, so I might have to kill something else to do it. Yeah, so put these like, I don't know what angle exactly I want to do this. Maybe facing that way. There should be some free build option though in a game like this still, even if you, or no, I kind of wanted it to be the other way, but fine. We could kill this guy and then get his spoiled meat, I guess. We took out his turtle buddy so miraculously. See, I like the draw distance on that one guy that we just got to run away, but sometimes it won't be that good. Okay, let's eat some of this meat first. We were literally starving even as we were fighting that. One of my classic RP names too, so we better do justice to this character and not let him die stupidly, even though I'm doing this stupid berry thing that could very well get me killed. Okay, you're just simply too close. Are you gonna get stuck in my thing like the one guy did on the tree earlier? Oh, he can just walk through shit apparently. You gotta keep stopping, give yourself stamina because you're something of a turtle yourself in this game, or at least unless you get stamina. Such intense battle music, like the mud crab effect from Oblivion. It's only a turtle, but at least it is pretty tanky. The one attribute it has. Don't break my fucking spear. You might think hit their legs too, but I'm too scared to, you know, ever get that close. It's his fault. Like, we should have a rule. If they get on... Oh, that wasn't even too bad. If they get on my territory, it's very unacceptable. We're going to need that hide coming forward anyway, too. So go ahead and... We're going to need some spoiled meat, so I don't know how exactly to split this. Let's do... Bring this meat out. Or maybe I'll kill, yet again, something else, but there's really nothing else here. Or I want to kill, like, this anteater thing or whatever. There are some very big ones here. But I assume they'll just let us all fight each other and they won't interfere. At least run the other way, but you're way too fucking fast. Holy shit. I get stuck in between my house. The perfect trap. You'll never be able to keep up with this guy, or I didn't even know he can swim like that. You try to use the slingshot, all the tricks up our sleeve. It's always deceptive when they're in the water, too. It looks like something else entirely. How the fuck is he this resourceful, dude? Oh, but he's coming back. The way, like, their head only sticks up. Oh, now it looks like a Loch Ness Monster or something. Fine, dude, I'll let you live. Or maybe he's not too fond of me picking on the weaker who can't defend themselves. Look how everybody just tramples over my fucking place. At least he didn't destroy the building. Imagine if they could do that. Or if some of them could at least attack it. We need the mortar and pestle. Oh no, we don't even need that. We need stone. I thought I somehow needed the spoiled meat or something for that. We need 65 stone, which I don't know how much we have between all these boxes. Maybe not too much. Like, look, dude, I'm okay with you being on property, but I'm not trying to do anything, dude. Just chill. He's just attracted to me. He wants me to tame him. Made this really easy mode. Okay, he's giving me a dirty look. I was picking on the defenseless. So don't repeat the same mistake I just made. Had a pin code on a wooden box. We have 3 stone here, 6 there. We should have a lot. I mean, I haven't really used them for anything. He's just gonna randomly attack me and one-shot me. Nothing in that one. Really? That's it? 13, huh? Even if I go to try to pick some up, I'm going to become over-encumbered probably very quickly. I'm gonna waste this whole day, man. It's so annoying. Like I can predict exactly when I'm gonna die and how too. You go to some place you're not familiar with, that you haven't been, and just that's it. At least I should be able to escape some of those situations. Sometimes it can be very hard to do that. I'll get as much as I can, even though I'm in trouble with my weight here a little bit. But those anteater things are very fucking fast. And even just very resourceful, the way he swam away and was getting on the rock and going like to the other side of the map. Not going to pursue him through there. And of course the piranha plants would never hurt him. I always call them piranha plants. This is a bad idea because if something attacks me, obviously I'm over encumbered. And I'd be too meticulous to ever drop what I'm holding. I'm like a sitting duck over here. How much do I really have? I have 48, so I need 65. I'm surprised I didn't pick up more and just picking up all the berries and other stuff earlier on. To let you pick up these shells too, and you have like a 1 in a million chance to get some super rare item from it, like maybe even a crystal. I can't think of really where. It would obviously just be deeper in or somewhere I haven't been yet. Or from some enemy I haven't seen yet, or at least haven't killed yet. Those robotic ones almost seem like they could have it. Or it could be underwater somewhere, which I wouldn't be brave enough to try to do that. They can sometimes swarm you. Like, I don't mind trying to kill one piranha plant at a time. Or again, I said it. But I love those moments of like, that's not why it's happening, but that's like a good dynamic thing. I'm picking on the guy, making him run out into the water who doesn't want to fight back, the anteater, and then the big one just comes and gives me like a glare, comes right up to my base, and then he walks away. Like, he's warning me, don't fuck around with these guys. He looks out for everybody. Looks like I just took a sip of it, but it's still, oh, because we're filling it up with the rain. Try to drop something. Can't drop that. But one. We're like just barely over encumbered to the point. Wait, I can't even drop anything. Oh, it's LT. Okay, this will take me like the whole rest of the day just to get there. But we do have almost enough. Or couldn't I just make it like right here? Well, I guess if I had like one more, I could. Fuck. Damn it. Literally, it's changing time of day by the time I get there. Look at this shit. And I can't even pick up 2. I'd have to drop something else. Let's drop the thatch, drop the whatever. That should at least allow me to pick up the 2 stones, so I should be able to make it then. Yeah, I sometimes act like I have to make it right where I'm putting it, but there's no such condition as that. I always make my own rules, and then it confuses or pisses people off for these series, but it kind of makes sense somehow. Or like even just with a survival game in the base element of like, okay, you can't respawn is kind of a good rule to have. The goal is not to revive, it's to survive. So why would you subvert that? Then it diminishes what it means to survive in the first place. You don't have to avoid dying, you just have to avoid dying sometimes, or just recover from dying once you do. So now here we just want to make the spark powder and the spark powder, syringe, narcotic. Which I don't know what I can do so far, but this we can just make already. This requires flintstone, and this requires narcoberry spoiled meat, which I'm hoping there'll be some around, but I kind of haven't really let it get to that point yet, I guess. Yeah, there's at least one right on cue. And then we need plenty of meat here. There haven't been that many things that we've actually killed to get hide this time. Just a couple dodos and a couple turtles. But somehow, like, where's he coming from, dude? That's like proof positive right there that they spawn in just whenever they feel like it. So we needed flint and stone, which we can get just like right here. Getting a little bit fortunate with metal if I had any use for it in the first place. I try not to look ahead too much as far as, like, yeah, I know I can craft arrows pretty soon, but I won't be able to until I, you know, do my due diligence with crafting everything else. This you need, oh yeah, you have to put it in there though. I guess you could just make as much as you're able to. Make it like the Mist of Pandaria thing, just get from 1 to max level just by simply crafting stuff without even ever fighting anything. If that one monk clown guy did that. Yeah, we're already up to this point. We would just make the bed and a couple other things. Of course, these we can't get yet. However, you unlock it, I don't really care. Or maybe that should be a condition too. I should have to go and figure out how to do that, but that might be like DLC or something else weird. So now the next thing is the narcotic, which I do have the spoiled meat. And you can't actually use these or rely on them at all. You basically just have to deal with it because, you know, if you use even one in combat, you're just dead. So that experiment from last time was at least instructive on that level. Let's see if there's any narco berries left over. They've probably all gone bad by now. They seem to go bad a lot slower. Maybe in the boxes. We'll just make one for the heck of it. Now I'm going to inadvertently misclick it in the panic of combat somehow. Oh, that just stays there no matter what. I went so far out of my way. See, that's what you have to do, though. Every mechanic you have to learn bit by bit. So I tested it like with 4, 5, 3, 2, 1, just to see what wouldn't put me to sleep. It really shouldn't even be on the fucking bar. Both of these items that fuck me over, anything with narco in it is bad, because these put me to sleep and increase my torpidity, and then I fall asleep in the water and die because of that in like one of the earlier runs. This thing is clipping through the house, which is very unpleasant. I should almost have to rebuild the whole thing just because of that. We made the syringe, which I've never found any use for so far. Normally I say, like, I not only have to make everything, but I have to, you know, do something with it to make it feel like you're just getting something out of it. We have the syringe, we have the powder, we just made the other thing. The narcotic is on the bar. So now we just make the bed, the panel, the torch. And then the spyglass will be my mortal nemesis from now on. This you need fiber, and fire or stone. Yeah, we're already caught up with what I've done so far. If I craft one more item, it'll be the longest run I've ever had, or at least the furthest in terms of that progress. Pick up a bunch of fiber from here. It's such a clear sense of danger. Like, as soon as you walk into here, you feel like you're gonna get screwed. Even though it looks so quiet and so peaceful. Or yeah, we just wait for something to spawn in. So at least last time I died to something a little bit unique, which was like the, see, there's no fiber, no fiber. How am I supposed to know that? Big guy taking another round. We're best buddies with your little anteater guy. We're not going to have any problem. You poop right on his territory. He's not going to like that either. Or like you walk under his legs and he'll just accidentally kill you. There could be all these kind of mechanics like that. Like, he walked through my base, so he would just crush my house, and I just have to grin and bear it because, you know, what are you going to do? Fight him? You put in some thatch. That does last a really long time, even if that's not the most efficient thing to put in there. You could also collect all your dung and try to do it. That's what I always did with the manure in Don't Starve. Like, if you're manure rich, you don't have to worry about saving it for the farm because you already have enough. So sometimes you would just use it for the fire itself. Wait, you need even more than that. Thatch and fiber. That's unbelievable. Okay, fine. There's plenty of trees still over here. You see how you can just stay in one spot the whole time, basically. I guess we did at least move from the starting point. But that punishment of having to redo this part every time is the whole point. And as we get further in, that's going to get more and more annoying. But there should be some sort of rule that restricts it, otherwise this could go on forever. I'm a little bit surprised, actually, how punishing this can be sometimes. We still need a bunch of fiber. Oh, not the encumberment shit again. Man, sometimes there just is no fiber. I never thought I'd complain about that. You can make the bed. You can make the torch. You can't make the flag. So will that actually unencumber me? Because what does fortitude even do? Oh, I can't even see it right now. Okay, let's just go back. The anteater wants to actually offer itself up as a meal, but I'm not going to do it. Or I might have to kill something soon. This area is sort of underpopulated, at least by stuff that I can actually use for hide or for meat. Doing good at avoiding the berry stuff so far, but now it's going to be hard. I'm going to go out seeking for something in the grass and it's going to fuck me over. These guys don't fight back. What good are those horns or whatever you have if you're not going to use them to fight me? Let's put the bed down. I don't mind putting it on the ground. Like, I made a little, or I could make a foundation for it, I guess. That would be acceptable. That's what I did last time, I think. Where did it go? Healing. Here, foundation. Seems kind of weird, but we just leave that as like a little sunbathing station, I guess. Sunbed. Put it like right by the water too. Then put this shit down. So beautiful and aesthetic, unlike the other bed, which just got cut off. Or like cut through the thing. Yeah, this is more our relaxing station. That thing behind is the workshop, and then that's actually our proper house. A lot of different purposes. Let's put this like by here, I guess, or I don't know. We can put some thatch in there too, just for the RP of it, I guess. That has a lot of room for stuff too, even more than the campfire. That's kind of weird. Must contain a fuel such as wood or thatch to light the fire. Lights and warms the immediate area. And then finally, we need the flag. We need fiber and thatch. We're having a lot of trouble actually getting fiber now all of a sudden, or I guess this just requires more than you might expect. But that's not mine, though. Oh, animal feces. That could be super rare because it's like, you know, you're setting up manure and making a farm. We haven't really encountered that mechanic much yet, but like, yeah, this will be like mimic grass. That's actually something that's going to latch onto you and kill you because we really haven't seen some of this tall grass. It's exactly where the snakes come out of, probably. I always see them once they attack. I never see them, you know, when they're on the approach. You literally have to do this for like an hour, just get the fiber. Didn't take my chances with trying to kill that thing in case the big guy really was trying to protect him. Okay, go ahead, drink. We still have a decent amount of meat, but now it's starting to get where I have to go looking for something. No fiber, how wonderful. How would you determine this? Like, I'm just swiping in air. Now I'm going to get killed as soon as I go like 5 inches up here. It did seem like crouching was working pretty well, but it didn't work in the context of, you know, of the stuff behind me. Or maybe it was as soon as I stood up that stuff aggroed. What the fuck? I don't want to go too much farther. The one resource I never thought I would complain about, I'm actually having trouble finding fiber. I'm just too scared to go deeper in. You never know when it's running low or anything either. You're tired. You just need 100. What do we have? We have 79. It's amazing how we survived on only meat and very few things that have actually given us hide. But it's somehow been enough. 96. Now we can immediately craft it. What was that? Like some feathers coming from something? Okay, that should be enough. Let's just make something quick. It should be the flag. Now you need thatch, which I'm sure we'll have in our base. Man, this guy is so baiting me. But they're just too fast. It'll be impossible to kill them, or I could try to use the swing shot for that. You're supposed to hit them, I guess, in the head maybe, and it slows them down, which doesn't seem to work on certain things. Or like, what does it really matter? That's a good way to try to get away, as I keep complaining that we don't have often a reliable way to do it because of our lacking stamina, or because of my simple inability to like have a smoke bomb or something. Yeah, the dinosaurs clearly can't read, otherwise they wouldn't be stomping all around here constantly. Let's look for some thatch, which I'm sure I have some. You put the rest, I guess, in the fire too. You make the flag. Man, why does that have to take up so much goddamn fiber? We made the bed, we made the torch, we put the flag down. Kind of to show like, oh, you don't know who you're fucking with, dude. We have a blank white slate. How scary is that? Like, what is the point of it? I guess you would have to put a insignia in some other capacity. Pick up, flag, demolish, but it would be like your guild insignia or something multiplayer based, but it should have some couple base avatars to choose from, or whatever, base art to choose from. So now we're completely caught up. The only thing we have to do is the spyglass, and that is where our run basically ends, because we'll go searching for it. And I like that aspect of the condition, that we, you know, feel so pressured to do that. But we need a little wood. Why am I so encumbered even? Oh yeah, let's put some of this thatch in the fire, or maybe pick up some meat. We have to go pick up some wood. 7 more. And we're sort of running out in this general vicinity. These guys are very, very tempting to try to kill. I guess I won't learn my lesson from that other thing. Because I guess I have enough meat for now, but I am going to have to venture further in, or I could venture still further on the beach. Like, I wonder how long are you really meant to stay? Watch out for the snakes and stuff. How long are you really meant to stay on the beach, in the sense that, you know, you really feel confident to go deeper in? Because I'm even pretty cautious as it is, but still I go in maybe too early. What was I gonna make? Oh, the box. The box, you opened it, I came. Those are two movies that I always point to that I don't even think are that good, but that have amazing practical effects from back in the day that are better than even like some modern special effects, which is one is the original Hellraiser and the other one is obviously The Thing, John Carpenter, 1982. I never really liked that movie the way other people do, but possible Hugo crying to his daddy there, the big one. They're so mobile. Look like he's climbing over the whole mountain. That one was swimming into the ocean and going up with a rock structure in the middle. Like, that's so impressive what they do. There's no way you could ever kill that. You'd have to do it really slow pace. What else do we want? Just make the box, try to put everything in there. Surely I should be able to put in other boxes too are not full, or some of this stuff will stack. I was just like to keep it nice and clean as we go on our big adventure here that's clearly not going to get me killed in any way. A lot of these are just these dumb berries that I don't even want. 35 hide extra, which is nice. We could just end off here, and the next episode we'll go in, and in 5 minutes we'll get killed. Like, I gotta approach this like my old school self in a permadeath run. You don't know what you're going into, especially, you know, first playthrough permadeath, my patented format. But somehow, some way, you have to be able to get out of the situation, or you have to not get yourself in a bad situation in the first place. Like, if you go past like this line right here into the grass, you just die. That's just a guarantee. You know it's gonna happen. You can't help it, but you still can't resist the temptation to try to do it anyway. The quest of the human spirit, this sort of adventurous thing. Cavemen could have stayed in their same caves forever, right? Right where they spawned into the planet Earth, and they could have just stayed there forever and been satisfied. They would have never died, or there would have at least been enough of them to carry their race on, but it wasn't enough. They had to explore the whole goddamn world, walk across the Bering Land Bridge, all this kind of shit. They're not doing that for any practical purpose. They don't even know what's over there, but they're just curious. You have to have that adventurous spirit. Bark powder we did. I'm just being super OCD. We made the bed, we made the flag, we made the torch. Yeah, here is the hard stuck moment. So I'll go a little bit into the thing, or maybe I won't. See, this is the thing, I don't know. What could I do, right? You got to think about it here from a combat perspective. What could I do if I encounter some high stakes combat moment right now that would protect me? I have a spear, which isn't good enough to kill a lot of things at once, or even one really strong thing. The slingshot isn't that good either in the context of, you know, it can maybe stun something, but it's not going to stun something really big. If you go up there, you're going to die. Like, you just know it. So maybe I'll still scout the beach out a little more. It does do a good job of exacting the right amount of fear into you. But the fact, I don't like how it says that. They're like, oh, by the water is safe and inside is not. Because that makes it too direct. Like, it makes it too clear, right? Like, they'll do it in a very contrived way. Like, oh, yeah, you do walk 5 steps up into the grass, and now we got to put all the enemies there. Like, you can kind of get that impression that closer to where you start is going to be easier. Although some of the spawn zones are considered difficult. So on top of all the formats, that's the only easy kind of consideration we get, which is that we spawn into a zone that's considered easy, but then everything else is pretty much hardcore because you have to, you know, you're not allowed to, okay, let's use the hatch. I don't think we use it on one of these, so let's see how much it actually gives. It's obviously a lot more than it normally would. Not too bad. And a lot of these things are just sitting ducks anyway. They don't, well, they're running ducks at least, where they don't really fight back. Put some of that in the fire. And I'm just kind of scared to go too much farther in. I'll scout the beach. Oh, maybe I should keep going this way. Like, hug the water and see what's in the other direction. But that seems like you're asking for some kind of crocodile type bullshit, where it looks all swampy and stuff. You know, you go too far and don't starve like that, and you get these fucking Cthulhu tentacles coming out at you, like in the swamp, and you can't even stand still without getting hit by one. We're gonna introduce some mechanics like that. Most of the stuff so far has played it pretty real, though. Like, it's just, there's nothing really like too supernatural. It's just regular dinosaurs and animals and stuff. Let's see, how much do we actually have in here? I have 24 meat, 50 hide. And I kind of want some stones with me, but I guess I don't know how many I have in here. That's enough, I guess, for the slingshot. I'll end up over encumbering myself just for that alone. Just to, Alright, so we're in a beautiful adventuring spot here. We can fast roll if it was Dark Souls because our inventory is so empty and everything. But I'm just kind of scared, man. We got to scout every area out very thoroughly. There'll be some snake. Yeah, see, this area looks like suicide. Even though it is still by the water. He's doing it in the daytime. Seems a little better. Like, what do I hope to accomplish either? Even if there's not a crocodile or something, what am I going to really find here anyway? That's like the light at the end of the tunnel there calling to me. But if you try to go up this way, it's not going to end well. I think the grass is what scares me a little bit now. Just because you know, you might miss something in it or hear some bugs. You good target practice for my slingshot, but I wonder how good will it really be at dealing with these? Like hitting a beehive, you don't really need to fuck with it. Uh-oh. You died to bugs last time. You've been poisoned, your stamina is decreasing. Come on, they shouldn't be that strong, especially when I'm a melee-only type of character. There's going to be so many of them. Please, please, enough. Wasn't the smartest idea, but let's see what their corpses drop at least. We can even find them now. Oh, they drop chittens as well. We were poisoned by them. Yeah, see, even there, I'm seeking out danger too much, but at least it's by the coast. Let's use even the hammer on that. I wonder if that's going to make it much better. Wait, why are even these dropping me? What, I'm eating bugs? I will eat bugs and I will like it because I'm not allowed to eat berries now instead. Only for this run, though, but there won't be another run. We get revenge on the insect kingdom at least for what they did to me last time. Even though it apparently didn't count and let me revert to a previous save before that. Which is amusing. But I had the sense of honor to at least acknowledge that. It was almost gaslighting me, like, oh no, maybe I restarted, and in my anger after dying I did the whole progress again, but okay. Do we have room in any of these? We do. Go ahead and take the stone, take the meat, assuming I have room in the fire. Or I wonder if I could put this in the torch. That would be kind of silly though. You almost shouldn't be allowed to do that. Yeah, this desire to seek out danger does not bode well, but let's take it one step at a time. You got to think of this as a super immersive experience where it's like you take your time and go step by step, not just because I'm anal like that and very completionist and slow, but because I'm playing it careful. Because if I die once, it's all over, like almost like it's a permadeath run. The only difference is that I keep, you know, I can still restart, but I don't want to. Now some snakes are going to come and fuck me over. Let's see how far back we can really pull it. Normally I don't like to do that because I sort of, you know, you'll burn some stamina doing it. But now we should be in the clear. Or did he get stuck on some stupid rock? We've had that happen a couple times today. Fuck, man. It's like homing sometimes. Use a little juke. Like, your character is not super mobile sometimes. Okay, he's maybe tankier than I expected him to be. Now we'll backpedal into a snake. Fuck's sake. Okay, go ahead, use the little hammer thing. Yeah, we at least pulled him back to my base so that reduced the number of, oh my god. Where did he go? That reduces the possibility of something going wrong. Where the hell is he? He did quite a bit of damage to me too from the poison. All it takes is like fighting two of those together to potentially fuck you over. Weird. I'm just blind, I guess. Whatever, it's not like I needed him for anything anyway. Yeah, the crystal mystery is going to continue. I almost just died to that alone. Forget about what might happen by going deeper in. Just... he hit me twice with that. Like, I was you always go right and then go left seems to be able to juke it, but it didn't work that time. We had some bugs over here. I don't want to fuck around as it's getting dark, too. Making it like a true survival experience. But I don't want to put that to the test. The whole goal here is fight or flight. You just got to run away. That's just like one of the anteaters. I don't like this whole terrain in general, but I guess the alternative is going deeper inside too. Or like, don't sprint unless you need to. Either because it'll attract attention or it'll... Now we have to wait through the whole night, and then in the morning maybe I'll feel emboldened to do something, but maybe that'll be next time. So we keep getting... We're in limbo at this part. If anybody else would just skip ahead and say, fuck it, we should be allowed to start here anytime and just continue from here, right? Because it's the same thing, but I want that to be the penalty for it. So, like, what am I supposed to do this whole nighttime? You'd come in next time and reflect on the severity of... No, you know what? Let's wander around the beach, though. I don't feel too worried about that. Like, what is this big light structure? Is it going to be a crystal somehow? We can open, like, a little loot thing in there. Okay, dehydrated, fine. You're not going to be any problem. I don't want to accidentally burn you, though, as I'm going through. The way they turn their neck around is a little bit scary. He's trying to be like the Exorcist role player. That's his favorite movie. Another one of those horror movies I'm not as crazy about as everybody else. Which I guess those obviously had to be practical effects too, but at least that one gets the credit for them. I feel like Hellraiser and The Thing don't really get the right amount of respect for it. Now we're searching for the light in the darkness here, but it might be farther than it seems. And it might not have anything to do with what I'm trying to do. It'll be something so stupidly obvious too as far as how you actually get this, but that's the whole beauty of it. Once you figure it out is the whole point. Knowing is half the battle. But somehow people treat single player games like that for the most part, which is why I find it weird. Maybe not so much anymore because they're so big and overwhelming that, you know, that's sort of the analogy that I made. Right, it's like classic WoW, right, as it re-released versus Skyrim. People are still playing Skyrim to this day, 12 years later. After playing thousands of hours, they're still finding new things or taking their time, soaking it in, even without mods and stuff, just the core experience. Like, there's so much to do, so much to learn, so many mysteries. It would take you forever to figure certain things out. So people have that willingness to at least play it like that. With classic WoW, which is way more complicated, the map is way bigger than Skyrim. Like, even just Kalimdor alone is one continent is bigger than Skyrim. But yet with that, they don't feel as much of a need to do that. They'll say, oh, well, we'll look everything up, borrow knowledge. But it almost doesn't mean the game isn't complicated. It means it's so complicated that people basically resign themselves to look it up. Like, oh, we'll never be able to figure it out, so I'm just going to, you know, use borrowed knowledge, Thoughtbot, WoW Wiki, stuff like that. And then by the end, you're like, oh, well, I speed ran through it. The game's too easy. There's not enough to do. When you realize how stupid that is, because it's the opposite of that. There was so much to do that you could never do it. You instead just pick out and select and minimize it and use borrowed knowledge and stuff like that. So they make two mistakes. On one hand, they mistake borrowed knowledge for their own, but on the second hand, they use that then to diminish and drag down the game by saying, oh, well, it's so easy. It's such old news. It's collectively solved, like, you know, collective knowledge. But that doesn't mean anything because you could do that with any game, right? Do that with Ocarina of Time. So Ocarina of Time sucks. I just find that so weird. But it really stands out, especially with a game like that, where, like, I don't know what people think they're trying to prove. The only time you would have proved something is like, oh, you're a world first raider. You did it when it first came out, or you broke new ground, or you were rank 1 PvPer at the time of, you know, whatever, during a season. Like, that's fine if you want to brag about that. Although, ironically, the people who do that probably wouldn't feel the need to brag because it would kind of speak for itself. But it's like all these people doing nothing, like just middle ground stuff, just playing the game and acting like it's like fake elitism. I feel like that's what Asmongold would sometimes do. Like, he's looking at people's armory and saying, ha ha, look at how bad your gear is. But the whole irony of that is he was never a ranked world first raider either. So, like, you're either one or the other, right? You're either number one or you're nobody. So why just have fun with it? But you wouldn't have that sort of characterization come about if it wasn't a multiplayer game, because then I guess sometimes you might, but typically people get so egotistical about it then, like they're proving something, or I don't know. They treat it less like a game and more like a competition, even in contexts that have nothing to do with that. Right? Like somebody's just playing it, or somebody could be playing it for the first time, or doing something else with it. The whole irony is they'll say, well, haha, don't complain about, you're saying that people are playing the game the wrong way. But the irony is they would be very intolerant typically, right? The community of anybody playing it any way other than the one way that seems to be whatever, that people have agreed upon, or is considered solved, or the optimal way. Maybe you don't want to know the optimal way. Maybe you want to do things a suboptimal way because it's interesting, or you want to do a challenge with it, or whatever. Which is the whole irony of it. Like, oh, didn't you know you could respawn, but you're choosing not to? That's the whole definition of a permadeath run, which you could have done before the add-on, before the servers. But basically, I guess I'm just trying to kill the night because I'm afraid to do anything, but I do kind of want to check that out. I don't know how you get up there. Or is that just like basically where I spawned in? No, it's too high up though. You know, they basically feel like, you know, you're restricting yourself in one way, but then you could restrict yourself in a million ways. Like you can't use certain abilities or items or whatever. And again, not saying people have to do that, but there's just so many options for what you can do with that. So I find that weird. That's almost treated like, oh, this game is so easy or so simple or so everything's just, you know everything. But of all the games in existence, that one kind of stands out as a weird, and people would feel that way about other MMOs and multiplayer games. Not only is that not true, it's just so fucking deep that people want to hide behind something else, like borrowed knowledge. So how would I even get there? Or isn't that like where I rested the one night, maybe? I somehow swam across there, and I can't remember. I definitely don't want to fuck around with it at night. Or wait. Oh, this might actually be. In fact, we might have our structure here to show that. We'll try to check that thing out just for the simple fact that it might have some crystal in it somehow. I don't know why or how. Or that'll be like some sort of cheese mechanic like what you start with. Or I can't even go from there. Fuck. I wonder if it'll go away in the daytime, or maybe it's just not as conspicuous in the daytime. And I guess I typically make it so that I have to end the episode either on a character creation screen, meaning I just died, or on whatever, at the base. So I would have to go back to my base. Kind of scared to go in the water at night because, well, I'm scared even in the day because of the piranha plants. Like, how are you really supposed to deal with that either? There's going to be so many of them, like, I guess they expect you to have more health or other kind of resources. Yeah, that's always my measurement of something, is just, yeah, that's a good, like, scare moment. You see the feces of some big dinosaur, and then you look up to see who dropped it. Like, you see something they dropped first before them. Like, you play the game in the innate way just to see what it is, mechanically, story-wise, everything. And then if you want to do the other stuff later, you can. But I don't want to jump ahead to that point. Or again, with, like, borrowed knowledge. That's half the fun for me. Clearly, that's not the case for a lot of people. In fact, some people really resent and hate that idea of playing something in some other way, but... Or, like, what's funny is, now, see, he might be sort of metallic, so he might... Or no, he sort of looked like that. He wouldn't fight back, but I don't know what else is on this island, so I don't want to really do that until it's daytime. Basically, you know, like something will happen that's bad, and you even acknowledge it's bad, and you, like, you know, like you die in a run, but then people will be, I don't know. Okay, you want this guy for the hide too? It's like if you dislike a video of somebody dying in a game, it's like, are you saying that you dislike the fact that they died? Like, oh, I feel so bad, or what a horrible moment, unlucky. Or does it mean you're like, oh, you sucked, that's why you died? Because the implication would be that you died anyway. Like, you know it's not a good moment. You're not trying to show off, oh, like, look at me, I died in this permadeath run. I'm so good. Hey, Magma, how's it going? just funny how people think about stuff like that. So you could post something with a negative connotation that's going to kind of speak for itself, and then people will still be pissed about it. I think that's a good way to sort of like show that you're not hiding your failures. You might do a world first run one day, but then you'll fuck up and die in the beginning, like Titanfall 2. Die in the first like 5 minutes of the game. You got to display your failures as prominently as your successes to show what it took to get there, kind of. You've died over and over in your career, and that is why you succeed. You've been watching, binge watching Vinland Saga, and it's so good I've never seen it. I guess I don't really watch any shows. I guess I always feel like they're so long that I can never finish them. Probably the only three I actually watched all the way through are probably like the original Twilight Zone, maybe The Mentalist, and maybe something else like that. Or yeah, probably Seinfeld. I must have seen every episode at least once. Put this in there so we're sort of running out of meat, running out of thatch. So in the morning I'll go looking for some danger here, I guess. Although I kind of feel like leaving that to carry over for next episode. This has been a very slow-paced, unproductive series. Disappointingly, a nice view of the moon there. I just don't feel comfortable going out at night. I don't know what all these lights are. Like, it's trying to bait you to go there, but if you try to, you'll get killed. Like, pretty much if two things attack me at once, I'm dead. Or if something unexpected that I haven't encountered yet attacks me, I'm dead. There's not much room for error, basically. I don't know why I'm even going up here now. We at least got some revenge on those bugs over there. Although it wasn't the same area. What's better, French fries or chicken nuggets? But French fries are the store-bought ones. Well, where did the chicken nuggets come from? Like a fast food place? I don't like the ones that come from the store. This is still our base. Just hang around for a little bit. Chicken nuggets can be from anywhere. Yeah, then probably the nuggets. You know, the one that I find very underwhelming is a Chick-fil-A. I never understand. There's one like around where I live, and it's always so fucking packed. The drive-thru's backed up. People are going in and out. Like, it's the busiest place I've ever seen. But I don't even like their food that much. I don't know why it's so hyped up. And it's so expensive, too. Like, their food's not bad, but I don't see what all the praise is about. But now what if I had fish sticks? I'm not a fish person, actually. That wouldn't help at all. Force me to eat the fish sticks, and then I'll turn down the nuggets, I guess, instead. Holy shit, that was loud. Oh shit, we're getting like a scream in the background. You could just stay here forever and just never die. That's the thing that we always keep realizing. So my melee damage is at 170%, which should be pretty good, but I guess just the weapon I'm using, you don't like fish. Yeah, I'm kind of very sensitive to smell, so I think that's part of the reason why. Is that it smells so bad sometimes that ruins it for me, even if I don't mind the taste. I pretty much don't eat any kind of meat besides chicken. Not for any other reason, I just don't like too many other kinds. Not like for some religious reason or something. Could almost make a 6th box just to make it more aesthetically pleasing here. We need everything pretty much for that. Go chop down some more trees here. This was a weird place maybe to put my house, but it's not a terrible idea. At least it's farther away from the other ones. Maybe that's what I should do, is just slow pace the series like crazy. But there should almost be some other condition, like, as if I'm not already doing that. Some other condition, like if I don't make at least one item per episode progress, then I have to lose. But I'm not even going to say that. It just really hasn't happened yet. Just getting sort of hard stuck on the crystal obsession. We go from being hooked on narcotics to being hooked on crystal. You'd think I would have found one just incidentally one time, or they could just be a super rare chance to get it from mining. But then it would be really rare because I've done that a lot, obviously. Like if I use the stone hatchet on it, perhaps. Those footsteps always seem scary, but most of the stuff is not really hostile to you. He wasn't there like 5 seconds ago. It's very easy for them to get stuck on parts of the world and whatnot. Okay, so maybe I'll leave it there triumphantly. I still kind of want to explore, though. I don't know. I should do something. I'd rather do it at the end of an episode than the beginning, because if I die now, at least we feel like we've accomplished something. If I die at the beginning, then I'll be like, oh, I'm just rusty because I haven't played in a week. Not that that should really matter too much. Could make another box. It's raining too, though. Okay, we need a little bit of fiber, which it doesn't seem to really give you much fiber from these ones. Yeah, nothing, see? Or even as I say that, but not the little swamp weeds or whatever you want to call them. Amazing how safe you actually feel. I guess that's why it says this is like an easy spawn area. Although we're so far from it, this might be considered like middle of the road. I don't even know where the other spawn points are, actually. So think about what level I actually am before I've gone inside to the jungle at all, or anywhere further in the island. I'm already level 15. I guess that's not so big of a deal, but a lot of the time you're getting it just from crafting stuff, obviously, or doing basic things. Yeah, the bow and the arrow would be coming up, but I'm not going to get it for now. You have to find a way to succeed with what I have for now, and then we get rewarded with whatever comes after. Seems like it's supposed to be daytime, but just based on the... What the hell? That's normally the sound when it changes from day to night or night to day. The main thing I don't like about this area is that you can't see what's in the grass, and there's going to be some kind of crazy snake. At least if I get the jump on it, I don't feel too bad. I'm just going to be super paranoid about this area now. Although this is the wrong time to really be trying to do it. I just don't see what's going to give me extra survivability in the long run. Like, nothing's going to change. I'm never going to get more health. I'm never going to get more stamina. I might get, like, better armor or something. But that is going to be what's so hard about this playthrough. One stat only character. Which I'm not even going to arbitrarily change that stat either. Yeah, that could be sort of a fun modding thing that they maybe have for this game. There's like all these different conditions that happen each time. Like, you know, you're not allowed to eat berries this time, or there just won't be any berries in this run, or whatever. Like, this character can only get one particular stat. I kind of just do those things on my own anyway, but... This is almost where... probably I was last time. If you go a little further in there, it ends up at the bugs, or no? This is totally a different part of the map. Kind of a bad spot to be in if something does attack me, that you normally have to seek it out. Okay, maybe I'll just go back. I kind of want to go to all these lights and see if maybe there's something special there. Like whenever you go to one of those, it says you have to be like level 3 to open it or something. I should almost just backtrack to my first spawn point, where I did put down the campfire, but not the house. I should just use this luxury that I have, where I'm in a relatively safe spot now. I have abundant resources, everything is built, ready to go, to just explore. What is all that flashing color? What the fuck? Jump scared by your own torch breaking. Probably need some fiber or something. Or maybe some wood, some stone. And just the amount you get fucking tired is so annoying. I'm tired of getting tired in this game. Not that, must be wood. There's no reason to rush it. Even if I feel like I have to craft that, Maybe that should be the condition, though, for next episode, is I have to find a way to do it, but maybe I just won't be able to. I guess I could retrace my steps as long as we feel like we're safe here, or actually I should bring some more meat with me then if I'm going to do it. What was the closest pillar of light? I guess it was the white one over there, but now it's gone. I don't know what keeps happening with those. That does feel like kind of a bullshit mechanic. Maybe they're just giving you free stuff for no effort. But I guess just for discovering them or going all the way there. We actually have no meat to put in at all. All these berries are what fuck up my space so much. That one's pretty good. We don't really need to bring anything with me aside from maybe some stone. And the only one that I guess we keep on us is the one that's in the swing shot already, maybe. Or maybe I should build a second home away from home. Just as we go further in, but I could never even manage to do that in the first place. Yeah, now we'll play it really boring, really slow, really safe. Maybe that's been my weakness in some of these runs, is like I die because I get bored. I try to make it more interesting for content or whatever, even though, you know, that was my old style before. I would be monotone, I would be quiet, I would barely talk, but I would get shit done. So it was almost like rubbing it in the face of like, look how easy it can be if you just do it in a very sort of obstinate way. Like, I'm just not going to die, even if it means I have to hide behind cover the whole time, or play very stealthy, or be very slow, and be very, like, methodical, and make it the most boring, tedious playthrough ever. I'll still just do it. That almost sounds like I'm describing chess. Like, it doesn't matter if it's boring, just do it. But it's hard for me to do nowadays, I guess. You have to really enjoy it, I guess, more. So that would be maybe the one light that we saw, but it's a totally different color. I can't even remember how to get back now to the other, like, where you started. Just see what's at that light, but then I would probably want to come back again. We're under so little pressure. Like, nothing could possibly ever kill us now. At least that's a pretty safe claim that I can make, is that I rarely have died unexpectedly. I always die when I go into a situation. I'm trying to explore somewhere I haven't been or something like that. These birds will sometimes attack you, even though the pterodactyls never will. At least so far. So we could get surrounded by these birds. I haven't done anything to piss them off, but sometimes if you attack a dinosaur or something in their presence, they can sometimes do that to you. Are there going to be piranha, but he's not attacking me? I guess maybe they're not all hostile. Where did I go where I just skipped across the rocks to the other side with relative ease? That's like a beehive. Got to think of logically what would drop crystal, and I can't figure out anything. You'd have to go to some special mining node or place that I haven't been to yet. Oh yeah, it's like there where you can skip across, but that's still not where that thing was. You'd have to swim across the water. Yeah, even my character doesn't like fish because we don't like to fight them, more to the point. Although it seemed like the fish meat lasted like forever. Maybe that's why it smells so bad. People just save it for years. We had that one in my box in one playthrough, and it just never ever went bad. Even this doesn't mean you're guaranteed to not get attacked by something. Of course, the water can fuck up your whole perception of how fast you're going and stuff. All it would take now is like for one of them to attack me, and I feel so defenseless in the water. Even though you can fight back, you kind of don't want to, or they'll start to swarm you and stuff. I guess I could just build a house even as I'm here. Even if those wouldn't fight back, they'll at least fly away, so you can't really fuck with them too much. You'd want to go over to there and just see what that is, or this might be actually where we started the game. I don't know where I am now. Whatever. Let's see what that chest is gonna give me. Maybe I'll just make a house here. Fuck it. We're by the water, so it should be safe. We're gonna ninja loot it from this turtle because he won't get to it in time. A couple dodos. So this area seems pretty productive at least. Although I don't want this guy roaming around freely, so let's kill him. Like he's baiting me. He made it look like he's attacking the other way, but... Or no, maybe this is one of the thief ones, not the poison one. No, but it actually looks like the poison one. Weird. He just knows it's no use trying to fight me, even though he almost killed me before. There's a lot of good stuff around here. Hide and so forth, the turtle. This is at least like a fresh area. Supply crate, access inventory. So what is going to be in here? Going to be basically a house. Now, why is that in there? And why... I don't want to use that, though. That feels like cheating. I was even saying, like, yeah, we need, like, a mobile home. We'll bring one here. We'll just make one, but... At least this will set us off in a different direction a bit. Gotta make a new fire and stuff. That's still our main base with all our chests and stuff, but it's not that hard to, I guess, make something back here. Let's just get, like, a ludicrous amount of hide from these. So I'm just playing it safe, I guess. I'll explore every little nook and cranny of the outside before I ever go in. Which even surely doing that wouldn't get me killed either. What is that? How bright it is. Holy shit. Yeah, I assume that's not going to fight me. I'm not going to seek out combat unless I have to. I say in the presence of a poor turtle that we've killed so many of his kind just because they're easy targets. Sitting duck, more like a sitting turtle because ducks are at least capable of flying away and shit. Oh, fuck, it went away too fast. We just kill it with this for expedited speed, too. Why even bother having to switch out? Just massacre the dodos here, get all their hide, get all their meat. We'll try to make another fire and stuff. We could use that mechanic and, like, build something from it, but that doesn't feel right. I should have to do it manually. The, whatever, the ARK thing. That's so stupid. I guess it does that for that exact reason, so you don't have to build a house every time. But I even would go so far as to build it in advance and just bring it with me. Which I guess I didn't think to do this time. We don't have any wood or resources or anything, so... I guess this wouldn't be a bad place to build it, or maybe I should build it even further now on the other side. And you could always just, like, build a house next to one of these, because then you don't even need a campfire. At least as far as a source of light. Uh-oh. Yeah, that guy looked more like one of these. Maybe I forgot how the thief ones look. Man. Try to juke them, but I juke myself. Okay, at least our melee damage is coming through a little bit, but certainly not our survivability. Try to eat these 4. Try to gather some shit from the trees and all. Or actually, what I maybe should do is use it on here too. It couldn't be worse for the same purpose. This thing feels like it never breaks either. Like, holy shit. When did I ever make a second one of these? It's lasted me the entire playthrough so far. Okay, so we need a fire and we need a flint, huh? Maybe make a foundation, as if there wasn't one, like, just right there. Fiber. There's maybe a little bit too much wood. Let's just look for some stone. Pretty far. You just have to remember where we dropped that stuff. It does last for a little while there on the ground. Although this doesn't seem like the best piece of stone to go after. Or I doubt you'd even be able to. Fuck's sake. Yeah, there's no stone here at all. Yeah, maybe this is a good idea. Actually, I'll sweep the coast, like all around the whole map before I ever decide to do anything else. There's that menacing endgame thing that I actually climbed up to the... I don't know where. There was like a platform under it, or... As if I didn't think... Oh, yeah. There's like a whole area around there. Where did that bag go? And now I'm not going to be able to find it. And I still don't have stone, so I can't even do anything with it. Oh, for fuck's sake. It does stay around for a little bit, I guess. It might have rolled down the hill. Jesus Christ. There's no stone here at all. Hiding in the bush somewhere. You'd think I'd see the prompt for it. At least this seems like a relatively fresh area that I haven't been to, or there's at least a lot of resources around. A lot of the dodos. You'd think it'd be very conspicuous. I don't think it was this far down. Well, there wasn't that much in there besides some hide and some meat, I guess, but that is weird. Get more of an aerial view. Where the fuck did it go? I should have just dropped like one or two things, I guess. You can't even like burn down the grass or anything here. Imagine if it really did do those physics. Like it'll actually roll down to the bottom. Like right here, wasn't it? Oh my god. Oh, there it is. Let's just pick up everything and then I'll like drop the wood or something not as important like this. Now, even then I'm over encumbered. What the hell? Let's split it and drop it again. Split one, split half. Then drop that. Okay, so now what was I trying to do? I was trying to make the... I have to drink something first. Trying to make the fire, which I can't even do, and the reason why is because... Okay, we need fibers, we need some stone, and there's not really any good ones around here. I don't know exactly where I want to put this either. You make that, make the whole setup here. I could have just run back to my other base in this much time, but at least this is a good one to sort of branch out into, I suppose. We'll make it maybe somewhere around here. I guess, just a different zone. Try to find some stone, maybe. We'll use these ones. Just a lot of turtles, dodos. This is a very fruitful area if I need hide and stuff. That might be a hostile one. That might be a thief. Either way, I want to take him out. Now, that looks like one of the thief ones. Don't over-encumber myself, I guess. I was juking them pretty good for a while there. They have like the one mechanic where they sort of, you know, just shoot the poison at you. That's really their main dangerous thing. They're not very good at detecting you, my famous last words from the one time. Or it sometimes feels like they're calling for help, but there maybe is nobody to come to their aid. They'll just kind of snatch like loot and shit off of you. Okay, so now do I have enough to make something? Holy shit, why is this so hard to do? Let's just do it like right on the beach. Put the foundation. Put the fire. Kind of at a very weird angle there. And then try to do the... What else? The walls and stuff. Yeah, so at least this justifies we can like log out here. I should probably try to... Or you know what? Wood might be fine for this. We'll just get more. Let's see how long the wood lasts compared to the thatch. I think that's the only thing I've ever used for it, in fact, is thatch. That'll be our infinite resource of food. Just bring this shit back. 146 hide. We got to make another chest here too. All we should really need is a whole bunch of wood. Hard to gauge kind of where exactly this is compared to like where I started, at least. I resisted the temptation to try to go in further and just instead kind of push it out, I guess. Get as much as I can. Didn't really need anything besides this, just a lot of wood, which I just dropped like 100 of them back there. But yeah, again, I should keep using this, I suppose. This area just seems pretty lacking in a bunch of stone, though. But it's still pretty safe. What is that? A lot of birds around here that could randomly turn sour and try to attack you, so I don't like that possibility. I had to fill up my water thing. Got to eat some meat. We have a lot more coming, so we should be able to make pretty much the whole house now. I still can't do it. We need the fiber, which I don't think you can get sometimes from just these bushes alone or the grass. You have to actually, yeah, go like here. Always the resource I forget about. It's like platinum rank in a card game or something, or in any ranking system. Just so negligible. You're tired. I like these wide open areas, like with no grass, because then at least you know nothing can sneak up on you, whether it be a snake or something stupid. Something will come now out of the water from behind me on the beach and kill me like that. Like, why bother coming back to your base when you can just make a new one somewhere else? Have that like nomadic mindset that you have nothing tying you down. Sure, we have like our 6 storage crates, but even those we could just remake. And now it should be enough. Let's just do... You don't even really have to make a bed, but maybe I will just for the RP of it. Or I could try to make a sloped... I don't know how the slope thing is exactly supposed to work either. Let's just make a regular one. So we'll do 1, 2, 3. And then door frame, and then ceiling, and then door. Whoops. Can I cancel one of these? Fuck, I don't know how you even do that. Fine, I'll just make it anyway, and then we'll make a bed maybe just for the fuck of it. Where's the other one? The first bed that won't fit unless I do it right away. And I'd be the most comfortable, but it acts as a respawn point. Actually, it doesn't. For you and your tribe. I guess we'll do that one instead, which seems a little bit bigger at least. Complimentary pillow included. So put the bed down. Don't let it clip through the shit. That's the main reason why we abandoned the other one, although now it's at a unaesthetic angle. Go ahead and put the walls up first. Maybe I somehow didn't do the door frame. Can enter, I guess, from the other side, maybe. We don't want to walk through the fire. That seems awkward. Oh, no, the door frame's over here. I made 2 of them, stupidly. Yeah, that whole positioning of the bed is totally wrong in either sense. Now it's facing the wrong way, and it's at, like, a weird diagonal. I guess I made 2 ceilings as well. Now, can I make a box? I probably easily could have if I just... Oh, no, I still can, even. If I didn't make duplicates of those. I keep hitting the wrong button. You got to do right trigger to make only 1. Now we want this run to last pretty much forever, so it doesn't matter if I become overpowered or over leveled or something. But anytime we go out seeking danger, we just get fucked. This is maybe how it should be, but that's where we're going to put ourselves to the test. Next time, can we find the diamond in the rough, just like a few episodes ago, but it went very badly. Just even trying to go outside in any way. So I'm sure that's where it's going to be, or at least they'll be easier to find there. They'll have to find it in some fluky way that you can only do like once for now. You don't ever fully feel at home until you have like 50 of these random boxes just sitting around for all this random stuff that you just hoard. So here we could bring out the... You really don't even need these, but I guess we could take them to our next base too. Or we could just drop these berries, period. I don't want them. Comes with a complimentary imaginary packing box. We could get all the hide from these, and I'll kind of just leave off here, I guess. Go ahead and just be fully sustainable, get even more meat. Yeah, you see how little danger there actually is here. In terms of... Nothing's going to kill me if I just stay here. Or even if I stayed at the other base. You're not going to run out of food or anything. Everything's just beautiful. Now these birds are going to cause some problem. Why does this look so methodically arranged? Looks very unnatural. Okay. You can take the meat. You can take it. Don't worry about it. No, I don't want to fight, though. Take whatever you want. Take whatever you want. I don't want to fight one, because then they'll all come after me. He took, like, my 18 raw meat, which... Dude, come on. Don't chase me, man. I wasn't trying to do anything. I was just exploring that unnatural arrangement of stuff. But now you're in my territory, dude. Now I have home court advantage. You really want to fuck with me? Go back. Fuck you. I can't even hit him. But guess what I have as a defense against this? I can go inside my house. Imagine that. Oh, it's on the other side, though. Yeah, that's really what we need, is a mobile home. We'll be building in the middle of combat like Fortnite. We can't run away because our stamina is too shit. We can't survive because our health is too low, right? Like soul level 1 health value and stamina value. But what we can do is we can build a wall in between us. I'll put a foundation on the ground between me and the enemy, and it'll have to walk around. And then by the time I do, I'll put up the door frame, and then I'll put up a door, and I'll go inside, and then I'll lock the door, and they won't be able to break it down or get in there. That's how you'll deal with like a crocodile or something later chasing you out in the wild. Jesus Christ.